Delta Stewardship Council is called to order for purpose of establishing a quorum, starting with Mr. Nordhoff. Mr. Nordhoff. Ms. Gray?
Gray present.
Ms. Marcus?
Marcus present.
Fiorini here.
Eisenberg here. We have a quorum. The Delta Stewardship Council is called to order. Let's see, Mr. Grindstaff, we have the lead scientist report, the independent science board report, and continuation of the Delta Plan discussion.
That's correct.
I want to make sure that you and Mr. Stevens flag in the Delta Plan discussion an opportunity. I want to have a focused discussion where the council member talks about either gaps in the plan or missing items, so we can make sure to get everyone's ideas on that and lay it out, if that's okay with you. And then, of course, we're going to have public comments at the end of the process.
Are we going to do it after each? There was a suggestion to do it after each set of chapters. What do you think about that?
Well, it's okay with me. I don't mind asking for comments chapter by chapter, public comments chapter by chapter. Let's try it and see how it works. Hopefully that will, let's see, who suggested that? Was it Mr. Koutras? I don't remember. Somebody, a number of people. Hopefully that will actually lead people to make focused comments on the language and proposals. So we'll try that. Mr. Grindstaff, why don't you kick off today, please?
All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Cliff Dahm is our lead scientist, and he's going to be up first talking about various and sundry things, even some of the stuff that was discussed yesterday. I think he has more information. So,
okay, members, file item 12 and file item 13. Dr. Dahm, I'd suggest you just kind of go through those at one time and let us ask questions as is deemed appropriate by you.
Okay, thank you. Well, yesterday we had a brief exchange about atmospheric rivers, which some of you found to be a new term. And during the time we were having this discussion, I received an email from one of our researchers that we support, Mike Dettinger. Mike Dettinger was actually the co-editor, along with Dick Norgard, who you're going to hear from in just a little bit, and Mike Healy, the former lead scientist, who's also on the Independent Science Board of the State of Bay Delta Science, which is a reference material that we're using fairly extensively in the development of the Delta Plan. Well, Mike Dettinger sent a paper. It's actually published in a new mechanism of a lot of science publishing is going these days, which is being published in an electronic form in a open forum where anybody can access the paper. And the paper that he just published and sent out notification to a number of us is a paper in a new journal called Water, and the title of the article is Atmospheric Rivers, Floods, and the Water Resources of California. And I read it last night, and I've shared a hard copy of it with Randy Fiorini, but I would be more than happy to send to all the council, post, whatever you would like, this article. But I thought it wasn't on my lead scientist report, but I thought there are 3 points that are made nicely in this paper that I thought I'd start my lead scientist report with.
Sure.
If that's okay. The first one is that California experiences unusually large variations in annual precipitation stream flows total relative to the rest of the United States. In fact, we are the most variable in terms of the way we receive our precipitation of any state in the United States. Secondly, we receive some of the largest 3-day storm totals in the country. And in fact, our 3-day storm totals here in California, the only places that are comparable are the places that get hurricanes in the southeast. And then the third is that these atmospheric rivers deliver anywhere from 20 to 50% of our total precipitation and stream flow in these events. So we're talking about a major part of our supply comes in these very intense storms, which produce both a water supply issue and a flood management issue. And then the last comment in the paper is that California's water resources and floods are shown to derive from the same storms to an extent that makes integrated flood and water resource management all the more important. It's one of the concluding. And there's some outstanding graphics in here, basically making some of these points. Also some detailed tables, basically saying, going back to 1998 to the present, showing when some of these atmospheric rivers hit, where they hit, how much moisture they had, pointing out that they do have considerably more moisture than the typical frontal storm that you might get, and also showing that much of California gets half to two-thirds of their rainfall in 5 to 10 days. So these are the kind of pieces of information I think that are very useful information when we start talking about water management and
I think
flood
it's
risk.
important that we get both those reports, put it on the website, get the electronic jump for council members to review it. I'd like to read both. Dr. Dom, I think as you find these reports, just adding it to our reading list and posting it on the website is a good idea at your call for appropriate papers.
Yeah, I think this is the point that the science program has been trying to make, and that is that we're not trying to produce a document with hundreds and hundreds of references. This is not an academic exercise, but some of the key references that really are insightful for some of the decisions you have to make, it'd be nice to have those. And so where I come across those, or other people come to me and say, here's a really useful paper, I'll try to judiciously route the ones that are most valuable, in my opinion, to you. And also, by posting it on the website, it'll be open to the public, too, so anybody else who's interested in this. I think this is a very fascinating and important paper, and its concept that I think needs to be embodied in planning as we move forward.
Well, it also, if I may, I think it also seems to be the kind of, again, getting to what Mr. Nordhoff was saying yesterday, it paints a picture of the problem that people can talk about in abstraction, and I think incorporating this somewhere into our opening description or somewhere wherever it's a, I don't want to say it's total, it was, the phrase was a new concept to me, but these three things I've heard, but it sort of pulls it together in a way that I think is pretty compelling that we should use.
Yeah, this is a nice example of what I would call synthesis and integration. Yeah. Synthesis and integration, taking a lot of information and putting it into an understandable format that has a take-home message and has good graphics, and you understand after you've read the paper why it's important.
Mr. Fiorini.
Yeah, in addition to being interesting information, it has real-life impacts on decisions that we need to make in terms of storage and how we manage our water supply and flood control. And you have offered before, Cliff, the thought that climate change only seems to be increasing the influence of these atmospheric river impacts on California with higher highs and lower lows. So
I think that may even be a global perspective, is that as you intensify the hydrologic cycle from the changing, basically, temperature of the Earth, you're going to see variability increasingly. That's going to be the response. So it's going to be not that we're going to be able to predict whether we're going to get more or less. It's going to be that we're going to get more variable, both temperature and precipitation. Okay. Anyway, it wasn't
Good.
something I had initially planned on, but I thought it was something well worth spending a few minutes on here at the beginning
Yes,
of the
indeed.
lead scientist report. The lead scientist report really has three just informational items for you, and I'll go through them very quickly. The first one is that the Interagency Ecological Program, of which Anke Mueller-Solger is the lead scientist, has their annual workshop on March the 30th. It's going to be held at Lake Natoma Inn in Folsom. It's going to be held in association with the American Fisheries Society California Nevada chapter. It's basically local. It's being done this way for a cost savings measure. It's going to be, I think, a lot of good presentations made, and Anke gave me a few of the highlights, and I just selected a couple, three that I thought I'd highlight to you. One is there's going to be reporting out on a study that was done here during the winter months, trying to understand how delta smelt react to flow variation and turbidity variation within the Sacramento River. And one of the things that the work, some intensive sampling over basically a 2-week window, has shown is that the adult delta smelt tend to move with the tides, and they tend to basically move offshore during the flood tide and move up the river, and then they move back over to the edges and hang out and wait during the ebb tide. And that's basically one of the ways that they mechanistically move up into their spawning grounds during the winter months. There's some ongoing work that I think is useful from a land use planning perspective in the Delta that's being done on the historical ecology of the Delta. Certainly not implying that we need to go back to a historical Delta, but it's nice to know what was there in the past as we start to think about where restoration might be put on the map. And there's going to be some talks about basically some of the subdivisions of the types of habitats that existed within the Delta. It appears that, for example, the North Delta had many flood basins associated with it, where there were tidal islands in the Central Delta, and there tended to be more distributary rivers and channels in the South Delta. So this work by Allison Whipple and Robin Grosender will be presented, and we are also bringing them in as a seminar speaker for our noon brown bag, and they're going to be here on April the 20th. And I find the work that they're doing to be very, very fascinating and very meticulous reconstruction of historical information to produce a historical perspective on what the Delta was 17th, 18th century onward.
Cliff, is there any effort to determine what the history of agriculture has been and agricultural practices in the Delta and how that's evolved over time?
Good question. I don't know the answer to that. I'll ask Robin. What they do is really go out and get historical information of all types and then go through it for information that help them reconstruct conditions. I suspect they're finding information on what historical cropping patterns and things like that were. I don't know if they're compiling it, but I'll ask them that very question.
Dylan Cowan, one of our CH2M Hill consultants, sent me several months ago a chapter from, I think it's an annual UC Davis Agricultural Department report, which was a historical discussion by some academics, I'm sorry, I don't remember their names, on the history of agricultural development in general, not just Delta, but statewide, and it's possible that those volumes might contain some information that would be relevant. I could probably dredge up, but Dylan, I think, would probably have the citation more readily than I would.
I think Mr. Zuckerman might too.
Yeah.
I
imagine some of the locals would have some good ideas.
Is it annual? Is the report annual, Tom? Okay, Mr. Zuckerman has his questions about the report, but it's probably annual, if not annual, every other 2 years or something. Anyway, we'll find out. Okay.
And I'll ask the historical ecologists what they're finding about ag history too in the area.
Great.
And just a couple other things. One of the other results that I think is going to come out in this presentation is there's been a lot of interest in young of the year striped bass, and it appears that they're shifting some of their habitat use within the Delta. They're shifting away from the channels towards some of the more nearshore habitat, and at least one of the suggestions is that it may be that food availability is driving that, but we don't know that for sure. And then finally, some of our non-native species are continuing to increase in number, particularly largemouth bass, some of the warm-mouthed sunfish, and some of the other non-native fish species. And they in particular seem to like the rip-wrapped shorelines and the non-native vegetation that is found in the Delta. That's where you're finding larger increases in populations of those organisms. So those are some examples of the kinds of things that will come out at the IEP workshop. In addition, on April 13th, we're going to host a life cycle model workshop on salmon life cycles. This is something that we've been asked to do by a number of the agencies to help get information about some of the different kinds of life cycle modeling to understand in a complex life cycle like salmon, where you have ocean conditions and headwater conditions and periods of time they're in the rivers and period of time in the Delta. What are some of the kinds of stresses on those different parts of their life cycle? There's a number of these life cycle models out there that are being used by various folks, mostly here in the western United States, and so we're bringing in half a dozen of the experts that have developed these to provide some information on the kind of models that they use. A lot of these models were developed for use in the Pacific Northwest, in the Columbia River drainage in particular, up in Canada. And we'll also have some outside experts who will help with the evaluation of these models. I think the outside evaluators that we have include Jim Anderson from the University of Washington and Michelle McClure from the NOAA Northwest Fisheries Science Center, Kenny Rose from Louisiana State University, and Gregory Regrone from NRC Consultants. So we'll have 4 panelists that will also report out on their evaluation of these different life cycle models. It's on April the 13th. It's a one-day workshop that we'll be hosting. It's my 60th birthday, so I'll be spending my 60th birthday enjoying learning about salmon life cycle models, which I must admit I know very little about at this point in time.
Happy birthday.
Maybe they can have salmon cupcakes.
Yeah, salmon, at least salmon hors d'oeuvres maybe. Huh? And then finally, the last thing on the list is something that I took on. I didn't realize how much work it was going to be, but I am the program chair for one of the big national and international meetings on aquatic sciences, and it's going to be held in Providence, Rhode Island in May. So I've been spending some time putting together the program. The program title is Responding to the Global Water Crisis. Very international group of people we're trying to bring in to highlight some of these things. A lot of what my job is convincing these people to come and present and be part of the meeting. And I just did want to highlight one of our speakers is going to be Charlie Vuris Marty. Nature had a lead article in an issue that came out in September of 2010 where the title is Rivers in Crisis, and it actually is really the co-equal goals being analyzed on a global scale. Basically, they looked at water security from a global perspective, and this is from a river perspective, and they looked at biodiversity threats from a global perspective. And so this article, which was published a few months ago, has generated a lot of interest. One of the kind of take-home messages is that a lot of areas that where the biodiversity is under threat are areas where they just do not have the economic resources to protect the systems that they have. Water security, the more developed countries of the world do a better job because we have the money and we have the resources and the storage and the other kinds of aspects. But water security is, of course, very much linked to climate variability and climate change. So the papers, we have the lead on that as one of our speakers. We hopefully are going to have the governor of Rhode Island coming. We're going to have one of the leaders in setting flow criteria in South Africa coming. We're going to have one of the Australians talking about the Murray-Darling Basin coming. We have Sandra Postel, who started her career here in California and then was in New England and now is in my home state of New Mexico, but who's written some books maybe some of you have heard of, The Last Oasis Facing Water Security, and she's written Pillar of Sand, Can the Irrigation Miracle Last, and Rivers for Life. So she'll be one of our, she'll be actually speaking in a public event where we're going to try to engage the public more in the meeting. So I will be missing your next meeting because I will be at this meeting where I'm the co-program chair, or at least your May meeting. I'll be
Okay.
And then I thought those are the main things. I open it up to any questions relative to lead scientist report.
Questions? No? Okay. Next item.
Next item is to move on and request your
Item file
item
tab
13.
13.
This is an action item. We're asking for your approval to enter into grant agreements with the 13 proposals that we've recommended for funding based on our proposal solicitation package review. 49 proposals and 13 have been recommended for funding. Again, just to remind you, the 4 theme areas that we're trying to support research in is in native fish biology and ecology, food webs of key delta species, and the relationship to water quality, and then coupled hydrologic and ecosystem modeling, and then finally develop a decision support systems to help with management decisions in the delta. So those are the 4 areas. I went over last time the 13. Actually, I went over 12 of them. I forgot one. I was informed I missed one, which was the J. Lund proposal to actually look at how to more effectively utilize the YOLO bypass. But basically, those are the 13 proposals.
And my recollection from another part of the agenda was that some of the proposals that didn't make the approved list for this have been referred for consideration by the Department of Fish and Game, I think it is, isn't it?
There were 4 proposals that were right on the cusp. They reviewed reasonably well, but were not in the top group that we could support. That had a very strong fish and fisheries resource focus, and so we have relayed that information to the Department of Fish and Game, and then went back to the principal investigators and told them that we've done that, and of course gave them the reviews in case they wanted to make modifications and improvements on their proposals. So they are being considered in that proposal solicitation package you heard about yesterday that Dave Zezelak informed you about early on. Yeah, so those 4. We also were out for public comment for 2 weeks, and we got 2 public comments. One, basically, Department of Fish and Game informed us of some ongoing work that they're doing in the Yolo Bypass, and wanted to be sure that there was coordination and linkage between the work that the UC Davis group and the Fish and Game, and we've had a meeting and started the process of making that happen. And then we had one comment that said that there was some good information in one of the proposals that we didn't fund. We certainly don't disagree with that, but the proposal had some other weaknesses that basically precluded it being recommended for funding.
Okay, well, let's do this. Let's get questions from council and staff, if any, on this issue. Then I'm going to ask for public comment before we vote. This is an action item. Okay, any questions by members of the council? Hank? No. Okay, anyone in the audience like to speak to file item 13? File item 13? Okay, seeing no one, I did want to make a note. Pat Johnston cannot be with us this morning. He's speaking at a memorial service for, I believe, for a friend, and he gave me one of his indecipherable hand annotated notes, which is the page that says he read it to me. Okay, PJ. So if he were here, he'd reviewed the thing and wanted me at least to relay that to the members on the whole thing. So, having no public testimony, no further questions, pleasure of the council. Move, Ms. Gray. Second, Mr. Nordhoff. Okay, let's call the roll, starting with Mr. Nordhoff.
Marcus, aye.
Fiorini, aye.
Eisenberg, aye.
Totally aye.
Okay, we've got 6-0 on that. Thank you very much.
Mr. Chair, can I just...
Yes, sir.
A follow-on question. It kind of piqued my interest. Randy asked a few minutes ago about, kind of the historical perspective, but on agriculture. And I guess, Cliff, I just was thinking about that for a few moments. And is there something from a science perspective that would be useful as we're certainly looking out ahead? I mean, there's obviously been data collected, but from a kind of a science, maybe mesh with some of the historical perspective that would help in the work that we're currently undertaking here, but also going back to some of the conversation we had yesterday about vision for 2100 and so forth. Do you have a sense of that, from a science perspective, that there would be something that would be useful for this council to have by way of again engaging folks within the scientific community to ask them at some future date to take this on, and again, I don't know what that would look like and what we'd necessarily be asking, but again, I'm trying to get some sense about this because we're studying a lot of the different aspects of aquatic life of creatures and impacts of human activity and so forth. And I guess I'm curious, since in the Delta, agriculture and even pre-settlement probably was a pursuit that may have been far more in concert with just the ebb and flow of waters and seasons and so forth. But I guess I'm kind of curious as to whether you see any value in doing that, and maybe something for a future, at least some commentary back to the council on that as to whether that might be something to be viable in the future.
Well, I'm a real fan of historical reconstruction of systems to understand where the system is and where it's come from. The historical ecology work that's being done by Robin Grosser and Allison Whipple really does look at some of the early use of the Delta from a hunting and fishing perspective, and they've actually got some very interesting narratives of some of the earliest people that utilized the Delta. I'll ask them the questions about the land use, but certainly Discover the Delta Foundation and some of the in-Delta groups that are really interested in an understanding of the Delta as a place and the Delta through time may have some very good information. I'm sure that, I think compiling it would be most interesting. I think it's something that the local people have the knowledge base to draw from. You certainly have, the land grant institution at UC Davis that I suspect could be brought in to help assist some of these issues of cropping patterns and changes and some of the historical ups and downs of how the economic conditions have affected farming in the basin and things like that. It's not my area of expertise, but I certainly find that when you're doing planning, it's really useful to have this kind of longer-term perspective. And in a place like the Delta, there's a rich cultural history, and I certainly would draw upon those folks that know the Delta well to try to help reconstruct that. And I think that Discover the Delta Foundation's goal of a center to actually bring that to the public's understanding and forefront is a wonderful and admirable goal. I hope it's successful.
We also ought to take another fresh look again at the white paper that Ms. Buchholz and her colleagues had produced for us 4 months ago, 5 months ago, I forget the precise time, on agriculture. And there was also additional land use information in the Delta's place or land use white paper. When I'm sorry, I can't reconstruct the precise title of it, but both those documents had some information. And I think all of us are going to be interested as we proceed ahead. Good idea, Don.
You know, another thought over the last 30 or 40 years is that we do have multispectral satellite imagery from the Landsat satellites that date to about the late 1970s, and so you could actually, reconstruct at least the last 35 or so years worth of land use from a remote sensing perspective using some of this multispectral.
It was either in the white papers or even a chart in the Delta plan. I thought there were some photographs we used. Ms. Buchholz, do you remember? And they were satellite-based, showing growth anyway.
Right. There are. We did use some of those, and we're actually gathering some more information with respect for the land use section and the existing conditions of the EIR, and in response to the comments we received on that. So we can provide that information earlier than that.
All right. And Don, if you have any specifics that you think of after the meeting, if you just shoot a memo to us or something like that.
Okay. Well, again, as I think about kind of charting the course here, and that's kind of what this plan is about, is not only the here and now and where you've been, but where you're going with all this, and agriculture's been a part of that landscape down there for 160 years as far as some of the activities, but far before that, people made their lives in that region. I guess I just thought it might be helpful in guiding us, in some of the discussion we're going to have going forward here about integrating some of those activities, and there are other references in here. And we had a lead scientist here. I thought it'd be good to ask some questions.
So maybe even go a little further back and in a little more detail in history on the agricultural sections.
Yeah, and also another subset discussion that we've touched on is the interconnection between agriculture and ecosystem, and are there possible interconnections there? And I remember, I think I sent you I found somewhere the American Ag Land Trust document on eco-friendly agriculture. I think that was the title, which was I sent you a copy too. And I thought that was an interesting publication.
Absolutely.
All right. Okay. Thank you, Gwen. Mr. Zuckerman, come sit right there. Turn on that mic and introduce yourself, please.
I'm Tom. I'm a representative of the Central and South Delta Water Agency, but I'm also a landowner and old guy, and been involved.
Old guy.
My family's been involved in farming in the Delta since the original reclamation of the Central Delta. We're not talking about ancient history here. A lot of what the questions that you raise are not only well documented. There's a doctoral thesis by John Thompson that he did at Stanford called The Settlement Geography of the Sacramento-San Joaquin Delta that has virtually all the information you're looking for. It talks about when the various levees were built, what the crops were in the early part of the deal, and so forth. And what you'll find when you read that is that the situation that exists today looks very much the same as it did in 1910. The crop patterns are not entirely different. The farming methodologies have become somewhat more mechanized, but are still the same basic techniques. So there's a sense in this thing that the farmers have done something out there in the last 30 years that have caused the fishery declines. But actually, there haven't been any more levees built. There haven't been any more channels blocked off. There hasn't been gross changes in farming practice. There's many of the obnoxious pesticides and herbicides are not used in the Delta and so forth. So rather than having a big question mark about this, read Thompson's book and get some of the old-timers around the Delta if you're really curious about it and find out what's actually happened, because that history is still alive.
I think that Thompson thesis was about 1958, is that right?
I think about, yeah, but he did.
So it would be almost,
I've seen parts of it. It's very interesting.
almost contemporary to the legislature doing the statutory designation of the Delta, or close in time.
But his emphasis was really on the
history.
settlement geography, on what, how he was a geographer, and the populations, how they came into the Delta, what they were doing, where they came from, and so forth.
Okay.
Very interesting reading.
Mr. Grindstaff, let's get some access to that. If it's electronically available, I think all of us would like to at least have it as a reference. I know Don would like to look at it. I'd like to look at it. Randy probably has a copy.
He sleeps with it under his pillow.
Oh, okay.
One other resource that I'll also make available is that Brian Atwater, who's a member of our Independent Science Board's thesis in 1980, was a very interesting description of the geomorphology and geology of the Delta. And so we can also make that available.
Great. Good. Thank you very much. Okay. Thank you, sir. Okay, let's go to file item number 14. Dr. Norgard.
Good morning.
Sir.
So, you just like me to start?
Yes, please.
Okay. So, the Delta Independent Science Board has prepared its comments on the first draft, and those are on the web. And basically, we met on February 18th on a teleconference to divide up the task, met on the 3rd and 4th on a face-to-face meeting, did some of the writing on the 4th in the midst of the meeting, had a draft posted by March 10th, and on March 16th we approved the draft with some modifications that then Mike Healy and I made, and the final was produced or posted on March 23rd. The Delta Independent Science Board continues to be frustrated by the statutory mandate that we remain an independent review board, and the needs of just getting better science into the draft itself. And the report we present is structured accordingly. The first section, we look at it as an independent review board and say, we don't see very much science here. We basically see a document that starts with the policy and then tries to dip into the science to find what science might be relevant. But this kind of a fishing expedition for bits and pieces of science that's relevant to the policy really doesn't do the science justice and doesn't do the plan justice. We argued very strongly that we need a better presentation of the state of the Delta, the dynamics of the Delta, and the uncertainties around the Delta, how it's going to continue to change. And the structure of the first draft really was not going to work in terms of providing the basis. I mean, obviously we have a situation where the science and the policy have to meet somehow, and this is clearly going to be difficult. But starting with a policy and sort of fishing for some science tidbits wasn't the way to go. So we argued very strongly that the final draft and the interim drafts need to be moving towards a good description of the Delta, something that's really part of the education of the politicians, the public at large. Serves as a document that says this is what we know about the Delta, and we're planning around that. The second part of our report provides 6 suggestions on just how to use science more effectively, and we argued, we were a little bit shocked that the integrated descriptions that we have of the Delta already, including the CalFed Independent Science Report. The State of Bay Delta Science wasn't even mentioned in the first draft. Not a good idea, because some of us were on that independent science board that drew up that report. But also the PPIC reports, the interagency ecological program efforts, that there is extensive science that has tried to put the picture of the Delta together, and that picture needs to be presented in the Delta plan. But we also suggest that we also need to go to specific scientific documents, the particular studies when those studies are needed, and the report, its first draft was also short in that way. We highly advocate a lot more use of illustrations. Just get the illustrators on board in the process of the writing. Not, don't think of them as add-ons later on, but they are people who are very much just like atmospheric rivers. That sort of material, that sort of way of communicating needs to be thought of early on in the report. The third part of the report, we sort of join the writing team, or just become seriously engaged and provide specific comments, and that's of course the bulk of the report. And so that's where we are. We do plan to head into the second draft, just because the first draft was incomplete. We had access to what was then the fourth chapter on adaptive environmental management, but as per our suggestion, that has in the second draft been brought right up to the front, and so much of our meeting on April 7th and 8th will be thinking about adaptive environmental management. Is that being described as well as it can be? We're also going to start worrying about how that connects to governance, and that we're just beginning a sketch of a governance chapter. We will move in that direction.
Understanding the board is going to be talking about that interconnection between policy and science at the next meeting. Do you have any personal observations on how you get there seems to be universal abstract agreement on the use of best available science and adaptive management. But going from that abstract agreement to a practical, on-the-ground, day-to-day program of implementation is something that I've seen nowhere a clear illustration. Dr. Dom's given us a couple examples of around the world where it seems to have worked better than others.
You must have looked at our agenda, because that's an added item, and it's a separate item.
Is it likely that that intersection question of how you take the science and adaptively manage it is going to push you into policy findings as well as scientific findings? How are you going to deal with that if you know?
Okay. I mean, we have started. We have a draft document that we will be working with on the 7th and 8th. I think adaptive environmental management really is a new approach to thinking about science and governance, and it's really this combination of science and, how do you get an institution that doesn't just operate on set rules, but
how do you institutionalize creativity and flexibility and uncertainty?
And then you say, haven't we institutionalized your responsibility? And so it's really, how do you have responsible flexibility? And I think that's the crux of the issue, is how do you, in the face of new knowledge, how do you adapt to that new knowledge responsibly? In the face of knowledge that maybe some goals that have been legislatively mandated are going to be only partially reached as compared to other goals. How do you do that responsibly? I think the Independent Science Board is joining you in that exploration, but it is a transition in our understanding of how an agency works.
Mr. Nordhoff.
Richard, before we really get into it, you expressed a great deal of concern about a conflict of interest. You're being asked to help develop the plan, or at least the structure of the plan,
Yeah.
and then your assigned role of opining on the quality of the science. Could you give us some color on that, why you feel that way?
Well, the more we are inside the plan ourselves, the more we have contributed detailed comments that then become wrapped up into the plan, then we are part of the process. We're not independent. We can't independently review it. And one way to, work with this is to literally, for us to wear two hats. And many of us are academics and accustomed to having to sort of change our hats. But we have structured this document a little bit that way, in that the bulk of the response to the first draft is in the third section, where this is basically individual board members' concerns and contributions. They were raised at the meeting as a whole. We discussed them in the meeting as a whole, but they weren't action items of the board. Whereas the broader message of, the way we're structuring the report isn't actually going to bring the science into bear, that was a collective decision of the board.
Yeah, I guess I'm concerned, in one sense, we will develop the plan without your having any involvement in it, and then you will say, gee, this science is crap on this part, and it's pretty good there. I mean, that's really not the purpose of it.
Yeah.
And I guess what we're asking you to do is to, as we present science, you opine at that time that the science is good or bad or incomplete or whatever.
Yeah.
And I think that basically is your role, and that will help us present to the public and to the legislature a better document. Now, if you think that you're involved in the structure of the thing and the politics of it, then I think you should back away from that. I don't want to put you in any position at all that's going to somehow take away from your role and the quality of that role of opining on the science.
I think we're academics, we're researchers, we are very sensitive to having the last word of criticism, but at the same time we are also very aware that we're in a process of constructing or helping construct a document, and that this is not a strictly academic role. It is a very much in a policy setting. So we're constantly trying to balance. Mm-hmm. And what does this independent mean, given how science really needs to work in action? I guess I just don't appreciate
the conflict. And what we're asking you to do is we do a draft, take a look at the science, and if it's rotten, tell us how to make it better. And you're doing that probably 4 or 5 times instead of just once, and that should contribute to a better plan.
Yeah, and and many of us are accustomed to sort of, as we review a grant proposal, mm-hmm. of saying, this is what's wrong with it, and this is how you can make it better. But we don't usually get 3 or 4 or 5 or 9 tries at that, at which point...
Well, this is the government, after all.
I know this. So this is I think, it is different when you're in an iterative process.
And that gives you pause, having several shots or bites at the apple?
I think we become embedded inside of it, and we're aware of that, and so we will try to...
Well, can I just explain a practical problem that the Science Board has? They are all very part-time, and we have a staff working full-time on multiple drafts. They periodically have the opportunity to respond. The legislature thought for a little bit, I'm told, of creating full-time scientific positions.
Yeah.
But the practical problems of them responding to an iterative process multiple times is very difficult for them, I think, just as a matter of timing and availability.
I would think it'd be difficult, too, to gain consensus.
And this is why, I think we can structure the report in sort of as a consensus, the board says this, and then as individual members, we contribute pieces, and that still leaves the board as a whole able to say independently, is the whole thing there or not?
Ms. Marcus, then Mr. Fiorini.
Yeah, it's such an interesting thing. I mean, I loved reading this, I have to say, not only because you used the word wicked, and that was kind of fun, but
Another word that
I also
helps
liked
us.
the time and space reference. I really liked that one, too. But I just think it's really a helpful thing. I'm along with Mr. Nordhoff. I don't see it so much as a conflict as discomfort. And those are two different things. And I think the intent of the legislature was to use this board to make this as good of a plan as it could be, not to just have an abstract board out there opining, this stinks, this doesn't, because that's not worth the money for the state. So whatever we need to do to help make you comfortable, I think the way you've structured it can help. And then the best you all can do through these iterative things, I think it will be really useful. And I don't think you need to, people can feel however they feel. It's less responsibility because these guys are the ones who are going to be deciding how to respond to it. You may have to say some of these things several times, and we may reject them all.
That's
But
right.
the beauty of it is we'll incorporate a lot, and it'll make the plan a lot better. And it's something I hope at the end of the day that the members feel really proud of, and I know it's of incredible value to us. So I was concerned about the hands-off issue in the past couple of meetings, and you said you'd try, and I'm really pleased with what you candidly did. So
Okay. Well, I think
I can buy them coffee or whatever makes them feel more comfortable, bring cookies, but
at this point, I'm 3 invoices unpaid. How about that?
Mr. Fiorini.
Richard, I thought the report was very, very helpful.
Thank you.
I've read most of the public comments that we've received on the first draft, and by far, the Independent Science Board's review of the first draft was the most constructive and the most helpful. The suggestions about even how to format the policy statements into establishing what the problem is and then proceeding from there with the potential solutions was very helpful. It may not be science-driven, but it's common sense-driven. And those of you that are on the Independent Science Board have a lot of common sense, and that is part of the contribution that we hope. Now, the process has been very frustrating, I think, for everybody. And I'll just speak for me. But, you would hope when you develop a plan like this that it is a plan that goes through a refining process. But it's more like an assembly line. Yeah. We began with the first draft, it's findings, facts. Now we've got the second draft that is policy statements. And I'm hopeful that by the time we get to the third draft, those two are pulled together, that we can establish the highest priorities, the most important things that need to be done to fix the delta and ensure water supply reliability. And that is where I hope to see a lot of Independent Science Board focus. So when we get to that third draft, to help us make sure that we've addressed the particular problems and then utilize the science in a way that leads to the very best possible outcome. What you've done in response to the first draft has moved us a long ways. If a lot of the comments are incorporated into what will become the third draft.
Right.
But again, it's just the fact of the immense task before us and the timeline that we have to work with. And our staff that has drafted this has done an outstanding job. We've got people that are just hanging on by a fingernail. They've been working so hard to try and drive this stuff out, and it grieves me when people, throw criticisms out that this is junk and this is no good. And everybody's working as hard as they can. And
we use some expressive language here and there too.
Yeah. Well, by the time we get to the third draft, I think we're going to achieve what I had hoped for, and that is the refining process. So that now we won't have major changes, hopefully minor structural changes and content that improves over the next 4 drafts. But your contribution thus far is very, very good in my estimation.
I'll carry that support back to the board.
Please do.
I think to to combine all the comments so far, the legislation actually doesn't specify what the board is supposed to be doing with respect to the plan. I know that Phil likes us to keep going back to the legislation, and so when we first met, we looked at the legislation and said, oh, we're supposed to be reviewing the IEP science program. We're supposed to be reviewing the research that's underway on risks to the levees. We're supposed to be doing research on, we're supposed to be reviewing all the research programs. And then we very quickly got drawn into the stressors document and then, into the drafting of the plan. And so our startup was not one in which we said, oh, maybe for the first years, we're not going to be working as per the legislation.
I think it's more likely that you will see a relatively high comfort level for the board on commenting on what is Chapter 4, the adaptive management. It's specifically called on that you help us in the development of that, and also oversight on its implementation or something like that.
Yeah.
But the other thing that's interesting, and I thought it was quite helpful, in particularly in the summary points you made at the beginning of the paper, which are the board's position, emphasizing what everybody talks about, the inherent variability in time and space. Sounds kind of abstract, but it relates to the part that got Randy's attention the most, which is wicked problems, which is, I know is much used now in scientific circles, but it is also a merger of policy and science. There are some things that science cannot guarantee, even if a statute or a contract or an agreement signed by parties insists that it be produced. And that is one of the more interesting elements of all of this water ecosystem puzzle, delta is place that goes on, because it's human nature to wish certainty in all things. And it's the role, I guess, of scientists to tell us, sorry, gang, doesn't work like that. That's not the way you describe it, but that's the way I hear it. And so I thought it was helpful. The other thing I thought was helpful is reminding us that the State of the Bay Delta Science Report, which is a 2008 report from our predecessor agency, is essential to include both graphics and references in the Delta Plan. And that, I thought, was a useful reminder. And you picked out 3 or 4 or 5 graphics as illustrations of the points you're trying to make. And I thought most of those might well be appropriate in the Delta Plan, too. And particularly, I like the one on the runoff change, which relates to not just water supply, but the issue of climate changes and sea level rise. I mean, there's just a lot of very valuable information, and overlooking the obvious is not a good idea.
Thank you.
So, okay.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, sir.
I'd just like to echo what everybody said. Terrific job. I did think that the wicked section was a bit of a cop-out, but...
there's an extensive literature since
I know.
Weber and Riddle, but their title.
But it goes with
it all.
making decisions under conditions of incomplete information, uncertainty, and all the rest of that.
Yeah.
You have to go forward.
Yes, right.
That's another part of the problem that you're trying to define.
Yeah.
I just wanted to ask Chris, and this plan has to be based on the best science, and I don't want people coming in and saying, you didn't really have an independent science board because they helped you prepare all this. And the fact that you raise the issue of a conflict of interest makes it important. And I'm just asking Chris if this would do anything to invalidate the independence of the independent science board.
The answer is no. And I think that the real important point was the one that was made by Felicia as to the distinction between a level of discomfort and an actual conflict of interest, because that's important when anybody reads the Delta Reform Act, including me. I have a high level of discomfort every time I read it because I learn something new, some new nuance, but it's an awkward, sort of a unique way to approach holistically, the intractable problems of the Delta. This is the chance to get it right. And I think that the roles, for instance, even for the Delta Stewardship Council, are unique and a bit awkward. I think there are 3 different roles with regard to BDCP, for instance. And I think the statute is similarly awkward, excuse me, in the way that it defines the role of the Independent Science Board. Obviously, you've got your primary part of the statute that talks about reviewing all of the adaptive management programs for the Delta. That's pretty broad.
Yes.
But it also specifically talks about the Delta plan being based on the best available scientific information and the advice of the Independent Science Board. And so there is a statutory reference to the Independent Science Board being involved in this process. Yeah. And similarly, there's one or more references to the Independent Science Board being involved in some way in the BDCP process, reviewing a draft EIR, and in fact, I think also being involved in the consultative role, which we also have. So I think that, statutorily, the legislature has recognized that it's potentially situations that are a bit awkward and aren't the usual and could lead to some level of discomfort. But at the same time, I think they're trying to get the best product, and as Felicia said, the state's investment, and not to have a report that's done in isolation and then have one or more parties take pot shots at it and say that wasn't right.
Yeah.
So
It's so long as Richard's discomfort is no greater than ours. And I think the important question, if you ever feel as though your objectivity is being compromised, that's a problem.
Yeah.
Do you feel that way now?
No, I do not feel that way now.
Mr. Natoli.
Yeah, I would just say that I appreciate the
Could you move that closer to you? We're having some sound problems with that mic, I think.
There we go. That I appreciate the candor, I think, certainly expressed in the review, and I saw it more as constructive criticism, very frankly. I mean, again, and some of it, again, based upon obviously a very early draft, but nonetheless, I mean, you can use some, as you said, very expressive language in there. And I think on the last page, the redundant flab all throughout.
That was referring to the many fact-finding pages.
No,
the chapter itself was only 3 or 4 pages.
No, I know, but I do think that in looking at it, I think some of the suggestions relative to how one puts together findings, how one in drafting a plan, but also obviously crafting a plan, the use of the visuals and graphics, and I think one of the things I took from the comments is that if you're going to say something, you better be able to back it up. And if you can't back it up with science, then you then put it in this proper perspective. As is it a political statement? Is it historical? Is it anecdotal? But if it's going to be in the category of science, then at least not just have references, but have some back up. And clearly, I think that folks gave a lot of thought and time to looking at the first construct. And again, I'm hopeful that with what's been offered here, that not to compromise the role of the Independent Science Board or any of the members of that panel, will help us in the crafting of a plan that hopefully reflect the best available science and in good independent science review, but also then if it's going to have elements to it that are of a policy nature, of a political nature, of a social science, historical nature, then correctly reflect that, and that plan can, I guess, have all those things in it, and likely will have elements of that. But if it's going to have science, then it ought to that ought to be clearly delineated, and it will have its impact and effect on some of the other aspects of the plan and the chapters. And so again, I appreciate again the candor, and I think the straightforward approach. Again, hopefully nobody who's been working hard on doing the drafts took it wrongly, because I don't think the approach was that. It was basically some of the things that you felt a bit discomfort, uncomfortable with or conflicted with, whatever it might be, is relative to panelists and the panel as a whole. But I do think that you gave it a good deal of thought, and and reflected that in a significant summation, many pages and chapter by chapter. And I hopefully it's going to help us have a better plan when we get down to some more future drafts on this. Thanks.
Okay. I will inform the board to feel less conflicted, but continue to feel totally uncomfortable. Then we remain objective. And our language will probably calm down.
Yeah. Dr. Norgaard, also, I don't think you were here yesterday, but Mr. Dom, in part of our discussion on the Delta Plan, had also gone through the second draft and tried to highlight the issues that, in his judgment, Cliff, you tell me if I'm summarizing incorrectly, elements of the policies, the regulatory side, and the recommendations that were substantially or overwhelmingly scientific, those that were a mixture of science and policy, non-science policy, and those that probably were policy primarily, I think is how, or other categories that were, but anyway, not primarily science. And hopefully you could look at that. We're trying to puzzle through how to analyze what we do against a measure like that and against your opinions when you're able to present them too.
I got a quick look at that this morning, and I guess the natural science is clear, but the natural science is driven by human activity, and the social sciences are sciences to the best we can do them. and yet, I'm the only one trained in the social sciences, and that's very narrowly trained in a field called economics on the Independent Science Board. So,
okay, Ms. Gray, then we've got to move on to the agenda.
Just one comment I wanted to make. Everything you've heard, I echo, but the fact that you raised the issue of potential conflict in terms of your independence, I think is very important. It shows that you want to remain independent, and so I think that was the good part of your report. In fact, you raised that issue, so thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thanks.
Thank you, Doctor. Okay.
A lot more chairs than we need.
Ladies and gentlemen, this was two of you have said you want to talk about the Independent Science Board. I'm going to ask you to hold those comments until the end of the meeting. The reason it's not an action item, it's a report from the Independent Science Board, and I'm afraid that if we start a practice of letting everyone comment on everything that's said by the Independent Science Board, we're going to be here forever. We have to go through the Delta Plan. So Ms. Ford, Ms. Dorn, I'm going to ask you to hold those comments until an appropriate point later, if you don't mind, please. Okay, members, here's what we're going to do. We're going to go right back into the draft Delta Plan. Mr. Grindstaff, my recollection is we ended at Chapter 5, Policy 7, page 31.
Yes.
And Don, I think it happened before you came in. We're going to try the experiment suggested by a couple of people at yesterday's meeting. After the council goes through and discusses Chapter 5, I'm going to ask for comments on Chapter 5 only to see if that can help and assist in it. And then we go to Chapter 6 and ask for comments on Chapter 6, see if that works.
Did we get to Chapter 4? I thought we left on Chapter 4.
Okay.
We're on Chapter 4.
We're on Chapter 4, sorry. Okay. Page 31. Page 31. And we ended, Mr. Grindstaff,
We finished Policy 6.
Policy 6. So we start with Policy 7. Finished meaning general discomfort.
Strong discomfort, I think.
And three of us not understanding what the dickens it's all about.
Okay.
Okay.
Policy 7 is about storage. And as you know, the state has been involved in investigating surface storage projects for a number of years. The same package that created the council included a bond measure that had funding for surface storage and reactivated the Water Commission, which who came and spoke yesterday. Paul came and spoke yesterday. And that package gave responsibility to them to actually decide how bond funds, should they become available, would be allocated for surface storage for the public benefit. I do want to point out that surface storage is really a key component in the system. In the last few days, we've had immense amounts of water coming down the system, but we're unable to capture, I think, somebody told me that the pumps weren't even running. I find that hard to imagine that no pumps were running.
We'll get your report from Mr. Fiorini here.
That's true.
True.
I passed by San Luis Reservoir last week, and water was running over the overpour. There's no room, and that's the parking lot for water diverted to the south.
So the system is really, one of the key problems is the system problem of not having storage where you can take water in wet years and capture it and have it for the dry years. It's crazy.
And Joe, you highlight the cost considerations for the storage study, but Prop 50 promised money to complete the studies. Prop 84 promised money to complete the studies, and yet the studies... Storage studies. The investigation of the 3 proposed storage projects. Now, Los Vaqueros is moving ahead, thanks a lot to the work of Contra Costa, because they have a vested interest in that. But Los Vaqueros and sites don't have, there is no one currently vested in those two, and they await, whoever would benefit from that awaits to see what the certainty would be based on the studies and so on. But this just raises, I think, the single biggest issue for not only water supply reliability but ecosystem restoration. And I hope that Gwen and others, that the overarching theme of both of those chapters is that in regards to the State Water Project and the Central Valley Project, they were designed to extract and move water. They weren't designed for ecosystem sustainability. And therein lies the problem. And that the system we have today is not flexible enough to meet either of those needs. Storage and conveyance are critical to increasing the flexibility of the system, both for ecosystem health as well as water supply reliability. The fact that we're recommending that the Department of Water Resources complete an integrated storage investigation, that's been called on for 10 years. And if we're going to make a statement, if we're going to emphasize what we think is really important, that's got to be closer to the top of the list, and it needs more emphasis tied to the statement of what the problem is. And it's not just water supply reliability. It is equally important for ecosystem health, because it's obviously a lot of water for the ecosystem now. 5 years from now, if we're in the 3rd year of a drought, it would be really nice to have about 4 million acre-feet of water put away to be able to utilize through the delta for the enhancement of the ecosystem.
Ms. Marcus.
I know some of this is a consequence of the way we're doing this in parts. I liked your assembly line metaphor, and so I don't mean to be overly critical, but I completely agree with what everybody said yesterday about needing to be clear on the vision and the key things we need to do. And one of the things that jumped out at me, I didn't get why in here we weren't, in addition to having all of the water use efficiency type things all crammed into the regional reliability and not also in statewide, conveyance and storage. I was right. Why aren't we talking about how that all works together? It was in Delta Vision, it's in everything else, and for us to just dive into the weeds on some things with some recommendations felt, I know everybody's busy, so I don't mean it as any personal criticism, but it's lacking in what we need to do. So I think we may have some hard choices on how to word this, but I think we have to do more than say something like this, because you would have to say, I know you say by X date, or what? I mean, what are we going to add to all the other calls for it, and how does it fit in to everything else? So the storage and conveyance conversation, albeit at a programmatic level in what we're doing, is something we should have a whole chunk of something on. So this one left me scratching my head, because we had so much detail on some in the weed stuff, and then we're missing some of the big things, and it's not in the right order. I know you're probably trying to get to that, but I'll just add my voice to we got to do better here.
I want to weigh in. I think so too. I don't think we can do a Delta plan responsive to the co-equal goals and the objectives without a more focused discussion on storage. And I am agnostic on storage above ground, below ground. I personally suspect that a hefty mixture of both is likely, but in what combination, to what extent, I don't know. This is where context helps explain the problem. I heard Ms. Buchholz once, and I can't remember, I think it was a white paper, I don't remember, but this is what I remember out of it. The water storage, large facilities in California store about 43 million acre feet of water, or have that capacity. But of course, the available supply of water that can be stored is always less than that for operational reasons, design reasons, and so on. And someone, whether it was you or someone else, made a reference contrasting the proportion of storage in California to, for example, the storage on the Colorado River. And I stuck in my mind is the notion that storage along the Colorado River was at a much higher proportion to total historic flows or whatever the calculation was. Now, that may have a lot to do with the geography of California, not just the political decisions that are made. And we have utilized most of, I guess, the big, easier dam sites over the last 100-plus years. But it's a contextual explanation of that that makes whatever recommendations we make understandable. And yes, is science part of that? Yeah, and pieces of it will be, but I think it's more likely a policy and an engineering and water management discussion. The other thing about storage is it tends to obscure the fact that people, real people, want storage for different purposes. If you don't have a reliable source of water locally, you want storage to be available all the time so you can use it. If you are threatened by floods, you want empty space in upstream dams, presumably, maybe there's sometimes downstream, where you can shove flood water. And then, of course, the host of people want recreation, which means full dams and, all the stuff that goes with it. And because of the practical financing complications on facilities, we wind up doing multi-purpose facilities because everyone then gets to cost share and it becomes more financially doable, forgetting for a minute that once you do that, you have lost some element of management flexibility for the individual purposes: water supply, flood control, recreation, fisheries, ecosystem. Joe, that context to me that fits back to the co-equal goals and the objectives to explain storage is important. The other thing, I think it fits in with your the tentative work you've done on staging. I mean, maybe I'm wrong, but we're talking about the first block of activity in the Delta Plan up to first 5 years, but then the next gap is to 2025, which is not all that far away. Well, the fact of the matter is there are some storage options that might be easier and faster to achieve than not. And I'd like to see what your recommendations are on those options, whether they serve water supply, whether they serve flood control. But we got to be specific on what it is we want to see. I'm rambling on. I apologize. I'm done.
Yeah, well, I have a question, I think, kind of to where you just left off, Mr. Chair, and that I would agree with the context, but this references integrated storage investigations, and Mr. Fiorani said a minute ago that there was promises and initiatives or ballot measures that had funding behind them. I guess I have to ask maybe a question that maybe I should know the answer to. But so what's beyond what I might assume is the holdup? What is the holdup? I mean, has work progressed? We were going to call out for completion of these things, but us saying it sounds like there's already been directives given, and money set aside to do it. So
no, not to build.
Not to build, but it says complete. It says complete investigations. What this says.
Let me explain what's happened. Is there's been money in several bond issues going back, I think, even to the late '90s. Right, and we've spent tens of millions of dollars. Probably over $100 million. I don't know. Gwen may know the numbers. Looking at investigating, doing studies on different storage projects. One of the key issues is just what the vice chair referred to. Contra Costa is moving ahead with expanding Los Vaqueros.
Because that's its own.
Because they own it, and there is a vested interest in doing that. All of the other storage projects look good in, well, Shasta is also being studied on the federal side.
On the federal side.
Yeah, not on the state side. Okay. But so the other storage investigations have not yet come up with proponents who say, we're willing to pay to get these projects built. So so when it comes to final design, you actually need to know the purpose. The chair referred to this. You need to know the purpose of the project. So if you design Sites Reservoir, which is a reservoir north of here, and it could be used for ecosystem purposes, for example. You could dedicate the whole thing to ecosystem purposes if you chose to, but nobody has been willing to do that, and the legislation that passed said, well, 50% up to 50% could be for public purposes. We have yet to find...
That's in the bond issue?
That's in the bond issue, that is supposed to be on the ballot next year. Nobody has yet stepped up and said, we're willing to fund the other half for sites or for Upper San Joaquin, or so the big problem has been getting parties with real money to step up and say, we're going to put our money here to match the state's money to actually get this built. To some extent, they're waiting on conveyance, because conveyance is a big deal in figuring out, well, how much benefit would I get from building a reservoir? But to some extent, it's all about money.
If I could, just one thing, but when I hear about conveyance and the pumps aren't running today because you don't have storage, then obviously your storage has to meet your ability to, at least a good part, to be able to move water. But I mean, that puzzles me right now. You're waiting for something on conveyance, if that means, Delta conveyance. I mean, you got the ability to move it today, and you can't move it when it's all flown out to the ocean.
They will essentially say, we cannot finance a new storage facility without a guarantee of reliable supply of a defined amount of water for a long term, and therefore, until you guarantee us water for the long term, we can't agree to even talk about the financing for the storage that is necessary for us to use it if we get it.
Randy, where does the water go spilling over the dam you described?
Well, it's a channel that's cut and notched out of the top of the dam.
So it's spillway.
It's a spillway. It's a narrow spillway, and that's a pump. San Luis Reservoir is a pump storage project. So what you see spilling over is simply runoff from the foothills, and it's not a lot, but it suggests that the reservoir is full.
It is full.
And the forebay is full. So they're passing water as much as they can.
So is that water lost? Does it go in the groundwater? Does it just flow to the sea?
No, that water is flowing into the forebay, which will go into either the state or the federal canals and move on. But it's minuscule. The major part of the water that's lost is the 200 to 400,000 CFS that currently is running to the ocean, that could be going to the pumps and move south, but there's no place to put it now. That's the big problem. The fact that
no place to put it in the conveyance system.
Exactly.
Okay.
Exactly. Because there's
they
no
probably
storage.
have reservoirs down south that aren't completely full.
Well,
They're moving as much as they can down the canals, but the south of Delta storage is full. So now they're limited to what they can move through the canals, either to Mendota, and because of the rain, there's not a high demand for irrigation purposes. And the State Water Project will move what they can move.
people tend to want to pay for water when they need it, and are less, it's like all of us. It's prudent to build up a big savings account, but most Americans have a hard time doing that.
Would it be fairly inexpensive, and I don't know the answer to this, to divert some of this
Well, you've got immense.
replenishing an aquifer?
Well, the bond issue set aside $3 billion for an undesignated surface or underground storage, $3 billion. Almost immediately down south, you heard complaints from a lot of the interested parties in the Central Valley that wasn't enough money. And there are voices that said it has to be increased. Joe's right. One of the real questions in any public works is, I want it, it's a good idea, it's really necessary, somebody else should pay all or part of the cost. And it runs up against a series of problems. But even if you had another facility down there, there's a point at which the existing canals that transport water south might need some improvements. There's also the question of, if you take out water during a high flow period, how do you do it? That's a question on sizing, active pumps. If you do it, what impact does that have on the ecosystem? I mean, it's, these things eventually just kind of circle back around each other. But the point is, somebody's going to have to start somewhere, and if we believe in beneficiary pays on storage facilities, what do you do when there's a clear need and no clear beneficiary because they're waiting for a guarantee of reliability that exceeds the current state estimate of what the State Water Project can do? I mean, the state now said in their 2009 reliability report for the project that we're about 65% reliable. Now, put aside what all that means. There are 18 scenarios to calculate it. It is an immensely complicated problem. Felicia. Oh, I'm sorry.
I was just going to respond to Hank's question about south of Delta storage. Currently, there are a few basins where they're able to percolate water. The California Aqueduct, the State Water Project Canal, is connected to the Kern County Water Bank, and so I'm sure that they're putting away as much water as they can. But if the ponding area is already full, it can't take much, and it takes time for that water to percolate. There was a storage project projected near Los Banos many years ago, Los Banos Grandes, and it ran into environmental problems. I think it was an elderberry beetle.
It was many things. I carried the resolution that put that in the State Water Project, and it was a modest facility because there are no longer locations where you can build giant storage facilities. Shasta and the giant ones are not available to us anymore, so it's a modest facility, although big enough in my terms, and it has environmental problems, as every project has environmental problems, as every project has the demand that somebody else pay for a good share of the cost. How you sort that out is hard.
Go ahead. I'll wait.
I was going to say, what I'm hearing is you want us to come back with stronger alternatives for action on storage, maybe with 2 or 3 policy options, but things that actually would have more force, more weight in making us address what I think everyone in this, at least in the water community, acknowledges as a big problem.
Yeah. And because I think part of the value we have is in illustrating issues in the light of day that people are talking about in corners of rooms, but not in any room that's actually making a decision. And I think on storage, I didn't realize that all the work they're doing is only about those specific reservoirs. I think then if nobody's doing it, we should do it or find a way to get somebody to do it, to look at all of the above ground and groundwater potentials, off-stream storage. Maybe the answer is if there aren't any more big ones, how do we look at lots of modest small ones that are above ground? I don't know the engineering of it, but to be hung up because you're in a chicken and egg, because you need a sponsor, I think that's a problem for the state of California from a policy level to not even be able to illustrate what the options are. So I would think in that report, and maybe the charge wasn't right that was given to DWR, they should be able to pick 3 scenarios on who would pay for each one and say what it would be. Because right now we're sitting in we're stuck on being able to make a conscious and holistic's not the right word, but a helpful step forward on the very good points that were, again, the Delta Vision report, which is sort of the precursor to the legislation that created us. Had some very strong things about storage conveyance and all of that, and we should be taking that the next step. Maybe we can't take it over the finish line because it's a lot of work to do, but we should at least be able to illustrate and point the way to the kind of information, the kind of flexibility, the kind of options from a public policy standpoint that need to be presented in order for the state to actually have a plan for how it's going to meet the needs. And I think it's linked with comments on transfers and conveyance and all of that. Now, and again, I want to say this is not a criticism of staff, because I know you have an impossible job, and I know there's a lot of good stuff in the white papers, there's a lot of stuff in the first draft, and we're sitting here looking at the piece you're putting in front of us. So it may well be that you're sitting there really annoyed because you've already said this in another document, because I feel like I've read really good stuff about this within the last few months, and I wouldn't have been reading it if it weren't for you. So take this all in as what you need to do to help us help you, help us all together get to a resolution. But I think the truth-telling about here are all the options, including the low-tech options that people don't get as excited about, but they might actually pay for, also fits in with Randy's point a number of times in the past, and in some of the comments that we got, including the science board, that this is a very regional patchwork puzzle. It's not a one-size-fits-all for the state of California, as convenient as that might be. And if we can really highlight those regional differences and challenges and opportunities, whether it's in Tulare and others, that's going to be a big step forward and something we can do. So I leave it to you, but the notion of giving us some options on each of these, I think is really important throughout, so we can make informed choices.
Randy.
I want to piggyback on those comments, and I agree, Felicia, that it would be very easy to parachute into this conversation and say, oh, they think storage will solve all the problems. This is a wicked set of problems that's going to require a multitude.
A wicked set of solutions?
It's going to require a comprehensive set of solutions. And storage is one. And I think the challenge for us is to figure out in some form of priority, what are the big items? What are the big parts of that comprehensive set of solutions that's going to enhance water supply reliability and going to enhance ecosystem restoration? And I don't want to get stuck on one particular subject and leave anybody with the idea that, well, they think this is the answer or that's the answer. Anybody that oversimplifies the solutions to what we're facing is just not very well informed if they think one solution is going to fix it.
Right. Yesterday, Mr. Grindstaff, in his soft and unassuming way, said something that seems to me feeds directly into this. When we were talking about the regional self-sufficiency, he kind of muttered and he said, well, we got to put local storage into that list too. The two examples I can think of significant storage that has been accomplished or is almost accomplished, Los Vaqueros in Contra Costa County and the Diamond Valley that Met did in the Inland Empire. Something tells me that if the state had to spend, I'm just making this up, $3 billion on storage, it might be more prudently spent on projects sponsored by local agencies than by the notion that the state declares a big state project. And now, I understand from a get somebody else to pay for what I want to have done principle, you'd rather have a big state project, but because it implies the state is big and the big state money and it reduces my share. But I think for a reliable water supply system for whatever purpose, including ecosystem, regional facilities might be more doable. They might be more achievable in the short run, a 10-year, a 15-year, a 20-year. And Joe, I'm not confident of that, but my instinct is that that's where we're going to be headed. So if you do alternatives, think about that as one that might. I don't recommend you decide that's the way to proceed,
right.
But you think about that as a possibility, because I'm just so worried about the practicality politically and governmentally of giant state projects based on geo bond issues that require voter approval and now require two-thirds legislation. I mean, it's just a prescription for delay, and there may be a way to take smaller bites at the apple that ultimately, in sum total over time, achieve desired results. I don't know. I'm not saying that very well.
No, you were. I think that's the kind of thinking we need to be doing. The other thing, and this is a question, not suggestion. I mean, the heretical notion would be to say, you relook at beneficiaries' pay or how you calculate what a beneficiary is. But isn't that part of what the CWC is supposed to be doing? So they would
It
be
is.
waiting on that for the big ones, and then we could be promoting. Just a thought. Just even explaining all of that and how it works would be really valuable.
Yeah. I think we have general agreement, Mr. Grindstaff, that storage is a matter of interest to the council, and having some context and some options would
And
be...
it truly is one of
Yeah.
the key issues.
Yeah, it's very tough, very tough. Also, in your options, it would be helpful to have you and Gwen and others identify state interests that might not be served by each of the approaches you're talking about. I mean, for example, a storage for water supply may not serve ecosystem. You just want to know what's not handled. Local supplies, for example, Los Vaqueros may or may not have any ecosystem benefit. Okay, that doesn't mean you shouldn't do it, or it's being done, but just flag that for us as we think of the co-equal goals and balancing and so on. Okay. Boy. Okay.
All right.
Number 8.
Number 8, agencies receiving water, we'll just say it in the primary and in the, what do we call them?
Secondary planning area.
And secondary planning areas, thank you, should, within the next 10 years, implement a sustainable rate structure that encourages and supports water use efficiency. And now let's talk, we have this last sentence, or this last clause, that includes, but it's not limited to, tiered rate structure. And what we're trying to do is say that money drives how water is used in the state. And we want everybody, every agency that it has covered action that delivers water to have a rate structure that is encouraging of conservation. We don't want it to be, in the water business, we talk about people that establish rate structures that go into a death spiral where they require conservation so much their sales go down and they end up causing major financial problems. That's why we put sustainable in this. But the intent was, and this is something that Mr. Nordhoff has pointed out, how do we get to the money issue and have finances work in our favor? And so, and it's a general policy here that it is enforceable the way it's written, but we didn't put a lot of detail there, and I can tell from the look I'm getting that there's more comments to come.
Just a question. How did you pick 10 years?
Yeah, that's good.
Arbitrarily. Because honestly, having been involved in rate structures, because I personally probably am responsible. People asked how long, and I said, put in 10 years.
How about 5?
We could do 5. It's...
But the water community is moving there.
We're
Some
moving
fast,
there.
some slow.
In some
not at
cases,
all.
people will not have the infrastructure in place
But, you know,
to implement this.
But wouldn't it be better in something like this to put in a certain date, whether it's 5 years out, by July 1, 2016?
And I might add, just whatever date you pick, just to put a refining touch on Joe's comment, is probably based on something, so it probably isn't arbitrary.
Can I?
You wouldn't want to be charged in court with an arbitrary date.
Well, look, this is, Joe, this is a style of writing, but let's be honest. This is a declaration that water agencies throughout California must engage in pricing policies that support sound management and conservation, meaning the more water you use, the more you pay. That is deeply controversial in water-rich areas. But the only way to satisfy the needs of the entire state of California is to be serious about conservation. We were ordered to deal with statewide water conservation. This is the one area where it seems to me it is most clearly a merger of market principles, sound management, and conservation.
To finish your statement, in Southern California, the less you use, the more you pay on a per unit basis.
It varies
Per unit,
around
but not
Southern
total,
California,
yeah.
as I understand. Anyway,
Right.
But
not the-
I understand how
but not the
politically
total.
explosive this recommendation
Just
is,
the
but
rate.
I'd rather see it in simple English as opposed to carefully couched, polite terms that you think soften the blow but don't really?
I wasn't intending to.
Right, like the independent scientific advisory board, right?
All right.
Done.
If I understand this correctly,
Done.
now it's on? Okay. If I understand this correctly, then this would be the, both the primary and the secondary planning areas then, so this would be all the watersheds? Because this says diverted or exported from the
Yes.
delta.
It would.
I mean,
It would include the county of Sacramento.
well, that wasn't so much, I was thinking about, it's all of Northern California.
Yes.
The watershed, yeah, but did that, well, okay, well, all the red stuff on the map, which takes in about 95% of California then, it looks like, for export and storage, but I don't know what the percentage is. What is the percentage in that map of geographical?
The acreage, but it's 96% of the population.
Okay, 96% of the population of California. But so that would be, you clarified that, because when I read this, I didn't, and I heard Joe's comments in prefacing, so.
That's what it means.
Okay, well, you're right, that's going to be highly contentious.
As a general goal, this is not a bad idea, but it will be in conflict with regional sustainability in some cases, and that needs to be addressed in the policy. For example, in a year when you have water supply like we have now, and your reservoir has reached the flood control capacity, and you have a neighboring agricultural agency that's entirely dependent upon groundwater, but is connected to your system, you can now sell water. Well, in order to promote the use of surface water in an area that is entirely dependent upon groundwater, you have to price it at a level that is less than the cost of the electricity to lift that water and pressurize it for their system. So you may not want to penalize someone via a pricing structure. You may want a pricing structure that encourages use if your goal is to bring groundwater use into balance. So whatever the policy statement is, it needs to be flexible enough to allow the integrated regional water management approach that we said we want to do, to give the regions flexibility to move water around to benefit their regional plan.
I don't disagree with that. One suggestion is you might think about whether this language doesn't better fit under regional water self-sufficiency. That might not be right, but it strikes me that at least for a good part of the state, it's the right approach. But at the same time, it's got to be clear enough, because I have been visited by water districts who say, oh, well, we know we could get the results, but we don't want to do that. That's too much commotion. Can't you find us a different way to do things? And I guess the answer to the question is, under regional self-management, you have multiple ways to reach the goal, but ultimately the goal is an significant increase in each region's agency to use non-delta sources to supply their water needs. I mean,
Or delta sources from someone who has more rights to them, you know.
Yeah, we haven't even talked about the water transfer issue that's involved.
Well, that's what, it's just
But
making sure you're not limiting.
if part of this is to decrease reliance on the Delta, these are approaches that do that. If part of this is to have a prudent use policy in California that applies statewide, whether you're water rich or water poor, this is one way to achieve that result. But I also agree with you. There's some areas where it might not work, but I've heard enough explanations it's politically unpopular, I won't be reelected. And as an ex-politician, I understand the importance of that motive. It doesn't rise to the level of high policy or morality. It's just self-interest.
In my view, that's why they need us to say you have to do it. I mean, there are all kinds of things that it's the role of the state, certainly the role of the federal government to be the 800-pound gorilla that allows somebody to do something. through some sort of forcing mechanism. I mean, my sense is, I agree with the complexity, so I think we need caveats and much more language. But if this plan does not make a strong statement that we need to conserve water in California across the board as state policy for making this work, we might as well go home now. We've got to make some bold statements like that because they're true. It doesn't mean they have to be implemented in a way that causes perverse results. My view is the whole point and expense of us all being here is to go long or go home on all of these issues. And we're going to be unpopular with all kinds of people. In each one who thinks there's one answer, the task we've been given, that's the exciting part of this really, is laying out the truth in a way that can be used. That doesn't mean there's one truth, but I don't want us to shy away from controversy. I also don't want us to be dumb about it. So the issue is figuring out how you have enough caveats and flexibility. So I think it shows up in lots of different places.
I'm keeping a list of Felicia Marcus shorthand statements, and the first was, we weren't appointed to be potted plants, but the go long or go home is not a bad summary statement. Joe, this is one where I think you want to have alternative language to present to us, from the meanest, toughest one you can come up with to the ones you actually recommend. By the way, understand, I want your recommendation of which of the alternatives seem to you, you, the staff collectively, to be the best alternative. But I want to see that range. Yeah, okay. Performance measures and I'm sorry, that's under development.
I have something that's missing,
sorry, Felicia.
which is something we sort of came up with and we talked about a little bit yesterday, and I don't know where it needs to be, but one of the things we talked about off and on is this whole notion of where do you put the BDCP placeholder? Because there's just a lot of things in this so far that are a little silent, and I think we need to sort of clarify them a little bit. And this may not be the place, but there's so much going on in BDCP that's about conveyance, storage, and ecosystem restoration. I know we're doing those in separate chapters. I think someplace we're going to need to just say, I'm not that comfortable when we say we're going to wait for somebody else to do something. I like the idea of saying, if it doesn't get done by a certain time, this is what's going to happen. That's one of your options, which I think is good. The other is, I think there's some way in which we can give, and maybe Chris will say we can't do this, some programmatic guidance to fill that space, not at the detail. Because even though we're not doing a detailed permit, these things are happening together. I don't know what the answer is. I don't know where it should be, but that sort of jumped out at me here since we were talking about transfer conveyances. So something that facilitates whatever that will fit into and gives people comfort that if that doesn't come together, and we totally hope it comes together, it's not going to be a big blank X number of years from now. I can help think about constructing it. I don't have a proposal. I did my integration proposal last night. I want you to know.
And it is the next item that we're going to go to, and we also have it later on in the ecosystem restoration chapter. So I think in both cases we'll talk. This one is about
page 32.
Page 32.
Recommendation 1.
Yeah. Okay. I'll look at that. That didn't necessarily do it for me, but let me look at it again. That may
by the
be
way,
enough.
Felicia's point, apart from the details of this language, is there a need to highlight the BDCP special status, given the fact it won't be completed by the time we adopt the Delta Plan, and it relates to, if not all, many of the items.
Right. I think that's fair, and it sort of relates to my comment about the. Sorry. I'll turn off. I thought I had. That relates to my comment on the governance, where the answer, Chris, was that we have that all in our appellate rules. I think it needs to show up here too, just because BDCP is such a large part of what people are looking at right now, and it's in such parallel that exactly, you said it better than I did. So I'm not sure how to do it, but we need to. We can't be silent. This
Mr.
isn't
Stevens.
silence.
Well, we have a responsible agency role that continues anyway.
No, I agree. I mean, this isn't a legal opinion, but it does play such a prominent role in our thinking that if we don't highlight it, maybe in Chapter 1 or somewhere highlighting in the narrative about this huge effort that's ongoing, we can have it elsewhere. But I agree, it shouldn't be hidden somewhere.
Yeah. We've kind of chewed over that at previous council meetings, and I've been thinking about it too. And part of me says, well, we do, as we issue the Delta Plan, we do a separate letter to BDCP as a responsible agency highlighting all the issues. But the other possibility is actually highlighting the things here. We've we passed over your recommendation that, you made about the water board and flow standards. Well, implicitly, that also is saying to the BDCP process, your process will include updated flow standards. It doesn't say it, but it implicitly does say it, I think. Implies it anyway. And there may be, just as a matter of presentation, I don't think a chapter, although I'm open to the possibility, but at least a section where you try to bring to a BDCP title nomenclature the interconnection points that are found in the other recommendations and say, look, here's a practical expression of these things.
Well, I was going to say as well, from a legal standpoint, it is important to lay out your ideas with regard to conveyance and storage. Give some recommendations to BDCP, but from a legal standpoint, we all want BDCP to be successful, to meet the statutory criteria. If it isn't, any conveyance in the Delta is going to be a covered action. And so you want to lay the ground, you want markers as to what you want to see.
Yeah.
And being silent on that is not my recommendation. So.
Joe, would you guys chew that over? I mean, the notion of how to recognize and relate other things that we're talking about to the BDCP process. Again, we're not trying to do full engineering and replace what they do. We're obligated to comply with a statute if and when BDCP is completed, and to incorporate it if it meets the test of law. But they're just things that we're saying that do relate to BDPC, and we ought to be explicit about it and highlight it. I think that does make sense somehow, some way, somewhere. Okay. Let's talk about this recommendation.
This recommendation basically sets a deadline and says if you don't get it done in developing our next Delta plan, which will be due January 1st, at the latest due January 1st, because we may amend the Delta plan before then, but January 1st, 2017. If you don't have it done by the end of 2014, what we're saying here is it's the intention of the council to, on its own, in the next Delta plan, essentially develop a programmatic report. And
not a project, but a programmatic.
Programmatic environmental documentation that says we should build conveyance, and this is what kind of conveyance we should build. It's basically saying if you guys can't get it done, we'll get it done. That's my colloquial way of saying it.
But it doesn't.
Now, there are problems with that. One problem with that is to even do a programmatic report would take many, many, many millions of dollars, far beyond even, it's probably tens of millions of dollars to do. Second problem is we do not represent the parties that end up having to pay for it.
That's right.
And so how do we say to DWR and to the Bureau and all of the contractors, you have to build something that we think is right. That said, it seems clear to me when I read the legislation that the legislature wanted us to deal with conveyance, and that if conveyance fails through BDCP, we shouldn't just let it drop. We should try and figure out what the right answer is and push forward with it, because it's important for the state of California. So that's not prejudging what the alternatives would end up being and what the solution would be, but it's saying the council has a role here that it won't just ignore because other parties fail to get to the end. And so that's what we were thinking when we wrote this.
Excuse me.
Gloria?
That addresses the water management issue, but what about the ecosystem?
Well, I think the way we're doing, and we'll talk about it when we get to the ecosystem chapter, the ecosystem that we're planning to do is actually broader than BDCP. And the challenge would then be, if you don't have BDCP, how do you fund it so you can actually make sure that it happens? But that is, again, the challenge the legislature gave to us. And so my sense is if BDCP can't get their both ecosystem stuff done and conveyance stuff done, we need to step into that breach and be willing to do that.
Are those all considered covered action?
Yes, they would be.
This is in the, if BDCP were to disappear, this is Cliff's point, just assume it wasn't around, so the statutory language that orders us to incorporate a BDCP meeting the statute wasn't there, and if there were no legislative replacement for it, then Chris's point is, well, you really are starting from your statutory mandate, generally water supply reliability, co-equal goals, interpreted in the way most sensitive to the Delta as an evolving place, I guess is the phrase. And then you start to lay out the options and alternatives. And could I just add one other note? A fairly strong, clear, and focused statement on it is consistent with our responsible agency role that the statute imposes on us. But more importantly, it's also a practical prod. Geez, guys, get it done. If you don't get it done, can Randy and Don really control that maniac Eisenberg for this? No, let's settle this issue ourselves. I mean, that's part of the governmental process, is you have to create ways in which to urge people to complete a process they have voluntarily started, but they've reached a block on for a variety of reasons. And frankly, it would be a much easier process if they'd complete the damn thing, so we could have a Delta plan that would be reviewing something. But that's not going to happen in time for our statutory mandate. Anyway.
Why did we pick 2014?
Picked 2014 because it seemed a reasonable time to get to the point where they could actually sign the documents for an NCCP, and it also leaves 2 years for the council to do its work.
That would be essentially almost 8 years into the BDCP process.
So
isn't that about right, Joe?
Yeah,
it was 2006.
and that's tough. It's tough, but my sense is, and I have spoken with people involved in the BDCP process who believe that this is a reasonable date. Now they may, when it comes to 2014, come in and say, no, we need another year. I won't guarantee that won't happen. In fact, it's almost certain that it will happen. But I think it is a reasonable timeline. This is incredibly complex. What they are doing is the largest effort of its kind ever in the history of this country, maybe of the world. And so for everybody that's worried that they've spent 4 years so far and haven't come, or 5 years, whatever it is by now, and haven't come to a conclusion, this is not easy stuff, as we're discovering as we go through this. And what they have to do is much more detailed, much more intricate. They have to deal with all of the little issues on every single species that's threatened or might become threatened or endangered over the 50-year plan. That it's a very, very complex process.
Joe, did the BDCP agree with that date?
Yes.
They did.
Well, I shouldn't say BDCP agreed with that date. Some people at BD involved in the process agreed with that.
Would it be politic to run it by the leadership and see if they agree with it?
Sure.
I just point out, I don't mind running it by it, but we're still an independent agency, and I'd like to reserve our right to proceed, even if they grump and say, no, you should wait until we complete everything.
Some of the people I talked to were in the leadership.
Okay.
Just one other comment.
But you didn't get an official sign-off?
Okay.
Just one other comment. I know there's been a lot of discussion about how the Delta plan can be helpful to other agencies and all the issues that have been around for years. Is there anything that this council can do to support what BDCP's efforts are?
In an ironic way, I think this does by setting a deadline, and I think we'll talk about some of the comments that we have here. Hopefully, what we do will be useful to BDCP moving ahead. As I know when I talk to some of the leaders of the BDCP effort, they want our input because they recognize that we have an independent view and it's significant and something they should pay attention to.
Okay.
Yes.
All right, let's do this. Let's further refine the language under this recommendation 1. Number 2, consider in context whether you'd use this really as the lead to a longer explication on BDCP and Delta Plan related issues per Felicia's comment, and then the next draft give us what your best recommendations are. How about recommendation 2?
Number 2. This one's likely to be controversial, and there are different. Let me say.
It's controversial because we aren't trying to do it by regulation. I want to do it by regulation.
Many different ways to approach this one, but what we said here is if local agencies fail to manage their groundwater basins, that ultimately the state board ought to step in, and we said regulate, which I even highlight in my own version, that's surface water and groundwater together. I think it is a fact that they are part of one system, and that doing part of a system when the other part of the system is not being managed means there's no management for the system. And so we put it this way. It is possible that instead of recommending regulation, which is something that the state board may or may not have authority to do, there are different arguments on that, you could recommend to the legislature something about dealing with this issue. There's been legislation in the past requiring local agencies to do things, and we passed a bill that was controversial to require the measurement of groundwater elevation, reporting of that in 2009 when this council was created. But this is, for California, incredibly controversial. That's probably enough to say.
Randy.
I think it's a bad policy. I think it's poorly written, and I don't think it has any place in the integrated regional management approach that we say we want to do. You have to give the locals who know the most about their own situation flexibility to deal with their situation the best way they can. And you need to offer incentives to, if you want them to use less groundwater, you need to provide incentives. This is just going to lead to a legal mess, and it's just not. It's not the kind of policy that I want to sign my name to.
Hank.
If we're talking about statewide, only the Delta has the co-equal goals. I think it's kind of a weak link to say you have to do that in order to achieve co-equal goals. And the second goal is the ecological condition of the Delta. And these people are outside the Delta.
Okay, I'll weigh in. I think it's too weak. If I thought we had ability to impose groundwater management by regulation, I'd support it. I don't think we have the authority to do that, but we've heard enough evidence. The Constitution of California, Article 10, Section 2, covers both groundwater and surface water. And we have chosen as a state politically to declare that the state has no interest in groundwater, or more correctly, the state will spend a lot of money to help people use groundwater pretty much any way they want. The problem is, in many years, I think our white paper showed groundwater use is roughly 30% of the state total. Goes up, goes down, but it's not unrelated to that. That's a big amount. And if you say we have a statewide water system, and oh, by the way, 30% of it is just kind of off the table, then you don't have a statewide water system. You have individualized water systems. But implicit to this discussion is the notion that, which I think we have to address on regional self-sufficiency, is it a legal obligation of the state of California to provide water to regions, states, places, people, activities, purposes when they run out of their groundwater? I mean, the Tulare Basin danger to the state of California is that if they're drawing down 1 to 3 million acre feet per year beyond replacement, a time will come, everyone privately probably says, a time will come when that becomes impossible, whether for cost, whether for pollution, whether for regulation, whatever. Does that automatically mean that the Delta becomes the source of an additional 3 million acre-feet of water which must be provided? Does that mean the exporters have to cut back their use by 20% to provide the alternative? I mean, what does it mean? And the problem with doing planning, when you leave off the table such a large amount of water use, but leave on the table the implicit representation, the state's got to solve that problem. Well, you're headed to fundamental conflicts beyond any that we currently see, much more intense. And, personally, I don't see how you can solve it without addressing it. Now, that's me. So when I say it's weak, I think it's weak. I think this is one of the driver issues of statewide water and ecosystem policy, not just a pesky but deeply controversial unique situation. It is not without irony that virtually all of the other western states have a regime on groundwater that is significantly more coherent than California's. That's all.
Two questions. One, will we know if they are failing to sustainably control the groundwater? And two, how do you regulate it?
Well, what this was is a recommendation to the state board. And they would presumably, because of the elevation data from DWR, know after a period of years that it was not being managed appropriately, and they would then make the
And what would they
decision.
do about it? If there's a local region that's failing?
They have several options. The first thing they do in almost every case is they pull in the parties and say, we have to solve this problem before we go do a regulation, and they have years typically of efforts to try and do that. In the end, they can go to court and
But what options would the state have?
if you go to court, you can force an adjudication and say that you are misusing that resource. This council could do that in any individual in the state that's impacted
And that
by
leads to what?
And that leads to the judge evaluating the resource, pulling in all the evidence, and making a decision about.
But in the basin,
Governing
What
the
is that
basin.
decision like? In other words,
And
can
what
you
it does
deprive
is
them
he
of Delta
allocates
water?
the water amongst the parties and says, this is what the sustainable yield is, and this is how much each party gets within that, and you can't
But-
take more than that, and he puts
And
in
that
place.
forces conservation, alternative use,
Forces all
reuse.
kinds of
within the
things.
basin, but what it doesn't do is it doesn't take the state perspective we're ordered to comply with of the co-equal goals and the Delta-centric language that's part of that. Doesn't do that. That is classically a regional battle. Now, the State Water Board, any individual could arguably seek to enforce the provisions of the Constitution on reasonable use of water and no wasting of water, which might imply a larger scope and jurisdiction. But the classic, the old-style water master role coming out of litigation is the one that Joe and Craig was talking to Craig Wilson about yesterday.
What I'm familiar with, having been involved in.
But it gets back to managing the water resources in California
It does get
more
back
efficiently.
to it. And it's the intent of this was to say somebody needs to do something. We don't have authority to do it. That's why it's a recommendation. But somebody who has authority needs to address this, because the state, if it remains unaddressed over the long term, the state can't achieve its major objectives. And yes, local government can and should do it. The problem is they haven't yet in many cases. In many cases they have, but in many places it's been too difficult a chore, so local and regional government have not been willing to step up and deal with it. And so the point of this recommendation is we can't just ignore it, and we can make many recommendations, but somehow I think we need to address the fact that it is fundamental to the water system of the state, and that leaving it off the table will lead to failure.
Yeah, I guess intrinsically I'm opposed to anything that doesn't use market forces. and that imposes regulation. That has the government step in, and this is how much water you're going to use, and this is the price you're going to pay. I would much prefer to see market forces, in other words, prices, determine who gets the water.
I would too.
Randy, then Don.
I just think it's premature. If you're going to be serious about integrated water management on a regional basis, I think you need to give some time. This may be an appropriate policy 10 or 15 years from now, but I think it's pretty pompous on our part to say that this is without any timeline and without any measurement as to what it means to sustainably manage the groundwater basin, that we're going to threaten you. It just, there are so many other things to be dealing with on a positive, proactive way that this is just a distraction in my mind.
Yet you still get back to Phil's point that you can't manage the overall water by ignoring groundwater.
The other thing, the attraction of groundwater is it's there. Property owners are above the basin. They can use it. It's a cost of pumping. And that goes to your price. There is no charge for using groundwater. There is a charge for using surface water. Sure, there's some people that have rights to riparian rights, for example, that may not have a charge. But the fact of the matter is it doesn't start off as anything that's charged. That's because just the historic nature of California. That's the way we developed as a state. It's a history of those kinds of decisions.
Yeah. Oh, after
Yeah.
Don. No, Don, you go ahead.
Okay. Is my microphone working now?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, there is some charge to using groundwater. If nothing else, you pay for the cost of the facilities and the pumping, the electric charge, and whatever else goes with that. But it may not be, on a pricing rate that builds into other aspects into that. I would just say that for the purposes of developing this plan, and I certainly respect the chair's passion for this. I think he's certainly been very clear on a number of occasions and about certainly water and in its totality. But I'm still come from the perspective that, again, there may be examples where local agencies haven't come to grips with it, but there are good examples out there where they have, and sometimes it's gone to the courts and it's been adjudicated, and that's the way it gets done. And I think Joe explained that, and certainly the chair did as well. But I think, to Randy's last comment, I think it does become a potential, a distraction, but I think it gets us, a bit away. Recognizing this, as the chair said a moment ago, that he ties back to is tied back to the critical goals. But this becomes, I think, a real spark when it comes to folks managing their certainly the use of water in a given region, area of the state, wherever it might be, north, central, or south, and to by way of recommendation, say the State Water Resource Control Board should begin to regulate. At a minimum, I think this would be something that, and maybe it's difficult because of the political spectrum, but this is a legislative act that, if you're going to have a discussion about how groundwater and surface water are going to be jointly managed on a statewide basis, I would think that would be to the legislative process. And again, we former legislator here who knows that process far better than I, but this is the type of thing where then you get the parties weighing in, and whether it's the locals, it's the advocates for particular regions, for doing things on a more coordinated basis that, in the totality. But, I'm not prepared, with this particular recommendation to, I think it goes, to the point where it really begins to make it difficult for some of the other things we want to accomplish in this plan. It becomes not a distraction, but a real target for what we want to try to accomplish in the plan under the direction we've been given under the statute. So I'm not prepared to support this.
Yeah, I think you're going to find that you're going to need some alternatives on this. From Randy's alternative, let's not say anything, that's what I thought, or delete this section, to other versions.
Yeah, I have
give
some
us your best advice on
suggestions.
it.
I think this is a fascinating conversation to have. I don't think those views are all inconsistent, even though they sound that way. I mean, I strongly hold the view that we have to say something about groundwater surface storage, or we should go home. That's in my, we should go home if we don't address it. How we address it is an open question. To say it's a distraction, I think, is just wrong. It is the central thing people are looking for us to say. It is the big thing that no one will talk to because of that political, and that's the problem in California. So we got to say something. It may not be everything I want or everything that Phil wants. It's got to be something. And it can involve market force. I mean, as I'm thinking about what Randy's been saying about focusing on the very big differences between the regions on these issues, both in terms of surface and groundwater, I think we should just say that stuff. And if we want to focus on Tulare in some way, we can focus on Tulare. But he's also made the point that if the only option, this is getting to the question that you asked, is you just get less, too bad, or does the state have a role in helping you? There's the other issue we've been talking about, because it's interlinked, which is how do you get other regions to help them by allowing the transfers? I mean, all of these conversations kind of fit together in some kind of a integrated way that we'll need Cliff to do a chart for us when the time comes to explain how they all fit together. But I think we have to address it, but also address it with the acknowledgement of the options, the caveats, et cetera. And if you even illuminate the issue and say that the state board should or the legislature should or whatever, then we'll be moving the conversation forward. But not saying anything is would be a disaster, I think.
Gloria.
Yeah. My comments, after listening to Randy and I think Don talk about the fact that there are efforts already out there in terms of managing groundwater basins, why not have language that says you recognize that these efforts are there, we recognize the need, and we encourage that there's more efforts on the local level.
That's the law.
by
That's the
certain
law.
date.
That's the law now.
Yeah.
That's a long-standing law to encourage regions,
And let
but
me
not
finish.
mandating.
Right,
to-
but I'm saying by a certain date that more effort should be increased, and if not, then perhaps State Water Control Board or whatever, DWR, whatever, comes in and ensures that those basins are managed. But I would think that, it could be crafted in a way that recognizes the efforts and to encourage more effort to happen by a certain date. And if it doesn't happen, then perhaps a more definitive recommendation would be more appropriate.
Okay, Randy?
Gloria, you're right on, and we've already addressed that on page 30 under regional water self-sufficiency. We've talked about all these issues. We're not silent on it, and we've given them till January of 2015 to establish a plan. I just think that that's bingo.
But the groundwater we talked about was non-potable groundwater. No?
No, we
talked about both.
we talked about a water balance that includes all groundwater.
Oh, okay, all right.
I still think it's the elephant
Okay,
in the room if we don't.
let's just get alternatives and come back on that.
Yeah, this could be a distraction because I think it's the most fascinating issue, and it has repercussions in the relationships, the riparian rights and all the rest of that. But I think we should make some sort of a statement. I don't think there should be a lot of teeth in it because I don't think we're empowered to
Well,
put
we
teeth in it.
don't, we don't, if I thought we could do regulatory language other than
Yeah.
teasing Joe, I would request that he prepare regulatory language. I don't think the statute permits us to do that.
But I think it should be
But
called
it
out.
does permit us to connect back to the Delta Plan we're legally required to adopt and to determine whether or not we can successfully meet the co-equal goals if we close our eyes to 30% of the water use in the state. I personally doubt that we can. That's why, that's what drives the analysis. And I don't know.
Yeah, I was just going to add, I think you're right on. At a minimum, an illumination of the issue, but tying it to the fact that there's a nexus to what we're doing here, I think will really shine a light on whether or not there's something we can do or should do, or whether the state board can do or should do. But, it's unfortunate that there isn't a narrative that precedes this or sets it up or describes what the problem is, because the problem, I know, is complex. I don't know enough about it. But to the extent that we can really focus in on what our job is here, and we're looking at things that put a demand on the Delta. And if we ignore those things, then yeah, we're doing a disservice to being honest.
Just a final comment on this subject. I think staff did a great job of addressing this under the regional water self-sufficiency, under the bullet, a sustainable water supply. And I think that's the approach that I like to see. where you allow the regions to identify their problem, their sources, and if it's out of balance, to come up with a plan to reach the balance.
Okay, I want to run through this next one in 10 minutes if we can, Joe, because I want to get public comment before we break. For a short
All right,
time.
the next one's actually pretty simple. It's, again, it's amazing. I thought we'd get through water resources in 1 hour, and I think we've spent about 4 or 5 hours on it so far. But this last one is that we're saying that the State Water Project specifically, before it authorizes or approves new points of delivery, so they build turnouts and it's a point of delivery on the aqueduct, that before they do that, that they need to make sure that all other practical water supply alternatives have been evaluated and implemented so that you don't increase the demand on the system without having taken those other sources of potential supply into account.
Isn't that a given? Isn't any new point of delivery going to increase the demand on the Delta?
It's actually not a given right now. If you have rights through your contract, you go to DWR and say, I want a new point of delivery, and I'm willing to pay for the construction, and they do that, and they get that in place, and then they're able to take deliveries. But there's nothing in law, and this is by
And
the
they're
way
not taking any more water than they took before.
Well, they can't take more than their contracted amount,
Or if they have
can
rights.
get delivered there, the rights that they have, but there isn't anything that says, hey, before you start doing this, you ought to look at other alternatives, because over the long term, this may not be a viable thing. It's really about, if you're going to establish a new city that's dependent on the Delta, then you ought to think about what are the other sources of supply and not just automatically connect up to the aqueduct and assume you're going to have permanent supply, because it's not necessarily going to be there.
You know, Frank. Just want to make sure I understood what you said. On existing contracts that have automatic clauses for renewal, does that mean that they're considered new points of delivery?
Well, this isn't about the contracts. This is about the actual physical facilities that they build to take delivery. So
this is on all new projects?
This is about building points of delivery, and it's just because there are times when it seems like it would be useful for DWR to make sure before they build that people have really evaluated all the other alternatives.
Okay. Other questions, comments? Okay, let's get public comments on this. Okay. On Chapter 4 Water Resources. So any of you who want to talk on just Chapter 4 Water Resources, give us a blue form. Mr. Koutras specifically indicated that. Mr. Koutras? No, yeah, there you go. Yep.
Now it's on. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, members of the council, I listened intently to the BDCP discussion here under Chapter 4, and I don't know if my brain just hurts from yesterday's discussion or not, but I need a little guidance. We, meaning the Delta Counties Coalition, the coalition as well as the 5 individual counties, have treated the BDCP discussions as a separate forum. We met with the past administration. We're meeting with the current administration, Secretary Laird, Dr. Merrill, attempting to connect with the BDCP process, and working legislatively on the issues as well. I need some guidance, because we have collectively, following the 1982 ballot measure on the peripheral canal, where there were assurances offered prior to the peripheral canal discussions, we've tried to follow that model in our conversations with resources. And I'm hearing that you may have, or giving guidance to staff to put in some detail about what you would like to see in BDCP in the absence of, if they don't take action, what kind of things would you like to see? And I'm
Mr.
trying to
Stephen,
figure out, should we
Mr.
be
Kutras,
bringing our assurance?
I believe you previously, I know individual counties have made suggestions to us, some of which were incorporated in the comment letters we sent to BDCP
Yes.
under our responsible agency role.
Right.
So that role continues, and as we go ahead, when we feel the need to say something, we say something. Number two, Mr. Stevens' comment pointed out that the statute is not entirely clear, but what happens if BDCP collapses? Political deals are always about to happen, they're always about to collapse at exactly the same time. And you never can tell for sure. But if BDCP is not completed, then the question comes up, what elements of the Delta plan are significant enough to mention for the large issues of what Mr. Grindstaff and staff are suggesting we might consider, that if we don't get action by a date certain, then we'll proceed with a policy, with a planning activity for facilities and ecosystems and so on. Because it's impossible to imagine you can do everything else we're doing without saying something about it. But we're not trying to prejudge in any great way, but we've already said in scoping comments a bunch of things, and it would be useful to look at those. What were they, Joe? 3 letters, 1 from you, or 2 from you? I don't remember. 3, I think. I think there were 3.
I think there were 3.
I don't know if that helps.
And I understand. I'm not arguing with your discussion of that. What I'm trying to seek guidance from is, and let me be blunt, we have delineated 4 or 5 pages of quote-unquote assurances that before things start moving forward with conveyance, here's the kinds of things that we're looking for. And we, as a Delta counties, and we've discussed this with legislators, and bill introductions are going on, and things are happening on that front. I guess my question here is, should we be bringing that here to you for consideration of putting it into your plan? Because that's what I'm trying to figure out.
Why don't you, suggestion, in the April draft, I think Mr. Grindstaff's going to reflect on what we've said here today, and the suggestion Ms. Marcus had made it about kind of highlighting what we'd say to BDCP without determining what that is quite yet. And it may be useful or it may not. But understand, any role we have, we are not doing a project. This is, this is, as you well know. And so we're not designing, we're not we're not engineering, we're not doing any of that. But as a policy body ordered to develop a Delta plan, we have many duties, and I'm sure we'll say something in the Delta plan about BDCP. The precise what's not yet clear. Take a look at it and decide then which, if any, of the details are relevant. However, if you walked in and said, here are the 17 page letter we gave to BDCP of our terms and conditions, and you said, would you please include that in the Delta plan, I think I'd be skeptical of doing that, but there would be certainly elements and approaches that might.
I would frame the request far more elegantly than just,
okay.
Yeah. But there certainly are things that we do have concerns over. And I know you have a balancing role here. You're a responsible agency, yet you're a reviewer, and I get that. And we've tried to be cognizant of that and not bringing all of our woes with regard to BDCP here. One that we keep trying to figure out is who is going to evaluate a no isolated conveyance alternative and through Delta flows as an option. Who's going to do that? And so far we can't get anybody to say they'll do that in terms of an alternative. But we don't see how BDCP will get through CEQA and NEPA, all the other reviews without that. So
well,
we keep asking, somebody's going to do that.
I give you just a personal opinion. I can't see how they could meet CEQA, NEPA,
Without doing that.
HCP, NCCP, without a clear delineation of something on flows and other things. But as you know, we're not going to set flow standards. We have discussed
Right.
yesterday
Yes.
an approach to flow standards. And in part, that is also a gentle prod to BDCP, I suspect, that we'd argue. It's say, come on, you got to consider it, let's consider it and move on. You should consider it and move on, without saying precisely what they should do in terms of quantifiable measures of flows. I think you just got to wait to see what Joe and the staff come up with, and then decide whether there are elements of what you're talking about that arguably might fit in, and then come to us with your best shot.
All right, well, I would appreciate, when I do that you not tell me I'm too late, that I, note that on March 25th, I did ask about this. So.
Mr. Koutras, if you're on time, you're not too late.
All right, thank you. One last point, page 32, water recommendation 3, well done. I think that's a well done one. I would strike practical and make this firmer and say
That's on line 18.
Line 18, all other water supply alternatives. Because practical, you can drive a Mack truck through that clause. So I think there should be an evaluation of all alternatives.
The wordsmithing,
I'll just pass that on.
we'd also noted things like optimal. There are a lot of words that have been used to try to approach exactly that issue. And depending on what side you are on the ultimate outcome, you want every water district to exhaust every single one of its alternatives, feasible or not, and then have a start of a discussion of what you don't want them to get, which is
and the issue for us is,
maybe there's a better word.
If you're going to reduce reliance on the Delta, you certainly can't have more taking water from the Delta. So better consider those other alternatives.
Okay.
So thank you, sir.
Thank you. Mr. Verboen. There we are.
Mr. Chairman, members of the council, back on chapter 1 in line 30. I was
didn't believe me when I was serious saying we wanted to talk about water resources only. But
yesterday you suggested to have language in
that's right. I did ask you to submit some language for suggestion.
On line 30, if you put...
which page now?
The first page.
First page. Yes, sir.
In between reduce and reliance, if you put the growing...
Well, but that's from the statute. We can't amend the statute.
You can't... Oh, that's a statute?
That's the statute.
That was about the only place I saw where it made sense to add language because it is the growing reliance on the Delta.
Nice try. I wish we could amend the statute too.
There's tremendous disenchantment with groundwater controls being allocated, especially at a time where one of the questions that I had for the council was, how did they view the state and federal contracts? What type of a value do you place on the state and federal contracts? They are limited to how much water they can receive, and they have been limited over and above that by decisions beyond their control and conditions that are beyond their control. So what is the tentative value of those contracts as perceived? Are they full value? Are they 50% value? Are they 75% value?
I think that's a legitimate question. As to federal contracts, we speak with no authority on federal contracts because there's no state law that can give us any authority over federal contracts. But as I understand all the contracts, they are contracts like any other contract. They are limited in time, even if there are renewal provisions contained within them. And I believe all the contracts, federal included, include caveats and limitations that reflect the actual water supply on hand at a given time, the vagaries of climate, and so on and so forth. So none of the contracts that and maybe I'm wrong, but none of the contracts I know about that say, for example, you're entitled to use 15,000 acre-feet of water at a maximum, guarantee that each and every year you will receive 15,000 acre-feet of water regardless of conditions.
Well, they certainly were not that.
No, that's right. The dispute historically has been, well, those pesky fish need water, and that's really wrong, and we should have water first, but I believe the law is that the ecosystem, certainly state law is, the ecosystem is one of the public interests that are driving state policy, and I believe also federal policy too, although I know less there. And they are part of the balancing test that goes on. I mean, and we cannot amend federal law.
In order for there to be a conclusion that's going to benefit the state as a whole, either the BDCP or something similar to that must occur, because the problem with the state and federal pumps is the water is developed on the Sacramento River, and it is pumped from and exported from the San Joaquin River. And if you don't isolate those two facilities in some manner, then you're going to continue to. What's interesting is the state and federal pumps actually infuse water into the San Joaquin system. Unfortunately, it reverses the flow, so that river causes consequences.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. That's one of the main drivers of those who argue that a new facility differently configured is the only way to proceed. Yeah. And arguably it's a way to minimize, certainly, and possibly avoid the existing substantial damage from pumping. But it leads to other questions about the facility, and are there attendant problems in the Delta?
Yes.
Yeah.
And the groundwater, say you want it to limit the pumping of groundwater prior to coming to a number for reliable water deliveries on any given year's, in other words, you take the risk associated with the weather and the climate, and you focus that in, and you say we have this much water reliability. In order to say that we're going to restrict water pumping prior to putting a solid number on the delivery of the surface water relegates groundwater out of the system in the short term. Yeah, you understand what I'm saying?
In part, my comments were directed to the state water project specifically, and the question of what happens, particularly in the Tulare Basin, where, at least some of our studies showed at least for 70 years and perhaps for 100 years, the groundwater table has been falling in the Tulare Basin. That's long enough to say that it's in trouble, as everyone will acknowledge. Is the state of California legally obligated to replace that water if it is in the future unavailable? That's a problem, because in planning for this, if there's an automatic legal entitlement from the state to get 1 or 3 million acre-feet of water per year, is that to come from the Delta too? Does that mean everybody else in the state must cut their use to provide that? I mean, I don't have any idea, but it's it's kind of like planning a water future where you say there's an uncle out there that's got a legal claim, he just hasn't done it yet, but he's got 2 more years to go, and you say, how do you design systems and make contractual agreements when that's hanging over your shoulder?
And I think that's a significant problem that this council faces, and to find out what an actual reliable number that the state water contractors might be able to rely on. I think currently maybe it's higher than it should be, although some of my neighbors would definitely disagree with me. So anyway, those are the questions that I kind of wanted to have, that groundwater management before we have surface water reliability is not a reasonable request.
Okay, listen, You and I can disagree. And just a suggestion on your first thing, knowing you can't rewrite the statute, think about other language that might fit in to address the problem in Chapter 1 you mentioned, and shoot us an email on that if you would, please.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Lewin. Thank you. Ms. Missiver, local agencies of the North Delta, I think it says here. There we are.
Hi, it's OSHA Miserve. Thank you.
Thank you.
Apologize
for mispronouncing your name.
Not a problem. I probably didn't write it very neatly. I'm working with reclamation districts in the North Delta, just wanted to comment on a couple of the specific policy suggestions in Chapter 4. And
Yes,
I apologize.
please.
I was a little late for the meeting today due to juggling some other stuff, so if it got covered, I apologize.
Okay, if you'd point us to the page
Yeah,
and
so
line, that would be helpful.
WRP3 is at the top of...
WRP 3, which is at the top
31?
of page 31.
Yes. And I just wanted to point out that, there's, obviously you all are aware of the existing requirements under SB 7X7 and 8 that relate to water use reporting on behalf of, what I'm primarily concerned about is agricultural operations within the Delta on the islands with the farmers that I work with. And I guess I'm just urging the council at this point to try to be consistent with those other requirements. We're sort of juggling a lot right now to try to understand what's required under SB 7X7 and 8. And I fully understand the need to have more specific information regarding water use, but sometimes the levels of use don't warrant necessarily the type of metering that might...
Would you be good enough to, not now, but in a couple of days, give us written language, the alternative you would wish to see, please?
Yes.
That would be very helpful.
Yeah, I'll work on that. And yeah, what I'm concerned about primarily is just this last couple of lines about the full water balance. And what we've been working with the Water Master is to try to figure out how Delta Islands are different in the way that water balance works, and perhaps in some instances not rely on direct metering, but use estimates of crop usage and things like that that are more feasible. Second comment is on same page, farther down, WRP 6.
6, okay.
Yes, and I believe that Mr. Natoli sort of got into this issue a little bit yesterday as far as what, in the governance section really, about what could be done when there's a plan that's underway and there's also active farming operations and other activities going on within the Delta. And I did look at the map that's in the restoration opportunity areas, and that it is sort of a limited map. But what I'm more concerned about with respect to this policy is the alignment of the different conveyances are all over the Delta right now. So I'm concerned that the way that this is written, somebody who wants to do a relatively...
Now this is based on some statutory language in our Enabling Act, and if you have alternative drafting suggestions, we again very much like to.
Yeah, I think that it may have meant to refer to Big C of the statute there, 85057.5.
Yeah,
so check the site.
There is a typo there.
Okay.
It should be 85057.5, small a, big 7, big C.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
So there's an issue there.
That indicates that the subdivisions, some exemption subdivisions, do not apply to a project, sub one, a project within a restoration opportunity area, blah, 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 as of 2009, as shown in a final BDC conservation plan, or sub number 2, any project that is within the alignment of a conveyance facility and shown blank, blank, final draft assessment as of 2008, and in future revisions of this document by the department, meaning Department of Water Resources. That's in the code section. Yeah, and you were right. The error was we used a small c rather than a big C, and there isn't a small c.
Yeah, okay, well, and the bigger comment, I guess, and I think we'll need to come back to this, is just, how people are supposed to conduct ongoing farming and other operations while there's some big plan being planned that is being drawn up basically in closed doors, and people with maps without really having much interface with the local community. And so I understand if there's statutory issues, but I think with respect to any policies developed by the council, that it shouldn't make that problem any worse, and maybe this is an area where the statute needs to be amended. But people should be able to continue with their operations as this massive planning process.
Are they being prohibited from continuing with their operations? It's the uncertainty, as I understand it, that people don't like, which is true in every public works project that I've ever run into. If people are affected by it, they are uncertain.
Yes, but I mean, here it's saying that there's a policy that nothing could be constructed within an alignment of a conveyance facility.
No, it's the law. Now, the argument we made and the questions that were raised yesterday is, why do we include it here if it's in statute and all of that kind of stuff? And we didn't understand the explanation, but come the next draft, we're going to get a more clear explanation and perhaps some changes.
Yeah, anyway.
We got hammered pretty good by the council yesterday, and I think we understood we need to...
Hammered is not the way I would describe it. Mr.
hammered
Natoli.
is, sorry.
I think that OSHA hit in responding to you is, it's not just the uncertainty. Certainly is a big part of it, because that puts a cloud over your ability from a standpoint of potentially seeking financing to do, whether it's agricultural pursuits or anything else, or lending to purchase a home, let alone if you wanted to do anything with other facilities, whether they're big or small. And there's so the uncertainty certainly was pointed to, but I think this kind of no project and whatever the statute might say, how we embody that in either regulation and or covered actions and so forth. And so I don't know if you were yesterday afternoon, we had some more conversation about it, but
yeah, I did hear some, and I just wanted to weigh in that that's definitely an area that we're concerned about, because it's a long planning process and there's a lot of stuff on maps. So again, I just don't think the council should make it any worse. Okay. And then last on the page 32, WRR1, I think we have a general concern about the promoting of the BDCP if the council is to be a neutral decision maker about incorporation of the BDCP into the Delta Plan. And so I'm just questioning whether it's appropriate for policies to actually promote completion of the BDCP here in the Delta Plan.
Well, take a look at the statute again. We have wrestled with this issue. We have a dual role. We have a potential appellate role, but not to the entire BDCP, but only to the fish and game determination that the BDCP process, when it's completed, meets the tests of law as specified in the statute. And then, of course, we are directed to incorporate BDCP into the Delta Plan. That's the law we've got.
Sure.
This is an effort to try to point out that delayed completion of BDCP affects many of the other issues we are required to do in the Delta Plan. And the law has set out a course for them to comply with, and we'd rather frankly be debating the issues with BDCP completed and proposals being clear and finances arguably being identified and so on, but we discuss it in the abstract in the absence of the completion. So this is just a partial effort. If you have alternative language again on that, love to see that.
Okay, yeah, I think, we're just sort of a little bit where the Delta County's rep was talking to you about, too, where, we've spent a lot of effort trying to push BDCP in a direction that could work for the local community. Haven't gotten a lot of play there on that issue. Now, we're trying to participate in the Stewardship Council process and I think, it's anybody's guess how everything works together, and, we'll do our best, and we're just asking you to do the same.
Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Okay, I have no other slips of paper from people on number 5, which means, Mr. Grindstaff, we're going Chapter 4. We're moving on to Chapter 5, page 33, Ecosystem Restoration.
In deference to my voice, I actually prevailed on Gwen to be the person to walk us through Chapter 5.
And we're also going to ask Lauren Hastings
from
Science to come up, because
Great.
she was
Ms. Hastings?
instrumental in working through this.
Okay.
As Lauren, it's settled here. ERP1 is, we were looking for in this one to protect the Delta and the Sassoon Marsh. And as you heard from the Department of Fish and Game, Fish and Wildlife Service, and I believe National Marine Fisheries Service, has been working on a series of ecosystem restoration program conservation strategies as an outgrowth from the CalFed process. They prepared one in July of 2010, a draft version of the latest version.
That was passed out, I think, at the last meeting, copies to us, my
Yes.
recollection. Yeah.
Yes. And they are currently working on an update of that will be another draft or preliminary draft will be available in the next month or so. And when we receive that, we'll also be providing that to the council. When we were looking at this, these are the maps and the extent of the ecosystem restoration program, and most of all, the other part is the importance of the ecological management units, or EMUs. They also have descriptions in that document, and we understand that those descriptions will be modified and expanded, especially for Sassoon Marsh in the upcoming program. So right now we've put this version in as a placeholder until we receive a subsequent version as that process. You want to add anything to this, Lauren, and how this?
Well, we
Ms.
do
Hastings.
have Dave Zezelak here, I think, if we have any additional questions on that. But my understanding is that they're also going to add Sacramento and San Joaquin ecological management zones to the next draft. And Dave can correct me if I'm wrong.
Do we know when?
Okay.
Why don't you come forward, please, and introduce yourself, if you would.
Dave Zezelak with the Department of Fish and Game's Water Branch, working on ERP and tied in with BDCP activities and statewide water activities.
When do you anticipate this new revision will be available?
We're trying to have a draft for administrative review and for review with our partnering agencies, NOAA Fisheries and Fish and Wildlife Service, before your workshop next month.
Oh, the April
second
workshop.
week.
That.
So, whether or not they'll give us the go-ahead to make that available or not is.
I'm sorry. I thought this was some distance off. That's terrific. If you anything you can do to get it, even an administrative draft, to us earlier than not, it allows us to chew over what you're finding, particularly if you're going to add the two new areas within your calculations. Okay.
No, we're very close. We're in the wordsmithing mode at this
Don.
point.
Yeah. I don't know if this is for Dave or for Lauren or somebody else, but you make references to ecological management units, to this overall planning area is fairly large, and in the text of this document, I mean, it begins to drill down to, I just take from page 46, but there's certainly a whole line of thinking is put forth here, and obviously investigation. But you talk about as agricultural lands comprise a significant amount of the area within each EMU, and you have these various areas broken out: north, east, central, and south delta, then the Sassoon Marsh. And I guess I'm trying to get some sense, though, in these policies, and so it may relate to both ER1, but these other ones. This becomes the backdrop then for those policies, and so are we then incorporating this text, which then gets talking about conveyance facilities and need to take more agricultural land and so forth and so on, that all gets embedded? Again, this being the draft, I understand, but and these maps are the maps we're using, so they become the areas that are identified for not only restoration targeting, but then become target agricultural lands, and so you get all that.
That's the proposal of the maps and the description of those areas that go with those maps on Figure 4 and 5. That is the proposal under ERP P1 as it's written right now.
Okay. Well, again, without taking a lot of time today, because you're working on the next draft, I mean, to see how that then synchronizes, because I had a chance to go through this document, and it has its own basis of information, and now is being relied upon for what the Delta plan would then incorporate into the proposed plan, maps and so forth. But I guess I'm trying to understand then the impacts from a standpoint of agricultural impacts, but also landowner impacts. It makes assumptions about conveyance in this document, separate apart from anything BDCP is doing or any conversation that we're having in this. So I want to be clear about those strings of thought, so that as we look down through these policies, at least I have an understanding, and hopefully all of us will, about what it is we're doing. Because if you put it in by reference, then unless you know what those references are or are clear about them, then you can either do something you intend to do or not intend to do, and that's what I want to be clear about.
Right,
So.
and I just want to make sure, at least the way it's written currently is that we're not incorporating the entire plan, but the mapping that's in Figure 4, the mapping that's in Figure 5, and the description of the EMUs that go with Figure 5.
Okay, thanks.
And we are planning on doing the impact assessment. We have not done that specifically, so we haven't started the GIS in case we get new maps.
Okay.
But those maps would show the differences, and we'll be very quantitative on the differences on land uses and with that alternative.
Could I just, and maybe it's in this document, but I wasn't able to cipher out how much acreage then in the overall plan is contemplated that would go into your managed units to convert, the conversion. What's anticipated? And so some of it's more short term, some is longer term. I understand that's explained, but
And I don't think that the plan is that specific relative to acreages. That in mapping the zones within the delta, it talks about the different geographic zones that were identified under the CalFed record of decision in 2000. And activities that can occur and restoration activities that could work from that geographic and flow context that was identified in earlier planning documents. The actual specific implementation of any restoration activity would go through a specific planning process, have to undergo CEQA, have to be fully vetted and agreed to.
so there's no rough acreage calculations then?
Well, currently we're operating under the OCAP agreement. The biological opinions, or is a reasonable, OCAP is operations criteria and plan for the operations of the pumps. And the biological opinions were promulgated by the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service and NOAA Fisheries that describe the activities needed to offset impacts to fish and to other species. And they made reasonable and prudent alternatives that call for 8,600 acres.
Okay, so that's that acreage that you were looking, you've been looking in the Suisun Marsh and Yolo County areas.
That's correct.
Yeah.
And that's far below other planning documents that include recommendations, including even the Delta Vision of upwards of 60,000.
Okay. That's sufficient for now. Thanks.
Right, and we're still working through on those maps. We're hoping to get, before we go too far, we wanted to see if we can get the new information.
Okay, thanks, Brett. Thank you.
Just a suggestion, when we do this policy, when you do your editing on this stuff, it's hard to read the first paragraph and easily understand what it is. Is there a way to phrase it more simply? Go back to what Mr. Nordhoff keeps reminding us to do on this stuff. I understand this was probably negotiated with 10 attorneys, but no? Oh, just one? Oh, no attorneys. Oh, unlikely, Stevens. Unlikely. I don't mind a specific identification of a document, but for me, if I were writing it, since footnote 16, and Chris, weigh in, please. As I understand footnote 16, this is one of the really operatives. It's a source of guidance for the Delta Stewardship Council, at least as I understand it.
I'm not sure how I understand it yet, but I think that it is deserving of some clarity, at least a concise statement of what the policy is. It's nice to incorporate things from a plan, but I think what from our attorney perspective, it has been, you have to go into the plan that you're going to incorporate and figure out what policies you want here and highlight
As
them.
I understand it, the statute, of course, said, either consider for incorporation in whole or in part, or incorporated in whole, or any plan you think of. They'd identify plans, and they give us general authority to consider other plans. And I foolishly thought that meant that we could have regulatory impact by referencing planning. But you have carefully explained to me that no, you have to go through and systematically review elements of plans, and Gwen has explained that too, and then choose those that you believe meet the test.
And you don't necessarily have to. It depends on the plan, the nature of the plan. I mean,
Yeah,
if the other plan is really clear, and somebody that has a proposed project can tell from the other plan what they have to do, then that's fine. You can incorporate it, and I'd still want to reference what the policies are. But in some documents, and I presume the case with the ERP document, it's not entirely clear. So the homework burden is on us if we want to incorporate portions into our plan to be clear about what we're trying to do.
Yeah, I would just say I'm inclined to agree. I know you guys had a fast one, but I think a readability read, too, is just what we're looking for. I mean, I started writing notes like dense, turgid, head scrunching. I don't even know if that's a word.
Head scratching?
Scrunching.
Scrunch.
I don't even know how you scrunch your head. But
Scrunch.
I just found myself...
How do you spell that?
SCRUNCHING. I can look it up and see if it's a real word, and then we'll know for Scrabble purposes. But I think, so it just needs that kind of a run-through so that it's clear and my Aunt Charlotte can understand it. I usually use the Aunt Charlotte test, which is, someone who finished high school reads the paper, kind of is interested in public policy but isn't steeped in it. And that you always have to do that.
Okay.
Anything else on ERP2? It continues on with this concept. This is actually what we're referring to is one part of the part that David just referred to. These are to commence the operation of the implementation of two parts of the reasonable and prudent actions from the Fish and Wildlife Service and the National Marine Fisheries Service current biological opinions. And these were to implement the ecosystem restoration in Yolo Bypass, Cache Slough, and Sassoon Marsh, as stated in those reasonable and prudent actions of the two biological opinions. And so those specific actions are defined there.
I confess, when I read this first, I didn't understand that focus from the way it was written.
Okay.
And it just stopped me. Because we have another section or another recommendation, a policy rather, that deals with floodplain, which at least includes the YOLO floodplain. Is that?
That's a different issue,
no, I
but it
understand.
can be done in conjunction. A plan could be developed to be concurrent with both of those requirements.
Okay.
And I agree. I mean, this is something I deal with a lot, and so I knew what this was, and we need to be more specific.
Well, then can I ask some general, my uninformed questions? Judge Wanger made a decision, and there's some kind of a settlement agreement in litigation in his courtroom in Fresno, and parts of the biological opinion were questioned and being revised, and other parts weren't. Is there anything contained within this language that implements parts that Judge Wanger said, no, bad, don't do?
My understanding is that the Judge Wanger, or the issues that were brought before the court and what Judge Wanger responded to did not involve these. And Chris is that yes or?
That's
sorry.
accurate. So
Chris,
no,
what did you? I didn't hear you.
I think that's accurate. Yeah.
Can I make a suggestion? This is one only because there are 125 attorneys who get paid full-time to fuss about this litigation. This is a place where it would be useful to see an explanation of this, that it is not part of the contested, disputed, I don't know what the phrasing is, but is a part of the biological opinion that was not subject to the judge's recent order. I don't know how to say that. Okay, well, but I mean, we just got to rewrite this one, because when I first read it, I just didn't understand the application. I thought it was the entire BO. Ms. Marcus?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know the ins and outs of it, but it just seems that we probably need some caveat, because litigation goes on forever with appeals and different things, and this is supposed to be a plan for the ages, so or for the moment or something. So some way to figure out how to reference it without setting something in stone that may not be in stone. Maybe contrary to my interest, but I do think the issue of putting in a particular point in time in a decision, unless those parts of the decision haven't been appealed, then I think it stands. So, but even then, aren't they going to come back in new biological opinions in a couple of years? So you got to at least reference it.
Right, and that's why we have the three bullets below. Yeah. But I do want to also say that these are ongoing requirements for the operations of the State Water Project and the Central Valley Project. I don't want to make anybody think that the CVP or State Project and CVP are not proceeding along with Department of Water Resources, Reclamation, Bureau of Reclamation, Fish and Wildlife Service, and National Marine Fisheries Service. They are proceeding to study methods to be compliant with these actions. So I don't want to imply that that's not happening. But the policy is to make sure that they do get completed on a timely manner. And it's also part of BDCP to be looking at this too. This is one of those actions in the biological opinions that's being addressed in multiple places. And so the policy is really to make sure that it gets implemented. It doesn't get waylaid along the side of the road.
Okay. Hank?
Just one general comment, Gwen. If we can make an attempt to try to rank the list of recommendations or policies.
Okay.
Ranking in terms of importance?
Importance first.
I assume there's some where we don't really know, but there are others that could be ranked. Have you given? What do you think?
Ranking is something that we need to establish. I was sort of thinking in response to you, is that to rank, you need to have criteria to rank importance. And then, that's my first thought was, okay, now we have to develop the criteria.
Try to do it in terms of the impact.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Further questions on ERP2? Okay. Number 3?
On ERP3, this is again a recognition of the importance of floodplains that they are critical to the support of the sustainability of the fishery species. And that to be able to protect those floodplains and also to make sure that the conversion of those don't disconnect the floodplains. And Lauren, do you want to add anything? Because you were involved in helping to write this, I believe.
She shook her head no. Now, Mr. Stevens, tell me you didn't have anything to do with drafting the last sentence, 2 sentences of this section.
I can't say that I didn't have anything to do with it. Actually, I didn't, but somebody else did that I know.
And the person wasn't an engineer or biologist.
Right. Don.
Yeah. Well, I think that those last 2 sentences are kind of revealing, because it kind of references back to what you're supposedly not doing to folks by putting forth the policy. But I guess my question goes to floodplains, and then are you now referencing back to maps in this study, or what are you using for? And you say either active or currently disconnected floodplains.
Yeah, and this relates to the other language in the risk section about floodplains.
Right, and we're currently trying to work on mapping that would be associated with what we're specifically describing in floodplains for both this section and the reduced risk section.
Okay.
I don't have those today.
Is the property description in the risk section of the 3 potential floodplain areas, likely to be significantly different from the interest areas of ecosystems, and will the map show it, or will narrative explain it? I mean, because I understand not every part of a floodplain has ecosystem benefits.
Right.
I understand that.
I would anticipate, not being the biologist, and so I will have that caveat that they may change this, but I would anticipate that the three areas that are mentioned in the reduced risk section are the Yolo bypass, the Cosumnes-McCollum, which includes the McCormick-Williamson area of Sacramento County. And it also includes the San Joaquin River area around Paradise Cut, Stewart's Tract, that area and that junction. All of those have both floodplain as well as, or flood management aspects as well as ecosystem aspects. And so I would anticipate that this would include at least those three. What I'm sort of hedging here for is that I don't have the mapping from the biologist to know if there's other areas that we should also be included at this point in time.
Well, here's the thing. I agree this is necessary to actually have an intelligible ecosystem. You have to at least identify potential areas. But I don't want to get in the business of having two maps for the same areas with the same nomenclature of floodplain without a clear explanation of why there might be differences when you discuss it under ecosystem and separately under risk. I mean, there has to be a simpler way to explain it, because it is an important issue, and as Don pointed out, controversial as well.
Yeah, and the other thing I just wanted to ask about, I think, to your last point, Mr. Chair, is that we talk about conversion, and you all have reference here not including current urban areas, so I understand that. So, but conversion that would preclude restoration, because I know there's interest in not having vineyards and orchards, for example, which are agricultural pursuits. So but people don't have to get a local permit to put typically they may not, they may need to get some other permits for water purposes or from your EMD for certain pesticide applications and so forth. But so are we saying in these floodplain areas, again, those aren't the general uses that we see, at least in two of those that I'm familiar with. I'm not so familiar with the one further south, but that would be considered a conversion, and that would be a covered action, and so therefore farmer A, if he wasn't, if he was, again, how we would know, I'm not so sure, but if he were out there, leveling his or her land and going to put in, vines and or tree crops, orchards, that they would be precluded in those areas from doing that?
I guess my first thought would be to, because I'm looking at Chris, it would become whether or not it would be a CEQA project, if it's to determination of a covered action.
That's right. It determines.
Okay,
yeah.
So that's they get the threshold. So right. You get more to structures, or if they sometimes leveling activities do require, if nothing else, an exempt. At least I'm familiar in my county with it. Typically, those would be an exempt document, but they still have to. There's a secret trigger there to at least make that particular finding initially. So that is the level to which it would rise. So anything. So a construction of a house or a barn, that wouldn't necessarily trigger any covered action. It might be, you have to meet floodplain elevation requirements and other things, but if they were to do that, that wouldn't.
It might not, but it might. It depends.
But those are not CEQA actions. Generally, those are more ministerial. I mean, we had this conversation yesterday, and so I don't mean to get too fine a line on all this, but I mean this becomes critical to. To local folks who are going to live under the umbrella, whatever ultimately gets, put in place here, particularly when it comes into covered action.
Same issues you raised yesterday.
Okay.
I'm sensitive.
Just highlight that.
So as those are resolved, then it will be resolved in this policy too.
Can I just? This discussion is supportive, I think, of the same general suggestion and Felicia's suggestion. Floodplains are only understandable if there's some contextual information beforehand to understand the policy, because floodplains are not just protection of the property owners who own land in the floodplains. They're designed to protect a larger area. That's why you can pay for them sometimes. And so that has to be. This discussion is important because flood protection is crucial, but it has to be laid out in context. Okay, Felicia.
Question, because I'm trying to understand what you meant here. I mean, when I first looked at it, I thought it seemed more like a recommendation. It's the way we call them recommendations and policies, and I came. How are we supposed to do it, and who's going to do it? So I see it says shall be prevented, but the questions that Mr. Natoli's raising, I think, are really important, and it sort of highlights the value of the way this council was put together. But I didn't quite get like how it would be done or what it made sense. And talking about the maps is helpful. I know you're going to put more verbiage in here, but I just remember our last meeting where John Kane talked about particular projects that would be good ecosystem floodplain. I didn't know how we were going to address the hierarchy of those.
Mr. Stevens.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
As I understand it, what we do is if somebody wants to build a shopping center in one of the areas that we ultimately identify here as part of the floodplain, that certainly rises to the level of being a project. And the county or the city or whoever it is that is permitting that would need to do a consistency determination, and somebody could appeal it to us if they said it was consistent. Hopefully they would say, no, this is inconsistent with the Delta plan, we can't approve it, and so nobody would build that shopping center in those locations. Whereas if somebody was going to change their crop, they wouldn't go to the county at all, they'd just change their crop, and that wouldn't come up.
Okay, Ms. Buckholz?
Okay, ERP 4.
4, page 34.
This is for construction of new levees, substantially rehabilitating, reconstructing existing levees, so that it would refer to the state and local agencies at this time. It could be if this process went forward through Coastal Zone Management Act, we'd also consider through that process incorporating the federal agencies if that worked through. It's basically requiring the evaluation and incorporation where feasible of alternatives to the traditional levee design criteria, including the use of setback levees to increase the extent of active floodplain and riparian habitats. Setback levees are frequently not included. In some areas, they won't physically fit. So that's a physical restriction. It just cannot be constructed. We looked at one area that if you put setback levees around one island, you'd have sort of like a little strand in the middle, and that would all be left of the island. So that's the kind of thing that would not be feasible. But where they would be feasible, frequently they're not constructed. They are much more expensive, maybe not much, but more expensive than traditionally levee design criteria would usually have. But this would lead towards the increased use of the setback levees in this process.
Is this a small part of what I think I recall reading as kind of a national trend toward more aggressively planning for, and when restoration or flood control work is done, kind of guaranteeing that the massive amounts of money that goes into that includes the floodplain opportunities that are there, or the smaller opportunities? Is that the way to explain?
There are many of the programs that are starting to look at these things, but there is an increased cost to this.
And are there? You're really suggesting here that there is a policy preference for a plan that includes where feasible, that isn't the right word, whatever the word is, where feasible, the setback levees or certainly floodplain, and accommodate that, as opposed to simply building on what's there and not think of other opportunities at the time.
Some other programs across the country have looked at maybe incentivizing it and helping out funding of those types of things to incentivize the setback levees. There's the issues with setback levees, and there's a couple other things that I think in that is one of them is the fact they do take land on the land side of the existing levee. They move that land, and now it's under the levee because you're building the bigger levee on the land side of the existing levee. So from a land use standpoint, there would be adverse impacts. From a biological standpoint, there would be benefits. It's also something, though, that needs to be reconciled with the vegetation policies that right now the Corps of Engineers are looking at. And the other part is, too, we've also heard some just comments since we've published this document about the concern about the wording we have. New levees is new levees, but substantially rehabilitating or reconstructing. There's currently a lot of work, or there's a lot of discussion ongoing in other venues, not for this policy, but for the policy of the Corps of Engineers criteria, such as their vegetation policy, on what substantial repairs, substantial modifications are. So we recognize right now we don't have the right wording, that we don't want to just sort of blunder into having an incorrect set of wording. So we do want to let you know that we are aware of this issue currently.
Okay.
Here, I have a question.
Gloria.
Gwen, is there any comprehensive levee rehabilitation plan or strategy as it relates to all the levees?
Currently, there are a couple that are being completed by Central Valley Flood Protection Board and also Department of Water Resources under a couple of the other programs. They have, it has been extensive. There are delays, somewhat, most of it because of all of it because of the delays are because of technical issues, getting correct survey information, getting other physical information, and just pulling this all together. It's a big process, and so those will come out with an overall plan, but those projects will be completed subsequent to the completion of the first Delta plan.
Does that include investment, the economic part of it?
They will include the costs associated with that, so that I don't know the scope of work and whether or not it would also include where the funding of that is coming from. They may, I just don't know that right now, but we can find that out for you.
When will those plans be completed?
I believe the Central Valley Flood Protection Board now is 2012.
Yes, they are scheduled to approve it in July of 2012, I think.
This is
Right
their
Valley
report
Flood.
that will not identify priorities, not set a fee schedule, not impose any criteria as the statute requires them to do, but will set the stage for that later discussion.
I will not characterize their report.
That's what I've been told.
And FloodSafe has ongoing programs that they're putting together as they're moving through the Delta, and they're working on specific areas. There's also a floodplain mapping program that's underway right now, too. I don't know the final deadline on that, too. And there's some other interfacing programs of water supply and flood management that are also being conducted by DWR that are underway.
We will get into this in much more detail in Chapter 7 when we...
Chapter 7.
Yeah,
okay.
much more detail.
All right, thank you.
Okay, ERP5. This is the Delta flow standard.
And this really should match the one that we have in Water
Yeah, right.
Resources and the language that we're going to work on there.
We've got Cliff's chart on the intersecting policies and recommendations. And also, I think you ought to determine whether you don't want to standardize. First of all, you ought to standardize the language if you're going to replicate it. I question whether you need to replicate the exact language you put in Water Resources, but simply add ERP5 for ecosystem planning purposes. The recommendation or the policies in Water Resources 5 regarding Delta SO standards are repeated here, period. At least something that shorthands it and doesn't repeat it. But if you think you have to repeat it, let's use exactly the same words in each section. I think that's the right way to do it.
I'm looking at the two scientists, and they're shaking their heads yes. ERP6 is the
Page 35.
Page 35.
Could
line
we
1.
stay on 5 just for
I'm so
a second? I'm not sure, in fact, I'm pretty sure I don't understand the last sentence. Should no regulatory standards be adopted, projects will be deemed inconsistent with the Delta plan? Are we talking about flow standards?
Talking about...
Yes, we are.
So
And this
no
is,
flow standards
we have
and
changed
nothing-
the language. This is an example of things that fell through the cracks. In In the water resources plan, we had one where we specified there are two
Policy
sets of
number
flow
one
standards.
was written differently on
Was
the
written
same
differently,
point.
but it's intended to be the same thing. And what we were just saying is, rather than rewrite this whole thing, we'll just say we'll depend on the policy that's in water resources and cite that here, and not even include most of this language. And this language was replaced because it was poor language. Not that the language that is in the water resources section is great, but it's better than this, is clearer than this.
Does it have the same intent?
Had the same intent. The intent was,
So if the flow standards are not passed by a certain date,
then you don't
no
do certain
project
things.
can
This
be
is the one where Delta flow standards by 2014 by the Water Board or projects covered actions are inconsistent with the Delta plan. Delta watershed flow standards by 2018 with Mr. Grindstaff's verbal caveat yesterday about maybe limited to major
streams. And then we
streams.
talked about trying to avoid unintended consequences, and so that probably means we narrow it significantly and modify that language and come back with the revision for you in the next version of the plan.
Yeah. Okay. ER6, top of page 35.
This is for local and regional land use plans shall not preclude the opportunities for ecosystem restoration, the channel modifications, and increase connectivity between water and land or direct such uses away from their most effective locations. So this would be really focused on general plans, specific plans, to make sure that when they came in as they were covered actions, this would be utilized in that process to review.
Don.
Yeah. Question, have you, in developing this policy framework for this particular one, gone back and looked at the land use resource management plan for the Delta Protection Commission? Has been a basis for looking at this? There's a current plan that's barely a year old.
Right. We will make sure you're looking for wording on that.
Yeah, I would, because again,
Okay.
there was a lot of time spent in certainly balancing, the environmental, recreational, and agricultural components. And granted, with Dave sitting there, some of the state agencies had some differences, but that was, that in large part was a document that had, pretty much not just general agreement, but a unanimous agreement on most points. But this was one of the finer points potentially there that. Where there was looking at some balance as related to that. And I know that some localities have, at least it hasn't precluded it, but they've developed a more stringent process for some of these activities, i.e. a use permit, a requirement where it would require its own individual environmental analysis at the local level relative to impacts. And that isn't, I don't think this would necessarily say you couldn't develop a process, even if it's consistent in your general plan to allow for certain activities, they wouldn't necessarily be entitled. They'd be discretionary actions, and if that precluding then takes in if it's a discretionary action where a local body has the ability to say yes or no to some of these things, then that's where you may get into some conflict at the local level. But again, without getting to great discussion today, I would have us do some touchback on the land use resource management plan, the Delta Protection Commission's plan, and then when we next have this before us, have some conversation about what you were able to find there. So
We will do so.
Okay, good, thanks.
Just one question regarding that.
Gloria?
Is that the same as the Delta Sustainability Plan that you're speaking of, Don?
No.
Talks about land use?
No, actually, there's an existing plan that under the previous act that formed a commission some years ago, and currently it's embodied in law as well. There's a land use and resource management plan that talks about the values in the Delta agriculture, the ecological values in recreation. But what we're working on currently is the economic sustainability plan, and it will have certainly some cross references to that. And before we adjourn today, I'll have about a 1-minute update for the council members.
From the meeting last night.
We had our meeting last night and got an update, and we're working very hard to make sure that we try to have some good qualitative input before our May administrative draft for the council's efforts. But I'll give a little update this afternoon. But it's not one and the same that I'm referencing here. So, thanks.
Okay. Any other questions? No. Yes.
Yeah, question, comment. More of a question. Is it possible to turn that around a little bit and say rather than shall not preclude, but shall include wherever possible? Putting some weasel words around it.
Okay. Well, but if we rewrite the, yeah. No, we've had that comment, these sort of came together, and this isn't the only place that we recognize that we need to fix the language to be concurrent.
Make it more positive than
And-
negative.
and
Hank,
parallel.
you have to ask yourself the question, if there is a Delta plan that has potential areas for opportunity for ecosystem, for floodplains, for water facilities or so on, and a local plan is not consistent with that, what do you do on a covered action? And is reversing the order relevant on that question and determination? I mean, the local agencies are required to be consistent with the Delta plan, but this, the way you'd phrased it, this would give them the discretion to identify areas even if the areas are not consistent with the Delta plan identified. I mean, I understand everything has to have a project will have its own environmental impact report and detailed, but think about that one a bit. Let them wrestle with the suggested language. I think you want to think through how it's phrased, and there may be different approaches we're going to have to address and decide on.
One of the key things we want to do is get to a point where we have a similar framework and language for each one of the policies so that it's consistent and everybody, once they understand one, will be more likely to understand all of the rest of them. And we haven't got that yet.
Have we given any consideration to getting one individual go through this thing and write it?
Yes, and the chair is on my case every day, and I've talked. We are.
And I don't mean a member of the staff. I mean a
No,
professional.
I understand.
Copywriter.
Yes.
Just make everything consistent and have it flow a little bit.
When you say copyright, you do not mean a legal copyright.
Copywriter, someone who writes copy.
Yes,
Not a
copywriter,
not a
not
copywriter.
copy. Yeah, got it.
No,
Not
and
a
these did not go
plagiarist.
through tech editing. These were, as they were
Yeah.
just being run out the very last minute.
Okay. Okay, any other questions on that P6? Okay. Following down, the recommendations, the non-regulatory section. First comment, Gwen, some of them relate to BDCP. We had the discussion earlier about whether there'd be a BDCP chapter, so just think about whether in whole or in part they don't fit better in a BDC. I just don't know.
Right, and ER1 is identical to Water Resources R1. So we'll either we'll handle it separately in the BDCP, or this will be one of those repeated here issues. ER2 also is a BDCP reference, and talking about incorporating a robust and efficient adaptive management strategy as was described in Chapter 2, or the modified Chapter 2. This is, again, a recommendation, not a mandated regulation or policy. Number 3 is that the key decisions should be based on principles of resilience and the changing delta, so that as things go by, and this again, in this recommendation, it's referencing Bay Delta Conservation Plan that is being proposed for a 50-year Habitat Conservation Plan and Natural Communities Conservation Plan permit. But in this recommendation is to think past the 50 years for resiliency, longer than 50 years, especially in the for all their conservation measures.
Give me just a quick question. When you, in that next to last sentence, line 21, says it would be contrary to the Delta Plan's basic mission if development occurs that is not capable of meeting the needs of the state into the next century. What does development refer to? You mean development of habitat? Is that what habitat creation, or what is it that development references back to?
I think it means both habitat and conveyance. So the two elements of BDCP,
Can I
two
make
main elements, should
I-
both be resilient and be designed so that even at the end of BDCP, they aren't things that suddenly go away, but they continue on.
This anticipates the land use discussion that comes in both in flood and delta in place, and my suggestion is dropping a sentence in here is not all that necessary because you're not replicating it for ecosystem purposes under the Delta Plan. I don't think you are, because the Delta's place and others have language. do we decide, drop one sentence in here on land use? That's what I understand this sentence to mean. Or we to defer to the longer and more elaborate set of discussions that follow? A discussion of the Delta plan.
I apologize, but I'm a little confused.
The sentence, it would be contrary to the Delta plan's basic mission if development occurs that is not capable of meeting the needs of the state into the next century, is either an exhortation or an observation, or it is a statement, as Don suggested, that implies land use restrictions. There are other statements regarding flood development and Delta's place that come up where the land use issues are more directly faced.
In this case,
and
I
clearly
think
stated.
it would be better worded if it said if ecosystem restoration areas are developed or conveyance facilities are developed that are not capable of meeting the needs of the state into the next century. So it's not intended to be focused on development of communities and that kind of thing. It was intended to be different kind of development. So that's a clear point where we need to
It's an odd sentence, even if rewritten, but I'll think about it. Just think about it.
But I agree, the land use issue doesn't belong in this chapter, but belongs in another chapter.
R4. This is for the Wildlife Conservation Board, which has the authorization over many of the funding mechanisms, especially historically has done a lot of the funding that's come out of different legislation, allocated funds from legislation and other grants and programs. They've been involved, as well as the Delta Conservancy by the statute that's involved in the development of ecosystems, to coordinate with DWR, Fish and Game, other state and local agencies to develop a plan and protocol for acquiring lands that would be necessary to achieve the ecosystem restoration with the co-equal goals and the draft ecosystem restoration program that we just spoke of up in Ecosystem Restoration Policy 1.
I should probably add into this the reason that they're co-leads is because I think certainly the Delta Conservancy would like to be the lead, but Department of Fish and Game really wants to be involved, as does Parks and the Wildlife Conservation Board acquires land on behalf of the Department of Fish and Game.
Look, the statute says the Conservancy is a administrator of. I think this is an example of differences between jurisdictions. Including the wildlife conservation in the list is positive, that being a body that receives relatively modest amount of money, but money that's been spent for boat launching ramps and fishing facilities and a bunch of things in the Delta consistent with local interest. There's always, if I remember correctly, 2 Delta legislators serving on the Wildlife Conservation Board, or 2 legislators, one of whom is always coming from the Delta. So it's a way to tap your finger on a source of money that has survived even bad times. It's not directly under the Fish and Game, but it's pretty damn close in the family structure. So I like that. But I think you ought to think through a more clear approach to the question of who would administer the restored lands. And the reality is the Conservancy would be preferred to be the single, sole, and absolute authority on this issue, as I understand their tentative positions. And the Delta Protection Commission might agree with that. I don't really know. But I don't know what the right policy is. That's a new agency. They've got very limited staff. They have no land to administer now, no history of administering it. There has to be a way to address this problem so we don't get lost in organizational confusion on projects that everybody agrees ought to be done. And I would rather see, particularly since this is a recommendation, a clear recommendation. I don't know what it is, but it just seems to me we need it. Now, of course, we don't yet have the Delta Conservancy, what do they call it, their general plan? Not general plan, strategic plan. We don't have that, and we won't have it for a while, right? next year maybe?
Yes, the legislation says 1 year after their executive director's hired, and they just hired Campbell Ingram a couple weeks ago.
Okay.
And the next item actually is things in the strategic plan that he
Right.
wants.
What does Fish and Game say?
Well, just perhaps some clarifying points are here. In line 25, it says by XXX, they're developing a plan and protocol for acquiring. And that's exactly what WCB does. They don't manage
Yeah,
or
right.
do anything as far as...
They turn it over to somebody else.
Correct.
Yeah, they
And-
buy, turn it over to somebody else.
But that's where my question comes in, because I agree with you. I'm not sure, I don't know enough about this to know what the right place is. I know the Delta Conservancy is supposed to be a big player, so it seems weird to, I don't know how we're going to reach some recommendation, and it'd be sort of weird to recommend not having them be the people involved, but maybe I'm just not, I don't feel strongly about it, but I do think we need to be clear. This is a question, from my work with the Wildlife Conservation Board was always on them giving the money for folks to acquire land. But I didn't know they actually planned for what to acquire. So I just want to make sure we're not putting them in the role of doing a plan when they don't normally do a plan. They respond to proposals from DFG, nonprofits, and others. So I just want that to be clear.
And they're primarily local government applications, if I remember my own service for 5 or 6 years on the Wildlife Conservation Board. Locals would come in, the Department of Fish and Game would come in, Department of Conservation would come in, rarely parks would come in periodically, and everybody would get a little list. The legislature likes it because it kind of feels like those local government, you had a pot of money for local groups and they all come in and ask you to divide small amounts of money around. But it's been really important on implementing some fisheries stuff you guys wanted, the Department of Fish and Game wanted to do. I just, maybe the planning is one aspect. We won't know the Conservancy's plan for at least a year, and it's pretty clear the jurisdiction now is Fish and Game, but if we want Fish and Game and Wildlife Conservation to cooperate for a year while the Delta Conservancy plan is being developed, and then come back with recommendations on proper structure for review and incorporation, that's fine with me. And the statute says to the Conservancy they can administer. They could receive and administer projects.
Well, and I think we have to include the Conservancy. They are an important player.
Yep.
And
it's to implement ecosystem restoration.
Yeah. And so I think we want to include them in whatever happens, and that's why we put them in as co-lead, because even though they haven't got all of their stuff done, it's important for them to do that. I think it will help with the local communities because they have members of the Board of Supervisors on their board, and so it's a way of making sure that the locals can be involved in the process of figuring out how we're going to do all of this ecosystem restoration.
But what about my question about the Wildlife Conservation Board? Do you guys must know, do they do plans too, in addition to just approving one?
The Wildlife Conservation Board has some focus on development of watershed planning and water rights planning activities, but they're a small portion of their overall activities, which primarily are acquisition of lands that are recommended to them by other entities.
Yeah.
So this was actually recommended to me initially by John McCammon, who said, hey, I'd like to have the Wildlife Conservation Board involved in this process. And then Campbell came and said, well, we'd like to be the lead in the process. And I said, well, I'd like both of you to be the lead in the process, and you guys work together to figure it out.
Tell them they have 2 weeks to figure it out, come back to us with agreed-upon language. I mean, I'd actually recommend that as an approach. Fish and Game Conservancy and the Wildlife Conservation Board try to construct some language that could be put in here in response to this. I think that would be very helpful.
Dave, you heard that.
I did. Okay.
Just a follow-on question, if I could, Mr. Chair. It references acquiring land, but there's things that are short of acquiring land that can have the preservation for the long term. So is that just kind of the catch-all for easements and other ways of securing things, again, for the long term, that still, and again, it sometimes helps offset some of the total loss of payment in lieu title. Okay, so that is the catch-all. Okay, all right, thanks.
And that probably ought to be be slightly more clear on that. I agree. Okay. Gwen, ER5.
As Mr. Grindstaff said, the Delta Conservancy Strategic Plan is underway and will be completed within the year, and according to statute. These were some recommendations. They've already started to develop their vision for their strategic plan at their commission or their conservancy meetings. These were additional recommendations for items to be addressed within that strategic plan.
Don, did any of these jump out at you as terrible?
No, I guess my question would be consultation with the parties. So again,
This language came directly from Campbell.
Okay,
Ingram.
yeah. So obviously you vetted it through the executive director in his board. So no, nothing jumped out.
This also gives Campbell a little more oomph to argue that other people are supportive of this effort. I don't think Fish and Game or anybody else is going to object to it. Okay. Questions? All right. Chapter number 5. Anyone in the audience like to talk to it?
Excuse me.
Oh, I'm sorry. Ms. Hastings.
Just some comments that some of the science program staff have on what might be missing here. The ERP conservation strategy is referenced, but it's specific to habitat when you look at the maps. And so we've wondered if the council might want to have policies addressing some of the other stressors, non-native invasive species, contaminants, some of those things we did not see here. So I just wanted to point that out.
I think that makes sense. It's potentially a significant addition, and if science would like to start on that, that would be helpful. Joe, I think that's consistent with what we talked about before on stressors. Okay, good.
And it would be helpful if we could prioritize that list of stressors.
We'll get our science board right on that.
Okay. All right. Public
Mr. Chairman, may I move that we break for lunch?
Yes, sir. Do you want to hear public comments first on this? 4 requests.
How long is a public comment going to take?
1 o'clock at the most.
I think it makes sense to do that and then break.
Yeah, I'd recommend it. Some of the folks do have to leave for other appointments. They wanted to talk on this chapter, and if you don't mind, Ms. Ford.
It's kind of like a long-distance camel.
Good afternoon.
Afternoon. It's going on and on.
It is. I'm Connie Ford from Sacramento County Water Resources. And so I was just asking for clarification. At the end, it sounded like you've consulted with CAM on this, on some of this language regarding the Conservancy.
Yes.
Because that was a big question to me. I worked with the Conservancy Board on developing the interim strategy, and we met several times with Senator Walk, and she really encouraged the Conservancy Board to take the strongest lead that they could possibly take in that. So it just raised a flag, and I wanted to make sure that they were consulted, since they're such babies still. You know, they'll grow. We'll grow up.
Yep. Okay. Thank you very much. Okay, Mr. Zuckerman.
Tom Zuckerman, South and Central Delta Water Agency. This is somewhat repetitive of one of the points I made yesterday, but it applies to all these chapters, and I wanted you to be aware of it. That you start with 6 or 7 different alignments of the peripheral canal going across the delta. Then you add the flood areas, which incorporate areas that are not in the primary zone of the delta, that are on the edges of the delta and some of our most productive farmland. Then you talk about all these green blobs and things that somebody is putting on maps with very little precision. And you end up with a conclusion that we have this huge floating easement across the delta. And if you don't know what a floating easement is, if you went to buy a lot and you were going to build a house on it, it said PG&E has the right to build a power line across this property, and it doesn't say where. And consequently, a title company says you can't build anywhere on this property, and that's what you're getting yourself into here. You then come in with the language which one of Chris's lawyers said, of course, none of this is meant to impose eminent domain on anybody, and you've probably negated the whole thing. It probably doesn't, there isn't a hell of a lot of effect it's going to have, because the breadth of these prohibitions that you put in here are, in effect, an exercise of inverse condemnation.
Tom, let me ask you a question. We're a state agency. We're not a local body. And the real conflict, as I understand it, with Delta interest is that you are not enthusiastic supporters of recognizing any state interest that affects your interest. That's the way, that may be an unfair characterization, but that's the way I hear all the stuff I've heard for this 10 months and for Delta Vision for 2 years. And it expresses itself in opposition to any improvement in Delta facilities, except maybe a little bit of armoring the existing facilities to satisfy the South Delta interest. How should a state agency respond to a legislative declaration that the state interests are co-equal goals, water resources reliability for California, and an improved Delta ecosystem, other than honor that and then apply the unique status of the Delta as the statute requires, and try to develop a plan that achieves that?
Well, I addressed that yesterday, and you just addressed it in your last phrase. Why don't you develop a plan?
Because we're also ordered to do a legally enforceable plan, Tom.
Well,
but we're not. We're trying very hard to steer clear of the question on condemnation of land. We don't have the power to condemn land. You know that.
Most of this stuff is meaningless that you put in there.
Look, we both went to law school. We both went to law school at the same time. The floating easement argument is like much of legal issues on land use and condemnation, an assertion of interest against interest, and it's actually a fun argument. I don't buy the argument that no government can plan anything. No government can plan anything that affects a geographical region without permission first from every individual property owner, which is where I think you're headed.
No. What I'm saying is do a responsible job here of being precise enough as to what it is you're going to do so that you don't screw everything up.
Yeah, I'm sort of, if I can interrupt, I'm hearing it. You guys have probably been arguing this for decades, so you're thinking you're hearing what each other's saying. I don't know. That's just what it appears to me as a novice. But here's what I heard from Tom, not knowing all of that and not having been there all those years with you, which saddens me because I would have enjoyed them.
Yes, but you're much younger, so you didn't have the opportunity.
I'm not. You may think I am, but I'm not. But what I heard you say, and I want to be clear, this is what you heard, what you meant, is just be, and we've talked about this as we went through, just be a little more specific with the like, where, in the map so that we know what you're talking about versus this vague comment that kind of clouds everything.
Yeah, and then be prepared with a financial plan to go out and actually acquire the interest that you're going to need for it, instead of sitting back and letting this whole thing languish. Let all the farmers go broke because they can no longer get loans from their banks because the bank was relying upon some development capability of the land as part of the valuation that they use in order to calculate the loan. I mean, this is the real world. This isn't some blackboard exercise that you're doing here. This reminds me very much, and I don't want to, the example shouldn't, well, there was an article in the Bee several years ago when I first began to become concerned about defined benefit retirement plans and so forth. An interview of one of the board members of State Teachers Retirement Association, which of course are all teachers or ex-teachers. And they said, they've determined actuarially that the fund is underfunded by $25 billion today, and it's growing by $11 billion a year. You know, what are you going to do about it? And they said, well, we could increase the contributions from the teachers, but they won't do that. Or we could reduce the benefits, but they don't want that either. So it's kind of a big dilemma, but in the long run, it's a general obligation of the state of California, so we don't have to worry about it. That's kind of the position that you're putting this resources thing into. That you've got all these big plans, these defined benefits that you're going to try to do through the thing. You don't have a finance plan. I've read your finance plan. It's very discouraging. You've got this huge, big ticket thing that you're talking about without having a chance in hell of financing it. So why don't you start with a plan that is within your grasp, that you think you can actually achieve, instead of going out and spreading these green blobs and lines and dots and stuff all over the map of the Delta, who are not the people that created the problem. You're trying to substitute the Delta for the Suisun Marsh because we no longer have freshwater flows into the Suisun Bay. That's what you're really doing here. So get a plan that is small enough that you think you can actually execute, that will attack the problem. And don't just destroy the Delta, which is in effect what you're going to do here by impeding its ability to function economically. Maybe that's your plan. I don't know. Maybe that's your plan. If we can put enough restrictions on people doing anything in the Delta that they all go broke, then we don't have to worry about levees anymore because they'll all crumble down, and then we'll have this marvelous inland sea that we can build a peripheral canal around. Is that your plan? Because that's where you're headed.
Tom, I can't let that go without a response. It's
the way.
It's clearly not the plan of this.
Well,
of this
you're going to have a tough time convincing people if you publish.
We're not done yet.
That's not your plan.
We're not done yet. We have the guidelines that have been given to us, and we're doing our very best to carry that out. I assure you, our purpose is not to cause anybody to go broke.
Well, I think, the last time we had this subject in CalFed, and there was a red blob or a green blob or something that was drawn across Middle Roberts Island, and there were 400 or 500 people that showed up in Sacramento screaming mad about it. This is what you're facing here.
I was there. They were reacting to the DREAMS study.
Well, whatever.
Let's be accurate. It was a committee to advise the Blue Ribbon Task Force. They never proposed that Roberts Island be a floodplain. That was in the DREAMS study. And I think you were partially responsible for organizing those 20 families to come. And when they realized that they were responding to something, to a body that didn't have anything to do with it, they all sat down and went home. I remember
I didn't have
that.
anything to do with organizing it. I was asked to speak on their behalf.
I want the Tom Zuckerman who wrote the white paper to Dell Division in 2008, I think.
That was earlier than that.
Was it early, 07? And I don't know whether we've recirculated that to this body. But that Tom Zuckerman actually addressed the state interest as well as the local interest. And I think that informed what Dell Division did a lot. But Tom, I want to do something more than just another study because the statute tells us we should do more. I also think your criticism about neither providing context nor a vision in this draft is right. We've had that conversation. We've been alluding to it. We're going to be better on that. But I'm like you. I start from I'm like Hank. I start with supply and demand, and that's statewide. It's not specific. But we don't do that in California. The water world is full of, I am the center of the universe, start with me. Whether that's Northern California, the in-Delta, Southern California, urban, or agriculture, everybody says, I'm the center of the universe, start with me. Well, they're 38 million centers of the universe in California, and it is impossible to start with every single person and plan outward. So we're going to cobble together recommendations. There will be disputes. There will be disagreements. But the notion that, for example, that the Delta, which has very little of its natural condition left, should remain with very little of a natural condition, an ecosystem, is contrary to state policy and contrary to what I think ought to be done. Do I think that a good portion of agriculture currently existing can be compatible to ecosystem use? Yes, I do. In fact, I believe that's the only way you're going to prevent agriculture from being chopped into pieces by urban development. That's just a personal opinion. But that's a hard, measured test and a balancing test. And what we're trying to figure out is not just the vision, but how to start the process to do what the legislature asked us to do, legally enforceable Delta plan. The other problem is the BDCP process is going on where all the heavy-duty dudes are spending their time, most of the heavy-duty dudes are spending their time negotiating, compromising, yelling, screaming, and arguing. I got that. And it'll work or it won't work. I have no idea on the whole thing. But we're trying to deal with that. Many of the complaints that come here are complaints about BDCP, both as to process and likelihood. We can't solve that. We've got the restriction placed on us by statute. You know that. So it just seems to me, maybe you're right, there are state interests that are legitimate because that's for all the people of California. We may not have stated them correctly. We may not have explained them accurately. There can't be a state of California without a reliable water supply, and by statute now, and I believe morally right, there can't be it without an improved and protected Delta ecosystem. And in addition, those goals achieved in a way that recognizes the uniqueness of the Delta as specified by statute. Not easy, it's not perfect, not wonderful, but I've spent my whole career since getting into politics, and I listen to this stuff, and since I know the Tom Zuckerman of the white paper has the broadest possible perspective, that's what we need, because that's the job we were given.
Well, that's what I'm complaining about. You need to get some big ideas in here, Phil.
Well, for Christ's sake, Tom, what do you think we've been debating? We're going to have an argument about groundwater. Is that a big idea? Last time I checked, it was a big idea. Mandatory conservation be going beyond 7.7 statewide. Do you think that's a big idea?
I do think it's a big idea.
Well, have you been listening to our discussion on it?
I don't think you've stated it in your plan.
I want to see the Tom Zuckerman language for mandatory action that you believe is within our scope of legal responsibility. That's missing.
I don't care if you can enforce it or not. That's not my point. My point is we need a plan to lead us out of the wilderness, and not just a bunch of prohibitions about what the poor people in the Delta can't do in the unlikely event that somebody's going to come through with a huge bag of money to build some ecosystem or some water conveyance plan or something like that. We need to get our minds behind a common plan to solve the state's water problems, not a way of setting the Delta aside to languish for indefinite periods of time until we decide we never really got a plan that we could execute. Let's get the plan. Let's figure out what it costs. Let's figure out how we're going to finance it before we start impacting the people on the ground. The local planning agencies are not going to allow people to build houses out in floodplains.
I beg your pardon? What are we doing in the City Hall of West Sacramento? What about the Natomas area of Sacramento? What about the pocket in Sacramento? Even Southland Park where I live.
That's because they have improperly characterized the floodplain.
So we're not at risk?
Of course you're at risk. But the way to do this is to get the flood management plan for the Central Valley completed, where you can actually designate where the floodplains are, and that's the right direction to be working on. That's the plan that I gave you 6 years ago.
Yeah, and the legislature set up a body that has missed its 2 deadlines to date, and
Well, I don't see any ranting and raving in your plan about that.
Ranting and raving?
You know, why aren't you criticizing people for failure to come forward with, on a timely basis, with a flood management plan that we can design this around?
All right. Thank you, sir.
I've got a list of big ideas I'll give you.
But I want you to go back to your lawyer mode and write language you think we can enforce. I know you just said, we don't care about you enforcing it. Make the statements I want to hear. I interpret it. Make the statements we want to hear. That's all I care about. I want to do the statements and what we can under the existing authority.
Okay, but don't put us in the dungeon in shackles in the meantime.
Okay. All right. Let's see. Anybody else? We're going to take a break for lunch. Jonas? Okay. And after Jonas, we're going to take a 30-minute break.
Just a quick observation where you all may not be as far apart as the preceding discussion sort of might have taken people. I don't think that there's that much disagreement about some uses that would be incompatible with conveyance or restoration. What I heard Mr. Zuckerman speak to primarily was agricultural use. I didn't hear him say much about houses, except you shouldn't put them in floodplains. So my suggestion is perhaps you can be a little bit more precise about the kinds of uses that would be subject to regulatory control. And I just don't know that, and you may want to check with the biologists, but the existing and continued agricultural uses, I don't really think are going to be precluding what those future decisions are on ecosystem restoration conveyance. And I think that's the biggest land use in the Delta, and perhaps by parsing those out, you can find some accommodation.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Minton. It's 1 o'clock. Let's come back at 1:30. Okay, turn us on if you would, please. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, we're starting back up again. It is 1:32. My apologies, and my apologies for taking a short break for lunch, but we need to plow through this report this one time. We had ended with the public comments we knew about on chapter number 5 on ecosystem, with a lot of suggestions and comments. But is there anyone else who would like to speak on chapter 5, the ecosystem section? And Ms. Ford, Ms. Dorn, I'm still holding these comments, and sooner than later we're going to come back to your initial, very first opening comments on the Independent Science Board. Thank you for your patience. Okay, Mr. Grindstaff, chapter number 6, Ms. Buck. Oh, I'm sorry, you're not talking because you're losing your voice. Ms. Buchholz, chapter number 6.
Chapter number 6 is one of the reasons that chapter 6, and then we'll also see that in chapter 8, is relatively short, is because many of the issues that are described in here are also described in the water resources and in the ecosystem chapters. And this gets down to a way of when we want to integrate. We may want to bring this, the council may want to bring back that information and say repeat it here as we've described. In this case, we were trying to limit the amount of repetition between the chapters.
Is there anything that the Water Master, Craig Wilson, said yesterday about the notion of incorporating the Water Board reports that he had mentioned, that caused you to reflect on this chapter and whether we should do anything else?
No, we utilized both of those reports in getting to this chapter and also background information that was in the previous findings quite a bit.
Okay.
And especially in the work plans for the updates of the water quality control plans. We also we didn't put that in this part of the chapter because that was much more in the findings, but it can be incorporated by reference to.
Whether it's a policy or a recommendation, and all of these are recommendations.
All but one.
All but one, that's correct, all but one. And it's largely, I think, because the jurisdiction of the Water Board is so clear and obvious in this area. Public Health Department has other component parts. I was abusing Mr. Minton yesterday about his 4 points on the disadvantaged communities, and have you given any thought to that? I notice a number of these things touch on it indirectly.
Right, and that's when we get to the recommendations, the last two recommendations, three actually, that was what we had in mind. So we may want to be more clear and more specific about that as we've talked about on other policies and recommendations.
Just so you know what I'm thinking and what I'm occasionally saying in public too, it kind of goes this way. As the water supply in California tightens, for whatever reasons, volatility of the water supply, Mr. Fiorini's starting point, or me, a finite supply, whatever it tightens with demand and supply not matching up, my instinct is that water quality becomes much more important because humans are reusing water with greater frequency, and we are in fact encouraging them to do it in this staff draft of the Delta Plan for all the obvious reasons with which I concur. But it means that in certain sense, if water allocation issues can't be resolved or demand can't be reduced, water quality becomes the surrogate for things better addressed in different ways. Mm-hmm. And I keep speculating when I'm out of Randy's sphere of influence that the lack of a quantification of a water right will inevitably lead over time to downstream users insisting that quantifications be made for water quality purposes. That competing interests in regions like Contra Costa County was one of the litigants against the environmental impact report on Sacramento's sewage treatment plant is an illustration of what's always happened but is likely to get more aggressive. And I keep thinking that water quality is something the public generally supports. Bond issues always say clean drinking water. But if it becomes a focus of contentious legal dispute because no other issues can't be resolved another way, I wonder whether the public support for water quality doesn't evaporate under endless litigation for miscellaneous purposes. That's a random stray thought. You don't have to respond to it.
I wasn't.
Okay. All right. But this needs, the water quality needs an opening contextual statement, as these all do, to help explain it. Okay.
Yes.
Let's start walking through.
Okay, water quality policy 1, P1. Currently, the State Water Resource Control Board and or the Regional Water Quality Control Boards are in the process of establishing, have established or continuing to establish what's called total maximum daily load programs, which in essence looks at different constituents that may be harmful to beneficial uses in a stream and developing a level that in essence reflects the summative capacity within that stream and watershed. They, subsequent to that, will then frequently take that further and then develop water quality regulatory water quality criteria. One of the things that is a time frame issue is that until that comes to play, and as different permits come up to renewal, like a national pollutant discharge elimination system permit for discharges, or into the water body comes up at least every 5 years for review by the regional boards, then these types of issues with total maximum daily load programs also come up to play. And so this would also potentially connect the dots with the covered actions that also may come up to play with those dischargers. This can include, depending on the receiving water body, it can include both direct discharges, such as from a pipe, from a storm drain to a wastewater effluent outfall, to what's called non-point source, a runoff that comes from stormwater runoff, but not necessarily through discharge through a pipe. And so this would put a little broader connection on this to show, for covered actions, to show that they were in compliance with the total maximum daily load obligations for that water supply, or that water body.
Randy, then Don. No? No. Okay. All right. By the way, I like the approach on this because it's relying on a total maximum daily load set under law by another agency. But it's kind of following what I thought the Water Master suggested in some ways, incorporate in things that make sense. This is at least a plausible approach to do that in the future. I liked it. Okay. Page 38, please.
And on
the recommendation. I'm sorry.
Yeah, and these are all recommendations, and I'm going to take a group of them, 1, 2, and 3 together. There are currently, let me do 2 and 3 first, since we just spoke specifically of total maximum daily loads. Currently, the State Board and the regional Central Valley Regional Water Quality Control Board is also looking at, I believe the San Francisco one is involved in this, and I don't want to misspeak, though, but they are in the process of currently developing their total maximum daily load criteria for diazinon and chlorpyrifos. And these numbers, this date is consistent with what the State Board has said would be occurring. So we got that from the State Board. And then the next one was for pyrethroids, and this came from their website, not from the State Board staff, showing that they would have this one completed by the 2021. State Board staff is actually still looking at it. Will get back to us if there's an earlier date.
What's the advantage to using particular pesticide by name recommendations as opposed to a generic policy? I'm sure, or recommendation. I'm sure you've thought of that.
This is a perfect example. They're taking they're taking different pesticides at different times. So unless we would take the last date that was due, in this case, and that would be only the listed pesticides currently. So this is specific for these 3 pesticides. So pesticides are such a wide classification of constituents that they need to be looked at a little separately. And they come from different uses, too, and different sources.
Right.
So there'll be different responses to the total maximum daily load by dischargers.
Question. Is there anything that should be done to deal with what can be a conflict between water qualities for human consumption and the quality of water for ecosystems? Certainly the first nutrient criteria in part addresses that. But is there a broader statement approach, organizational format that makes sense?
We do not currently have either a policy or recommendation in the second staff draft Delta plan that addresses that specifically. In other documents that are being looked at, one of the critical constituents that are looked at in that case is salinity, especially in the areas where they're looking at increased tidal marsh that would have an increased level of salinity. Generally could be higher than what is currently required for drinking water use, for human drinking water use.
At a minimum, when you do the introductory language, I think it's worth pointing out, and the science program has pointed out to us, that water quality for one purpose is not necessarily good for another purpose. And I think it's worth laying that out and not just leave the impression that somehow anything you do on water quality is automatically beneficial for every other purpose, which we know is not true, appears not to be true. Anyway, just a suggestion. Randy.
And I only use salinity there as one example, but
Okay.
that is one of the ones that's being discussed in multiple
Okay.
venues right now. Let me go back to water quality recommendation 1, line 1, page 38. Is state water resource, this is a recommendation for the state board and the regional water quality control boards in both Central Valley and San Francisco to Bay Area to develop and adopt nutrient criteria for the Delta and the Delta watershed. And again, picking a date that would be consistent with the completion, so that they could be included in the next Delta draft Delta plan, the 5-year update.
Mr. Nordhoff had again said earlier on a different subject, prioritization of this. Is there anything out of this other than the chronology that of report and deadlines due? Is there anything on the subject matter of the individual components that suggest a ranking?
I'll have to go back and look at the text in the in the water board's work plan. I cannot remember if they had a prioritization. It seems to me they had some prioritization.
If there's a prioritization that makes sense to the main regulatory agency, I think it makes sense to follow their priority order in these recommendations. I know these are not legally enforceable, but it's significant, and it's worth talking in close to the same terms.
Okay.
Okay.
And I can't remember exactly. It's been a while since I read the work plan.
Okay. Let me ask, is there anyone in the audience who wishes to talk on the water quality section, Chapter 6? Yes, please. Oh, sorry. Ms. Dorn.
Good afternoon, Chairman Eisberg, council members. I'm Linda Dorn, Sacramento Regional County Sanitation District, and there's actually three things.
Get a little closer to the mic because the sound over the simulcast needs you to speak more forcefully.
Is that better?
Yes.
Okay. So I have 3 items that I would like to discuss. The first one is a suggestion that I think would make the plan easier to read and for the public to understand. It was something I thought about, and I heard Councilmember Nordhoff talk about why you had a particular date. And to me, on some of these recommendations and policies, maybe most of them, it would be helpful if there was an explanation of how you got to that. And maybe that's supposed to come out of the findings. And that's the second thing I'd like to talk about is the findings for water quality. They were issued after the first draft of the Delta Plan, so we did not comment on those as of this point in time. But yet they aren't included in the second draft. Now, there was water quality findings that were issued on March 9th before the workshop that was held on the 10th and the 11th. And we have substantial comments on those water quality findings. I actually was kind of confused about whether to submit anything on them or not because I wanted to see what came out in the second draft last Friday. And when I realized that there's no findings in there,
Right.
then it's imperative that our organization...
This is probably a good time to flag your hesitations or reservations.
Yes, and also it ties into, you can throw away my card on the Independent Science Board because it ties into my comments that I had there, is I think they did a great job on their review and their write-up. And my question was going to be, are they planning on looking at the water quality findings? Because they didn't review it as part of the first draft. It wasn't in there. Now they're not in the second draft.
Joe,
I think we are asking them to review that. That's one of the reasons we released it, was we were hoping that they would be able to, and they said, no, we've already got this. So the plan is that they will review those findings.
But not for this next meeting, because I only heard Dr. Norgard say that they were going to review the water resources.
I think the plan is for this next meeting. I could be wrong, but I don't believe so. If not, I will follow up.
Okay.
Two things. First, consistent with Dr. Norgaard's comment that the independence of the Science Board leads to a certain amount of grumbling with their, if not conflict of interest, their discomfort with what might appear to some as incompatible roles. We can't guarantee what an independent Science Board is or isn't going to do for us, but we hope that they will. And they initially started off by saying they were only going to comment on the first and the third draft, is my recollection. Then they agreed that the first draft they didn't like very much, and they were going to look at this, and they've done that. I suspect the various iterations will receive, if not exhaustive review from the Independent Science Board. They'll identify pieces that are of more interest to them, similar to what Mr. Dom did with his little chart that you may have...
Yeah, that was helpful.
Yeah, that was very helpful because it gives you a way of identifying at least what he thought and what the science program, Delta Science Program thought might be more pure science issues, mixed issues, and not science, but policy or economics or whatever. So just a suggestion, whether you want to wait for the next comments or not, any reservations in general you have to the things you've seen, we'd sure appreciate getting in writing. Ms. Buchholz goes through great agony, and Ms. McCauley trying to inventory the stuff, categorize them, and get them out. And it's a lot easier to do if we can get as early an advance notice as possible.
Right. The letter's drafted. I'm just trying
Great.
to get it finalized right now. And I'm sorry it's a 30-page comment letter on a 3-page document.
Why would you?
But it has
why would you be sorry? No,
it has 72 references in it.
That's
so.
good. No, and if you provide alternative suggested language, that also helps us to clearly understand the point being made.
Yeah, I heard you say that today, and that might not be a focus of the letter that comes on the findings. I have a suspicion that they will be not radically changed,
dramatically,
but they will be very different in the third draft.
Yes, they will.
I will make recommended changes for this
Great.
language that's here in the second draft of the Delta Plan when we submit a comment letter on that, which hopefully will be the following Monday. And I guess that was one other kind of concern that I had with the Independent Science Board not reviewing the water quality findings is because of the short time frame, and I respect that and understand that you need to do it. They also, by the time it gets to the third draft and they're finally reviewing the findings in this area on water quality, that will essentially be their first review of them. And I suspect at that point, the fourth draft is already going to be started to be drafted, the same as it is right now, right? The third draft. So it condenses the amount of time that anyone can take what their recommendations or their review says, what their review says, and incorporate it into that next draft, which I have if I have my countings correct, is going to be the draft that will be issued right before an EIR. The EIR will be issued on that draft. So by this point, these findings that we have substantial comments on can have already made it into the third draft, and there won't be much time before the larger public draft. It's just a concern that I have. So.
Don't take this as a guarantee, but my hunch is that all of us will start focusing on the policies, the regulatory side, with greater focus and greater focus. But all of the issues you see, even in this loose first and second draft, are likely in one form or another to appear in subsequent drafts, I think. So if you decide you need to focus, my first suggestion is take the policies, the ones that arguably have some legal application, and look at that, which is not to say that things that are recommendations might not become policies, or some that are policies might not become recommendations. I think that'll happen too. But just in terms of your approach, Don?
Yeah, just a question. So if I understood correctly, we've been requested the Independent Science Board to take a look at this chapter, where I've already had those conversations, but that we're hopeful or we're pretty well assured that when they come back to us in April, after they've had their April session, that they will be able to review this section and we'll have the benefit of comments on this particular section for the April 22nd draft that this council is going to take under consideration?
I hope so. I'm trying to remember exactly when their schedule is. I'm pretty sure they were planning to get comments to us, at least draft comments to us, before we get the April 22nd draft out. So they'll be reflected.
This is a pretty important section for their review, though. I mean, when it comes to, things that relate, I mean, all of them are, but this one here, we start talking about, regulation of certain types of constituents in waters and their impacts and, impacts on drinking water and so forth. I mean, where science has connectivity to a lot of
Science
things.
has connectivity to it, but on the other hand, in almost every case, what we're doing is saying that the regional board or the state board should implement this plan, which they've already got in their schedule that they want to do, and we're saying, yes, you need to do it. So we're not setting standards ourselves in this or implementing anything new that would have a major regulatory effect. The one policy that's a regulation there says if you're doing a covered action, you need to be complying with state law in other areas.
I understood that.
So,
Well, just in the area of TMDL.
right.
Yeah.
Can I ask a question on that, too? I was kind of confused with the policy. It states that whoever's coming in under a covered action will have demonstrated complete compliance with the TMDL. And I'm not really sure I understand exactly what that means. And I was kind of hoping that there would be a bigger discussion amongst the council members and staff so that I could maybe understand.
Full compliance versus compliance.
Yeah.
Because what we say is full compliance, and I guess I'm not sure why we use that.
But I don't, if I may, I'm wondering if Ms. Dorn is thinking that whoever comes in first then would have the complete, would have to implement the entire TMDL. Is that what you were?
Well, no, but there has been an emphasis in TMDLs on end-of-pipe when a larger contributor of the source in the load is from non-point sources, and that's not where I'm going.
Okay.
I mean, I think it would be a benefit in writing up this regulation if you worked more with the regulatory agency that does this work, because I don't know that they would use this term of full compliance. One of the things that you can have in an NPDES permit is a time schedule order, and a time schedule order will allow you time to come into compliance. So
Fair point.
So I'm not sure that they would use this language. And another thing that...
Well, a typical TMDL actually has time steps built into it and says you'll do this by this
But they
time.
may have stage times to meet slightly increased standards.
You're meeting their standards.
And the argument is if they come in midstream with an agreed upon or enforced staging, are they held to meet the full compliance?
So I understand the issue, and I think
No, you're right.
crafting the
Fair
language
question.
better to make sure that it's clear.
Right, and I was almost trying to think of a specific example, because there's not a lot of TMDLs that have been developed. They're difficult to develop. So the Mercury TMDL for the Central Valley is the most recent one. And I'm just trying to think how this works in even a practical term. So DWR does a project that's a covered action to remove mercury, right, to meet their load allocation. So who determines whether they're in full compliance? Do they turn in everything that they did for the project and all the analytical results, or do you rely upon the regional boards to make that decision?
I'll explain what I think happens, and we probably need to think through more. But when DWR, who is named in the Mercury TMDL, who has some responsibilities there, they come in with a project that is a covered action, and they certify their consistency with the Delta plan. One of the things they will have to evaluate and document is that they're in compliance with the TMDL standards. And if someone does not believe that and appeals that decision to the council, my assumption is they would provide evidence and say, well, what DWR did really isn't compliance with that, and if that became an issue, I assume we'd go to the regional board, who actually is the agency that oversees it, and say, are they compliant with your order or not?
And the project would be the actual work that they're doing to comply with the TMDL, the covered action. See, this is where I'm getting confused, because the DWR would do a large excavation, let's say. I'm not sure. I mean, I don't know.
So let's say
To deal with the mercury TMDL.
They are going to do an ecosystem restoration project. What's the name of the one? There are any number of them that are out there, and the TMDL has specific requirements for ecosystem restoration projects.
Okay.
And they would then be certifying as part of their consistency determination that they really are complying with the TMDL, and somebody would have to assert, no, they aren't.
Oh, okay. Well, that's helpful, I think, in trying to work out how this works in practical terms. So there's one other thing that I'd like to get clear on this, too, is because I heard Gwen mention MPDS or discharges as corrective actions or covered actions, right? Is that? I thought that they're exempt.
The NPDS permit specifically would be a regulatory action and therefore not a covered action.
Okay. I just wanted to be clear on that.
All right. Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thanks for your suggestions.
Thank you. Ms. Ford, Sacramento County Water Agency.
Hello. I wasn't going to comment on this, but I might as well.
Might as well.
For the record, Connie Ford, Sac County Water Agency. One of the things that I am trying to work on, and it's very challenging, is I'm trying to meet EPA's request to respond to their little notice for proposed.
Notice of intended regulations or
Yeah.
something or whatever it's called. Yeah.
But they ask a lot of questions that they're fishing for answers on based on kind of water quality issues. And just as one of the documents that I ran across that has a lot of pertinent information towards that the Water Board is working on right now is they are drafting a sediment quality control plan for enclosed basin estuaries. And it's very comprehensive, includes a lot of information. But oh my goodness, their monitoring and reporting that they're proposing is really expensive. And a lot of it will be towards the sediment, of course, but my point is, and that of course affects the water quality, you know, what's in the sediment affects what the water has, and vice versa. But one of the things they did is they did an economic analysis to go along with this, and that's what I was reading, and that's why I'm saying, oh my goodness, this is expensive. And truly, they are proposing to push a lot of that on, oh, look, we've got all these MPDS holders, and oh, it's only going to cost $26 per household for this, and it's only going to cost $1,600 per boat for that, and oh my goodness.
Well, but the question for us is the legislature told us to include protection and, I guess, improvement of water quality in the Delta Plan, and if there is a definitive order from federal or state officials on total maximum discharge limits, what's the problem with us requiring people with covered actions to indicate they've complied with it?
My point is just that it's really expensive, and I'm not saying that there isn't a need.
But even if it is, let's assume for a minute that an order is made, Sacramento County Water Authority's ordered to comply. Okay, just assume that. You file a lawsuit, you lose the lawsuit, the court says it's good policy, bad policy, but it's the law.
And I like to do stuff before it gets to the battle.
Well, I know, but then that's directed to the EPA intended regulations, which saying if you do it, either don't do it, or if you do it, then you should do it in the following ways, and here's how to minimize cost. I mean, the point is, if we were trying to directly impose our own standards on anyone, I think the details of it would be very important, but we are not. But we're directed to consider the inclusion of other plans. We are directed to protect water quality for all purposes. How else would we do this other than accepting a definitive judgment of a government agency with authority in a regulatory process that establish kind of like a trial that has an outcome saying, no, you got to meet this TMDL? And just saying to applicants who walk in, oh yeah, our project, would it be relevant, since water quality is part of our element, for a covered action for people who are not meeting the requirements of law to come to us and not say something? I mean, don't you want to see whether the applicant is complying with water quality laws before you judge the covered action?
And that I understand and I appreciate, and I have mixed feelings about how that should happen. By the time it gets in the sediment, however, a lot of it is legacy stuff.
Yeah, but
from
it
other
still
operations.
impacts water quality. I understand
Yes.
the legacy argument is primarily, I'm not responsible, but I'm the only one around to pay for it, and that's unfair. And that usually leads to state or national cleanup efforts.
And
But from
that's-
our point of view, just following the mandates of the statute, what's the policy objection for us asking applicants to affirm that they are in compliance, put aside the full or just compliance, with an official order of a regulatory agency on TMDL?
There's not, and I understand that. However, if it weren't for this whole Delta plan, Delta project going forward, this wouldn't be moving forward to the extent that it is. A lot of it, I'm not entirely sure if it's scientifically based enough to really tag the people that it's going to target with it. The MS4 permits will be a target of that also, and which, once again, I understand the need, and the scientists have taught me that there's a great need, but it's going to be really costly. And when we get around to the financing plan, what if, especially if this legacy stuff and or other impacts of if you flood islands, you're going to have more sedimentation issues because now what's in the islands is going to be underwater now, and now it's going to be part of the sediment. So there's just a whole lot of stuff when we get down to figuring out who's responsible for what and who's responsible for paying for what. Can we kind of take that into consideration, or can we ask for some relief from that? What's there a way to do it that's fair without killing off the municipal agencies that have to oversee, and now this whole layer of testing and monitoring for this protocol that may or may not be sufficient for the scientists to base their conclusions on? And that's kind of where I kind of draw it into, well, how can we do this so that it's, I want to say more palatable, but you talk about fairness, you talk about, and it just opens up that whole debate a bit again, but how do you get there from here in a reasonable way and putting the costs where they should be, minimizing them where they can be, is always an effort, but I know.
I think it's directed to the other agencies who have the authority to set TDML. If there's language you think is appropriate, let us consider it, and shoot us an email so we can look at the language.
Yeah, it's hard because especially when it's legacy stuff, it's hard to get there from here.
Randy, Felicia.
I think in terms of costs, ultimately the ratepayer is the one that's going to pay whatever the increased costs were. So any municipal agency that is able to do an analysis of impacts, costs associated with these regulations, if it could be calculated on a per household or a per acre basis, depending on where it applies, that's useful information to us, because I'm concerned about enormous costs that may not yield a great deal of benefit. And that's the role the public can play, and particularly municipal agencies, doing an evaluation and estimating a cost per household or cost per acre.
Well, and when I said the $26 per household, that's just in what they think it'll cost per household to educate the public on how not to dump stuff into their storm drain, that kind of thing. Public education, that's $26 per household. Wow, you think about how many people are in my county, and it's kind of like, ouch. How are we going to cover that under our MS4 permit? And it's just hard. I'm not saying that we don't need to do it and they need to learn it, but wow.
Okay. Felicia.
Yeah, no, I think I have a more general set of comments. I think having worked on these things in another agency before, you always have to try and figure out costing, reasonability, but I think Chairman Eisenberg is right. It'd be very hard for us to start to weigh into that set of issues, but these other agencies need to weigh in. The problem I think we come at is where they're not acting and something actually has an impact on drinking water or ecosystem water quality, and we got to goose them to do it. How they implement it is something that we have to work through in different ways. So,
Right.
But I had a broader question, and I apologize for being
Let
late.
me make sure. Does that wrap up this comment on this section?
Right.
Yeah, I was just wondering if I could escape.
Yes, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
If you
your
could
questions to me or your question is to...
No, you wanted to escape from this meeting, so could you
no.
say the thing about the Independent Science Board? Is that what you were asking me?
Yeah, let's see if I have my notes, because, like that was several hours
You've
ago.
been remarkably patient for 3.5 hours.
Oh, I had no problem. I just didn't quite know, since we were changing the rules, well, are we doing it this or just the chapter? So I
We're trying to do it chapter by chapter, but because you do have a conflict, hopefully we can get you out of here a little early.
Oh, awesome. No, I just wanted to let you know that I've been observing the the Independent Science Board as well, and they are an awesome group. And I wish it wasn't a conflict of interest for you guys to participate as well. And I wish it was televised so that you could watch them, because it has been the most interesting thing to do it. Now, I have, before this, considered myself to be a little bit educated, but boy, I tell you what, I need to take a dictionary when I go to those meetings, because I've never heard some of these words. And who knew there were so many different names for the salmon, from when they're this size to this size to this size to this size. But, what I have observed is they have taken this responsibility very, very well, and they consider it that they're responsible for this. They have seen this, and they talk amongst themselves, so I get to listen to them talking and about, well, what they've done on what other projects and where, and what the successes and failures have been. So my point is, a lot of these people on that science board, man, they've done this before. So it's really incredible to listen to them. I think they work very well as a group. One of the things that I have found really interesting that I just never thought of before is, they don't have to come to consensus. They bring all of their own experiences,
Right.
and if they're not in consensus, they write down what they agree on, and they write down where they disagree and why. And I think that is an awesome point of view, because they have experience that had an adverse effect than what the others had, and I think that's really incredible. From that, what they have taught me is, if I'm an old dog, don't want to learn a new trick, what they have taught me is we do have a real problem here. And it's not just for those that live in the Delta. It is something that those of us that live upstream need to start learning how to do different. And I would really like them to help me figure out where the priorities are in doing something different. And I figured out, well, okay, I'm going to have to change a substantial amount of the way I live in order to help the state fix its bigger problem. But I guess my other point is all the other people are going to have the same response that I did initially. I have to do what? But, they have taught me. And how to bring that forward and let other people see that is, I think, where we need to go, anywhere that we can on this. Anyways. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, Glenn.
Okay. All right, anyone else on Chapter 6? I'm sorry, we've got the next one is big and meaty indeed. It's the risk chapter.
Right.
And I'd very much like to try to get through Chapter 7. The finance plan, Joe already announced, is still under revision, so I'm going to suggest that, other than general comments, if we have any, we not spend a lot of time on that. We want, after, I believe, Chapter 8, to ask members for gaps or missing items, and all of us were supposed to be taking notes the last couple of days about things that you think didn't appear in this draft and the first one that should appear. So
I can talk about what's missing here then, if you want.
well, I could do it. We'll do it now or before the risk or after the risk chapter. What's your pleasure?
We can do it after risk. I don't mind.
Okay, let's get into risk because I think it's important. Ms. Buchholz, you want to start with risk?
Starting on the page 40, we'll start the policies there on RRP1. And the first policy is relatively consistent with many other times when you, for other programs within the Delta. For instance, if you need to get a what's called a Section 404 permit under the Clean Water Act with from the Corps of Engineers, if you're doing anything along in the waterways and the wetlands. They also permits that are required in the levees from the Central Valley Flood Protection Board basically are looking at any of those actions, any other activities wouldn't reduce the level of flood flow capacity in the stream that you're working in. This also, we have also looked at this, and we talked with DWR, and this was the wording we came up with: of no covered action can reduce the level of flood flow capacity through and or around the delta. So this would be another place that a covered action would necessarily need to be checked in, that it did not reduce the flood flow capacity for the construction of activities.
Question I have is that, excuse me, that one of the primary elements, certainly from a standpoint of some economic activity in Delta, are your marinas and your recreational. When you build a marina, again, I don't know, there's several levels of permitting, but you do put things into the waterway. That's the idea. And I trust, again, if that requires certain permitting, that may come under covered action. Certainly the local entitlement for a marina, but beyond that, I don't know what it does to reduce the level of flood flow capacity, but you do put structures, pilings and piers and docks and so forth into the waterway, and it says no covered action may reduce the level of flood flow capacity. It may be very minimal. It may be nominal or inconsequential, but it's certainly going to have an impact upon capacity that gets taken into account, I guess, in certain permitting activities. I'm just curious: does this become a mechanism by some who might not want to see any further marina development, saying that you're intruding into the waterways, so therefore you're going to impede the capacity, and so therefore it's a covered action. One is a covered action, and you can't make a finding that's consistent.
I know that on permits for such a things as marinas, and I've only designed one in which we actually attached a pipeline to for an intake.
Okay.
And so that we had to go through the hydraulic modeling to show that we didn't impact the floodway. So that against the permitting already, that wouldn't be an additional requirement to a permit that you would need for an encroachment upon the levees, as I'm aware of. Now, there may be an opportunity or a location that I'm not aware of, but in a normal 404 permitting or permitting for Central Valley flood, those are requirements already.
Okay, so if those things are looked at then in those particular processes, even it would still fall under the covered actions, but if they're found to be consistent with those practices, which do take into account, the displacement and or accommodation for waters, and whether it's tidal action or higher flows, whatever they are, then this wouldn't be a canceller of that relative to saying
not for the permitted activities.
Okay, thanks.
Let me just ask a question, Mr. Stevens. I want to make Don's point raised a good question. May reduce the level of flood control. Existing development of any kind that occurred prior to the adoption of the Delta Plan. What is the legal effect of regulatory language like this on that activity?
Would not be retroactive.
Okay.
So.
And just a suggestion, you may want to tinker with the language a little bit. Don, I think correctly pointed out that we don't need a long elaboration, but I wanted to make it understood. I suppose, what's the stuff we used to do on land use stuff where you have a right to operate, but it's expanded use or substantially modified use?
Existing conforming, excuse me, or existing non-conforming, if it, excuse me.
Yeah.
So there's ways to recognize that. Sorry.
Okay. Just for your staff's consideration. Okay. All right.
We will get assistance, I'm sure, from legal on that.
Thank you.
The policy number 2, Policy number 2, 3, and 4 all refer to Table 7-1, but first of all, I'd like to go through the policies first and then go through the table, if that's okay with you, with the council. Policy number 2 is talking about covered actions that in a determinacy of consistency of land and resource uses proposed for flood-prone areas, that those actions would minimize human exposure to risk that could result in loss of life, be consistent with this table that we'll describe the details of in a minute. The flood proofing, this basically means like if you raise the structure outside of the flood area, of the flood level.
On pillars 20 feet high,
On
or whatever
pillars,
it is.
or you have some way to secure the area below the flood level, so flood proofing. It's one of those great engineering terms. The covered actions also should include documentation of an adequate level of flood insurance. The proposal shall not risk public services, so the proposal wouldn't increase the potential for flood risk on, let's say, a roadway or a water system or some other utility out there, or even a school, could even be under public services. The proposal shall include a legally enforceable hold harmless provision for the benefit of the state, if applicable. So those would be the items, and I'd like to go through all three of these at the same time if I can, and then
Okay.
come back and separate them.
Please.
RP3 is that no covered action would be consistent after January 1st, 2015 for an agency unless the agency had brought its policies into conformity with the recommendations of a levy classification based on land use.
And the reason for 2015?
The 2015
rationale, rather.
The rationale would be so that that there would be a protection for the land uses. The protection from the levies would be consistent with the reducing risk to human and state interests, people, property, and state interests. But when we get to 7.1, and that's why I wanted to go through all of this, hit 7.1 and come back to the details. The concept would be here is that areas that would have less, let's say we have a low population density, may be able to be required to have less flood protection. In agricultural areas might be able to have less flood protection on a flood than in urban areas such as West Sacramento. No, and RP4 would be no covered action would utilize state investments for levee operations unless they were also meet a series of investment priorities that in essence focus on the measures to reduce risk of loss in life, and I'm on page 41. Long-term sustainability of the land uses, importance to state interests. Second bullet is the prioritization that shall recognize the wide variability of the conditions across the Delta. And the investment priorities will recognize the wide differences in the resilience of the land uses for short and long-term inundation. Again, some type of areas, certain types of agriculture could sustain a short-term or maybe even a little longer-term inundation, continue to be viable when the levees are repaired. Others may not be able to. Urban areas would not necessarily be able to be resilient against a long-term inundation. Investment priorities would recognize the different land use and resource uses with different protection types, as we said, and the investment priorities shall compare the investment in levees to maybe more cost-effective strategies such as flood-proofing, relocation, flood insurance, and finally, the priorities would be based on benefit-cost analysis. All of these were really centered around the concept of what we see in Table 7-1, in which we correlate the type of levy criteria, design criteria, to the land uses that are being protected by the levies. And the uses have gone from Class 1 in this, which is more of a wetlands area, or maybe it could be upland ecosystem, through getting more stringent on the flood protection basically increased or decreasing risk down to what's called Class 8, the seismic super levee. This table is we started with the table that was in Delta Vision Strategic Plan. As the statute said, we are considering all of the strategies that were in the Delta Vision Strategic Plan first. This started with this. We've actually worked with DWR. They had some minor wording changes, not in the numbers, but in the footnotes and also in the notes.
And you added a category at their request, as I think.
No, we did not. This is consistent with Delta Vision Strategic Plan. We've had multiple versions of this in the last few weeks. Sometimes we took away categories, sometimes we put them back, and we finally just said, let's just go with Delta Vision Strategic Plan with the change in the footnotes. And the only other thing I did this one, is there on the top, on the categories on the top of the table, it says wetlands, habitat, agricultural, and then it used to say populated. But we had a lot of questions on internal staff drafts that people said, what in the world does populated mean? So I tried to put some additional information on what that kind of land use would be.
My recollection, when we did a much cruder version of this in Delta Vision, my recollection is it grew out of some discussion where people were telling us, look, I'm an engineer, I want to look at something I can understand that will guide action. Is this it, rather than reading the narrative? What does, I had two questions on terminology, and I think these were both Delta Vision, and I've become increasingly uncomfortable with them. Class 7 land, seismic, no fail. Well, I just get bothered with the notion of no fail because that appears to be an absolute guarantee, even if there's a 9.7 earthquake, that there will be no fail. And the term, I think in the vernacular of levee repair, it just means a certain level of protection. But here it uses words that imply more.
Well, no offense to whoever wrote that initially, because I don't mean it, but it probably wouldn't. I think it's a little confusing too.
Yeah, and
if you read the very small print on the side, basically says that in what's called a design earthquake, they determined would be the design earthquake. So in essence, if we assume that it's like a 200-year flood event, so this one, if you had the 200-year earthquake, the levee could slump. It could definitely fall down a little bit, but it wouldn't fail, so you wouldn't have an inundation of the island or tract or the area that's behind the levee. So it doesn't mean that there would be absolutely no repairs. It would just be that there wouldn't be an inundation of the levee based upon, they developed a set of design criteria that they believed based upon a criteria that were established in these reports that they reference for a certain period of shaking, a type of shaking, direction of shaking, and they called it the 200-year earthquake.
Hank?
Gwen, who would determine which class of levee is appropriate for which type of island?
The classes 2, 3, 4, and 5 are already in statute of other programs, and so FEMA determines on class 2 the type of levees that could be considered. FEMA uses what's called the Hazard Mitigation Program, I think it is, HMP. They require that type of criteria for certain types of levees that they will use for flood insurance purposes. Then there's the Public Law 8499, and it becomes another set of criteria again for a federal program of funding. Then we have the FEMA 100-year flood. That becomes the next type of one. FEMA has established those design criteria, and again, for the areas to be protected. And now the new, in California for urban areas, we require the FEMA 200-year flood criteria. And so those are already established in other programs and laws.
So I'm assuming that all the levees in the Delta conform to this classification?
They do not currently conform to this classification. There are many programs And that was part of the things we've talked about in the sense that there are ongoing programs to bring levees into compliance in certain areas and ongoing to meet those criteria. And in other cases, and then there's a lot of studies to determine the current levee conditions to determine what is going to be needed to bring them into compliance.
Do I understand that there is some judgment involved in deciding that this island needs a Class 6 versus a Class 7 or versus a Class 5?
On this program, there would be a judgment on that, and that would have to, and these criteria would need to be more fully developed in that process.
Is it still true? Oh, I'm sorry, Don, excuse me.
Go ahead.
Is it still true when we did this, our version, our more primitive version of this back in 2007 and 8? It was the first time anybody had ever charted with this level of specificity, but this is a wider range, I think, of categories. And so, for example, one of the things that we spent a lot of time talking about was Class 1. Mm-hmm. And Class 1 is a new category, if you say existing law versus...
Right. There isn't a Class 1.
And this is the restoration land, where you kind of declare in advance, this is restoration, and I think consistent with what the scientists have told us, that a return to a more traditional, flexible flow of water is part of the scientific judgments, but it is also a declaration that we're not building urban levees around restoration land, which I suppose is the opinion of some people.
And in some areas, you won't want those levees.
Wouldn't
They
want
breach
to.
them for the tidal marsh habitat.
Okay.
But they
Don.
also don't want to maybe open them up either because they
That's
want them enclosed. So
Right.
you could look at that too.
Don.
Yep. In the categories where the checks and the NA is not applicable, is that what you're? And so it doesn't apply in what way? You can't have those uses there at all when
What the proposal on this table would be, for instance, it says that urban areas would only have FEMA 200-year flood criteria or the seismic no-fail or super levee criteria.
Okay. Well, and I think that if you go out there today, and even with all the good work that goes on and that is contemplated, if you get to a Class 4, and we've had some that have been Class 4 that are going to get decertified because FEMA is going to now institute their requirement kind of back into the 200-year working with DWR, but certainly they're going to require other types of certification before they would return them to the 100-year status. And that's been kind of the top baseline that for a lot of the communities that I'm familiar with, and I would trust this to be pretty applicable throughout the Delta communities in the heart of the Delta. That Class 4 has been the one that folks basically have striven for because it met the insurance requirements and so forth. But when I look, if you go down from there to Class 3 and Class 2, and we had some conversation even with some of our panelists in the last session a few weeks ago, most of them have worked very, very diligently to get to at least to the hazard mitigation program status, to get to 1 foot of freeboard, and a lot of them have continued to make progress towards the Class 3. But the investment is significant to get these stagings don't come at any small price necessarily, but certainly are doable in a lot of cases. My point was going to be, though, is in the question, I guess, was that where you have, and I appreciate the explanation, you said you had populated in that third category across the top under land use, but even in the existing situations with Class 2 and Class 3, you've got folks, again, live there, you've got trucking operations, and some of those have land use classifications. They don't meet that threshold of 10,000 folks in most, if not almost all cases. But you do have not only established operations, but they're critical to the way of life down there, and they are part of the folks that band together in the reclamation district heading that then pay the assessments, the matching part that helps go for that state money that we've heard about, that helps them try to achieve a better level of protection via the levy. But here we have it wouldn't apply, and so anything less than, with the exception on Class 4, you talk about legacy communities, and might be a different approach there, although flood walls become a bit impractical, I think, too. But I guess I get concerned if this is going to be the rule, and if you can't meet this threshold because it will become a not only a policy but a covered action, then in essence, and again, I know there's some reference to the economic sustainability plan. I appreciate that we'll be able to show that. That still doesn't get to the point, though, about how you're going to achieve these things over time. And if in that category you can't do that, there's not even any accommodation. Now, you did make some accommodation in Class 4, acknowledging risk, but you've got a lot of levees out there in that Class 3 category that protect a lot of islands. I mean, you probably got hundreds of miles. I don't know. I mean, somebody knows better than I about that, but you get significant, at least in the areas that I'm familiar with in Sacramento County, that are in that probably Class 3, not very many in that Class 4. Some of the ones where states like Grand Island has had Class 4 typically, but some of those other areas haven't had that. They're already mapped into flood-prone areas and so forth, so they have to raise the elevation. But they still have marinas. They have services. In a few cases, you may have a restaurant or very few service stations anymore. And then operations that support some of the ongoing either tourist and or agricultural activity, but they do require structures and a certain level of investment. And if that's not going to be allowed here, unless you can't make that box, and it's no longer allowed because it would come out inconsistent. I guess I'm concerned about that, and I recognize we're trying to develop a plan that has a long-term approach here to guide folks in this direction. But argue about what happens if there was a flood. But I mean, people still are making an investment and have made the investment that you see out there, and the state of California has participated, as has the federal government, in helping with those levees. But I'm concerned that this becomes pretty rigid, and I don't see there's no exception to this in this case for this council, and or if we're going to have a conforming land use plan at a county or city level, that you're not you basically are saying that's it. Doors closed, and then I think you have less incentive for some of those folks to even participate as reclamation districts. Then, what's the deal here? We're gonna, we're dead in the water now, and that's a bad use of words. I guess you're stopped. You're stopped from going forward. That was a poor choice of words, I can tell you. Think before I talk. That you basically can't go forward, and so then I think going back to some of the comments that Mr. Zuckerman made this morning, but just in general, it becomes another additive. Again, some of this is law already. FEMA has regulations, and that it will drive and or not stall out certain abilities to do certain things. I guess I'm just concerned this really, again, then it becomes kind of the overarching from the state policy standpoint. So anyway, I read those comments, and those NA, I don't know if there's any accommodation because you did show it in Class 4. I don't know whether for maybe Class 3 or Class 2, whether there'd be some consideration for certain compatible operations that are compatible from a land use perspective that would still have to meet FEMA regulations, I guess. So, enough said.
Hank, did you?
Gwen, recognizing that the specifications aren't all there by class, and assuming that there is one individual who makes the judgment which island deserves which class or must have which class of levee, and that person were to go around and inspect all the islands and all the levees, do you think there would be a big gap between what that person would deem necessary and the actual levees in place?
I think there would be a substantial amount of work to bring them into compliance with this table.
Work equals money.
Effort and money.
And
no, I don't know the number, but it's not insubstantial or insubstantial.
Half? Just an estimate.
I don't know that because some of the levees, especially even like on the HMP, there might only be portions of the levee on an island that need to be brought into compliance, and it's picked up through routine maintenance. It's not just a fix up one time. It's a continual process.
Now, would the state be responsible in terms of funding?
That part is what we were looking at here is the fact that there's two parts on this. One of the parts from the Delta Plan is to come up with prioritization for state investment for levee operation maintenance and improvements. And the concept in RP and Policy 4 was to use something like this table, to use this table or something like it, as modified by the council, to use that to allocate those funding into that priority. But other than that, none of these specifically address that other funding process.
Do we have a list of all the islands in the Delta by population, by acreage under farm?
We're almost done with that. I've got some final proofs and I'm sending it back, but we're almost done with that, yes.
And I guess also its strategic position. In other words, if that were to fail, whether that would lead to subsequent failures by itself.
That won't be, that information isn't available at this point in time.
And is the subject of immense controversy, as you might imagine. And the language about, recommendations on strategic levy investments and possible standards and all of that is just the latest of many legislative directions telling government agencies to do the tough job of trying to figure out what's a proper level of protection, who should pay what amount, what's a state interest where presumptively the state pays the lion's share, what's a private interest where presumptively the private. And my experience having lobbied for Delta funds when I was representing the area is as long as the state's paying for it, generally it should be the highest level of protection possible, and the conversation is somewhat different if the cost sharing changes. And that's just human nature. But it's really complicated here because we're talking about standards that are at least $1 billion or several billion if you apply them system-wide. I mean, apart from their policy implications, just the financing is really big, big, big.
And I think one more thing, and it's an ongoing cost at some level, not certainly the capital cost, but maintenance costs are noticeable for levies, as they are for many other public facilities.
Well, I'm going to ask you a loaded question.
You can ask.
If we were to have a glossary in here, and I think that we've talked about this, and it probably is a good idea. We can probably lift it from other publications. And if we're trying to define various words, if we're defining the word levy so that somebody could understand it based on its usage, would we have next to that dike? And if we were trying to define setback levy, would that be levy? In other words, why don't we call a spade a spade?
A setback levy is a type of levy. It's
are
like
levies dikes or levies?
They're slightly different, but we can have all of those glossaries in there. Yes.
But what would you call our levy now? Would you call it a levy, and would people understand that to be a levy, or would you call it a dike? In other words, is it currently holding out water like a dike would? Or is it a levy in that it's on the riverbank somewhere distant from the bank of the river, so that if that river does overflow, it kind of restricts and contains the overflow?
In many cases, they'll be much more akin to being dikes, yes.
I just wonder if we're misleading people by calling them levies.
If the understanding of the words are universal, it could be a misunderstanding.
Following up on your suggestion that a glossary of terms as part of the Delta plan would be useful. Joe?
I just want to talk some about this because there are huge implications here. This does cost, when fully implemented, $1 billion plus, maybe multiple billions of dollars to fully implement. Is not something that can happen overnight, and we don't have an implementation timeline. But when I thought about it, I also thought about the exercise they did here a few months ago that we heard briefly about, the Arc Storm exercise that was based on the 1862, I believe, storm event that occurred here in the valley. And basically, in the exercise, when they run through that model, everything gets flooded. And as I understand it, most of Sacramento, West Sacramento, the whole region floods. Certainly all of the Delta ends up flooding. And one of the things that I wondered about actually as we were preparing this was, well, this is an 88-year plan. Shouldn't we actually set a goal that we get the 500-year levees by 2050 or 2060? Shouldn't we actually go beyond this? I have once before in my career been involved where we actually saw in advance. In was it 2002, we had fires in San Bernardino, and the agency I ran was involved in managing because they were big regional fires and they had big impacts. We actually did we did some analysis afterwards of the watershed. And we said there are 4 canyons that are likely to have major problems this next year if we have a major storm event. 3 months later, on Christmas Eve, we had a storm and 13 people died in 2 of those 4 canyons. And we had written a report. We'd given it to all the right people. The counties, or the county in this case, knew and took some action, but obviously not enough action. And so that kind of tempers me when I think about our responsibility as public officials when we know that, yes, there's maybe a small possibility, but a significant possibility or probability of an event occurring. Should we not try and do the things that we can to minimize harm, minimize loss of life now? And that's something we in the United States don't do especially well. We are very good at emergency response. I'm very poor at pre-planning. And pre-planning and prevention costs a whole lot less, but it usually means raising taxes, and we aren't very good at raising taxes on ourselves to prevent that. And so as we were writing this, some of those things were going through my mind, and I wanted to share them because I think that's something that, as the decision makers here, we should talk about.
I think one of our duties as public officials is to inform the public that this is a given situation, that it's going to cost this much to rectify it, but even if we do that, there are certain events that could occur as to make it into a lake, and then make some very strong recommendations on how that money should be spent.
Yeah.
The difficult thing for me is we haven't been given a budget. We don't really know, and it gets back to what Tom was saying earlier. Why waste your time on putting something together when the state has no money?
Well, we're
And
going to bring forward a budget in the finance plan
but we don't know if we can get that money or not. And,
No.
and I guess the way I look upon it is at least we give the state a menu. And under different circumstances of how much money you can do A, B, C, and D.
Yeah. I like the overall approach. Forget the details from it. The overall approach. I like with the fact that we acknowledge the statutory declaration, the finding in the Delta Protection Act that the Delta is an inherently flood-prone area. That is a useful and little mentioned reality, and it's one of those sobering ingredients that Hank refers to that I think leads ultimately over time to better public policy. I also like the idea of a classification of levees. I'm sorry.
Add to that it's an area of not infrequent seismic activity.
Sure. I could. I don't know what the right precise language would be. We've had the presentations from USGS, now 2 presentations relating to this subject. We've had various papers and reports.
I think we could talk about seismic risk to the levees. Yeah. There's some going through. I think they have identified the major risk as coming from fault lines that lie to the west of the Delta. Right?
And trying to think through the comments, over the meetings we've received many comments that, you can't talk about earthquakes because it, hadn't happened in my lifetime, it'll never happen, no island will break. I think there is some legitimate criticism to the argument that a simple listing of threats with a lot of adjectives is an overstatement. But I am equally convinced that ignoring the threats or acting that the status quo will continue forever is a disservice. And it seems to me that fairly plain talk is preferred to flowery language. So the statutory language, a flood-prone area, that's kind of a term that is very provocative, very suggestive. And I like that better than most other ways of the two paragraph long litany of world disasters that goes in. I just think the way we write this section, this is I think initially a pretty good set of policies and recommendations. I mean, I'll quibble about some, but this is an approach that comes closer to meeting our statutory mandate of setting out an investment strategy and certain standards than other areas, and therefore I like it. Can I make some minor suggestions, Gwen? On page 40, line 17, under the flood-proofing section, which I didn't understand initially, but I've actually read it, and the footnote was very helpful. Just grammatical stuff. May I suggest that it read, but it shall not be regarded as, just minor grammatical suggestion. And on page 40, line 35, unless it comports with the following. I understand what comports is, but I just, we don't have, comport is not a legally required term. Randy? No. Okay. All right, let's go through the next, please.
Yeah, let me continue on Policy 5.
Page 41.
41, line 20. This is a policy that we wanted to put it in the policy process to make sure that everyone knew that this is more than just a consideration, but that the council will consult with Department of Water Resources and Central Valley Flood Protection Board in the further revisions of the Delta Plan. We recognize that this process of flood management and risk reduction is an ongoing activity, and it's not just pick a criteria today. It will continually change and evolve. Policy number 6 is basically from the Delta Vision Strategic Plan. The areas, this is again in area that we know that are used for floodplains, some of them now currently, some by default. First of all, is the areas located in the Yolo bypass, and then the flow from the Yolo bypass comes in through Cache Slough to enter into the Sacramento River. That area to be, no covered action would diminish the existing or potential value of the floodplain. As we discussed in ecosystem restoration, we need to cross-check these so that they're consistent in the ecosystem areas too. The Cosumnes River and McCollum River, the language was initially from Delta Vision. I modified it slightly to make it consistent with some other work like the McCormick-Williamson designations. And so that's the McCormick-Williamson New Hope area. And then the San Joaquin River South Delta floodplain area is the area down that's in essence sort of west and north of Manteca along the San Joaquin River. The Paradise Cuts, the areas, and all of these areas have historically had flood flows in them, especially in the 96, 97 floods.
We are going to need to clarify some of the boundaries of these areas, because I know Stewart Tract, for example, in the last one, half of the island has already been put behind a super levee and development's begun, so you can't just say, well, all of this has to be kept pristine, because it's already beyond that point. So, we need to do some
and at the next briefing session in early April, one of the panels, or maybe two, I can't remember, would be local elected officials from the affected counties, San Joaquin and San Joaquin, Yolo, Sacramento, right? Are the three most affected counties. 4? No, I know. I mean, but of the bypass arguments, and we're trying to bring in city and county officials on that issue, and you'll find that some of the spheres of influence within cities' jurisdiction impinge upon areas that have been potential for floodplain. It's a big, tough issue. And the usual problems are that property owners don't mind floodplain protection, but their property arguably is a place where it shouldn't be. And it's a matter of considerable importance to the local community. So we're going to be debating that at length. Gwen, I'm trying to remember. The Yolo bypass, of course, is a very long-standing bypass, and the arguments now are about, can you add a couple thousand acres here, can you extend here?
And modification of the floodways.
And modification of the floodways and the operational management regime and consistent with ecosystem. I mean, it's one of the big potential areas.
And Sacramento Weir.
Right, and the disputes are many, but at least it is an area that's providing flood protection now. The others are largely uncontrolled or uninfluenced flood areas, right? They just, water gets built up and back up and over it goes.
On the Casumnes certainly is uncontrolled. The McCollum has a certain amount of flood restriction or reserve space.
And there's some work going on at that confluence now.
Yes, it's called the McCormick-Williamson Project.
That's
and
right.
Department of Water Resources has completed a draft environmental impact report and feasibility study, and currently are working. The Corps of Engineers has now been named as the federal lead agency, and they're in the midst of doing their work now.
At one or two of our scoping sessions, a farmer who had a golf course showed up. Was that the McCollum River?
I believe, I don't
Or
know
was
for
that
sure, but I
Paradise?
believe that he was down in the San Joaquin County
Oh, in the
area.
Paradise, okay.
I'm not even sure he was in Paradise, but he was.
I think it was the Consumnes River.
Was it
Was he on Consumnes?
I'll check my notes.
Yeah.
Okay, I thought he was in San Joaquin
Okay.
County. I apologize. I
Yeah,
can't
and well, it's on some of his land there. I thought it was a golf course.
I think it's in the southern part of the Delta.
Well, we'll find out, but it was this discussion
Yes.
where as I recall, river came right up, it was configured in a way so it would lead to the backup of water if there are excessive flows, and he was deeply concerned about how it would affect his property.
Absolutely.
And there was no room for a setback levy anywhere there, as memory serves.
And in many of the areas, as I said, along Casumnes, McCollum, but also along the San Joaquin, did have flooded area inundation on adjacent properties during the 96-97 flood event.
Can I say a question?
Yes.
I don't have quite the expertise that many of you do on this, and a couple questions. This one on P6, I get the intent, but again, that whole issue of how you define it and how you how you define it and how you determine it just seems potentially vague, but and that showed up in a number of areas, and I don't have a great suggestion. My question was just, you chose these three because these were the top line problems, and presumably there are you prioritize. There's a sliding scale of 30 other places where you might have pulled them up,
And we were
but you
asking
pulled these out because
DWR.
these were the most important.
Right, and we're asking DWR and Central Valley Flood to also weigh in on this.
All right. And then I just had a couple other questions, and it may well be that I'm missing them somewhere when we get to the recommendations, but I don't think so. That just struck me up front. Obviously, there's all the extra words that will come in and the explanation, but one of the things I was sort of looking for after all the meetings we had, again, it's probably a recommendation, not something we could leverage into a policy, is just that engagement of core CalEMA, USGS. I know part of it is in the emergency prep, but part of it is in just the identification. And one of the things that struck me from that very good session is that anything we can do to leverage all of those guys talking together and working together would be important. And maybe it goes here, it goes in another section, but we got to scream that out to the world because it was rather stunning to me at the time. And the other one about flood risk that we talked about that I was looking for, maybe it's here, was that whole notion of letting people know there even is a flood risk. This is partially what Mr. Nordoff was saying, but I remember we had a conversation about the study that someone did where they went to a particular area and asked people if they even knew that they were behind a levee, and they didn't even know. I mean, there's something we can, I don't want to scare the world, but there's some sort of issue of basic information that's not there that I'd like to think about some way of doing. Now, is that in here in the policies or is in the recommendations? I don't know, but it just feels like those were two sort of glaring holes that I saw in some of those other presentations. I thought you did a very detailed job of responding to a lot of what I saw, but if you could think about that, that would be great. I don't have the recommendation, but...
Okay. Yeah, and it was in, it's not specific anymore.
Somewhere.
The words got changed around.
Yeah.
So.
Mr. Chair. Don.
Yeah, just very quickly, and I just reflected on some of Joe's comments, but I think certainly the essence of part of this, and that is obviously, it's stated in pretty black and white terms, reduce delta flood risk to people, property, and state interests. But there's, very little more precious than life, certainly human life and people's lives. And I think, obviously, the objective is to diminish and eliminate risk if we can. I don't know that eliminating risk is certainly, I think it's a very noble goal, but we're often continue to have to work towards eliminating it. But I would just say that in doing what we can reasonably do, certainly in the development of this plan and anything else that we do certainly in the public arena, to protect life is very, very important. But I guess the only thing that comes to mind, and again, I take this very seriously. I mean, as an elected official in a county, but certainly serving on this body as well, that I do feel a very strong obligation and responsibility to and take it very seriously when you're talking about people's life and certainly their property. And I mean, worldly possessions are, again, they're important to folks, but people's lives are essential and of greatest import. And so I guess I just would say that when I look at these policy recommendations and some of the actually recommendations to come, the one thing that crosses my mind is that in keeping the importance and how precious life is to each of us and to our loved ones and to our communities and our neighborhoods and our state, I also look at a way of life that's very, very important. And after all, daily life is what you do every day and in raising your family and going to work and all the things you're involved in. And that's what is the backdrop here in the Delta. Yes, you've got risk, and that's why I think I said at the last meeting, I get a bit concerned when they get this grim picture, because there is that, I've said this before, the vitality and the splendor and the majesty, not only the natural environments, but the human impact and the imprint for all that may have caused on some of the ecosystem impacts and so forth and other things that occurred naturally, that still life lived daily in this community and anywhere else that you could pick out. But we're talking about the Delta. The center of the universe here is the Delta. And I try to balance some of my thinking and certainly in representation on this body, in that in saving lives, protecting lives, and doing everything we can there, that we don't erase a way of life that is so very, very, very important to, what is the Delta and what we've come to know, what may evolve to, whatever it is in 2100. But I just wanted to state that because, again, I take it very seriously, and I appreciate Joe's comments. I think staff's taking that, and my colleagues here do, and I know folks in the audience do as well. But there is an element of risk in everything that we do in life, and you want to be cognizant of that. On the other hand, if you put up all the walls and all the prohibitions to say, these, because of those reasons, we're going to have all these standards, and then that basically erases, over time, the way of life and the conduct of life in those communities and the vitality of those communities, then I think we'll be poor in that respect for that. You may have saved something on one hand, but you will have lost potentially forever other things that are very, very important. And so I use that as a guide. I want to share that with staff and certainly with those that are here today, because that's part of it as we talk about some of these things, that we can talk about the words, but there is something that's very, very important behind all of this.
Okay.
Can I just a question on that?
Oh, yes, Felicia.
Weren't we talking about, we had a conversation about this not that long ago, and wasn't the balance between armoring the Delta and figuring out how to focus on all the emergency preparedness that we didn't have when Mr. Nordoff brought up, boats, and we talked about that. So the way you would deal with what you just said would be to make sure you have people adequately prepared and aware so that you don't have the loss of life, even though you might have loss of property. And I know we talked a lot about somewhere, just in the last couple of days, about making sure you had an emergency response planning agency or entity that would actually
It comes up under the recommendations next.
Okay, so we will. So I'm just thinking that may be the place to balance what it is you're
Yeah,
saying.
I think preparedness, education, doing things from a physical standpoint of constructive things, and so there is there are elements I think you can do to really get a long ways in that direction, Felicia.
Yeah.
Okay. Gwen, my suggestion is we start through the recommendations of this section. Again, these are the non-regulatory parts. Okay.
The recommendations, let me just go through them, and then we'll probably talk about a couple other things here on this. First of all, the first one is not necessarily non-controversial, that the state legislature should require mandatory flood insurance for all human development infrastructure activities within the statutory delta. And so that there would be an adequate, that would also mean that by requiring mandatory flood insurance, then you'd have to have the levies in place in accordance with those flood insurance requirements. The numbers 2 and 3 is, we excerpted these from a previous Department of Water Resource white paper about suggestions that to revise existing state law and the Constitution in light of the Paterno decision. That I'm going to ask Chris if we need to have any more details on what Paterno is.
This was a 2005 white paper issued by the Department of Water Resources, updated by a reference to Prop 26. Which of course hadn't passed that.
That's the next one, but the first 2 and 3 are for the Paterno decision. If you have any questions on Paterno,
I don't know if I can answer the specific question on Paterno, but these came from DWR recommendations, amendments to state law and the state constitution to try to address Paterno. And let me make a related comment. You'll see in the introduction to this section here that we reference actually something in our Delta Reform Act that I think is important for the plan that we're trying to put together, at least the strategic levy investment stuff. And that is that nothing in the Delta Reform Act, and this is express statute, affects the state's flood liability. So I think it's important to put it up front and to also make the statement that flows out of that any agency that takes any action in reliance upon our strategic investment that we lay out also by virtue of that provision in the Delta Reform Act isn't affecting the state's flood liability. So one of the arguments has always been, we can't really do anything with non-project levies. We can't have a plan for strategic investment. Well, first of all,
for fear it leads to
fear of potential Paterno litigation,
right.
or litigation and liability, substantial liability. Two points. The first is the Delta Reform Act calls upon this body to actually come up with levy investment strategy for project and non-project levies. And the second thing is the legislature made it clear that in doing that, you are going to affect the existing state's liability with regard to flood. But this is something in addition that we pulled from DWR's previous white paper. They actually had, I believe, legislative proposals drafted. Joe can probably speak to that better than I. I think he was at DWR at the time. But these seemed like reasonable additions in addition to putting forth our levy investment strategy.
Well, why does it say, maybe this is just because I don't understand it and because we don't have the narrative close to it that says why we're doing something, and that makes a lot of these stand out and not make as much. But to say preclude the recovery of damages from the state due to flood based on any tort theory. So what if you have some wacky state employee, a rare one, who does something that is really would normally be a tort?
Grossly negligent.
Grossly negligent, thanks. So is that, I can see why someone would want this if they were DWR, but it doesn't feel fair to me.
Well, I don't know where the language came from, and perhaps it might be more appropriate to actually pull out the...
I was going to suggest to you, I'm interested in, we're broadly outlining in this area the equivalent of a policy. This is the closest we've come to a clear statement of policy, because by implication, if the levy standards are more definitively set by the state is irretrievably then involved in Delta policy to an extent they are not currently involved. Yes, they contribute money to project levies, and yes, they have a discretionary fund for non-project, but this is inching forward. That has implications. And one of the implications is the notion of endless state liability. It also has the trade-off question, the question Don's was raising. of development concerns and existing development concerns. If our statutory obligation is to reduce risk, and we are going to recommend to the legislature and to the governor an increased level of investment, do we wish to say that, and even if there are 1 million more people added into the Delta, it's okay? And that is we're going to address that at the next policy briefing session, but that's one of the issues. But this is a start on these recommendations section, and I thought a pretty serious start. But I would rewrite both 2 and 3. I'm not sure what I would insert at this time, but I think it's a relevant, interconnected set of recommendations and policies.
I would agree that we probably should rewrite those. Having been at DWR at the time we wrote this white paper and then we took it to the legislature, the legislature really wasn't interested in doing fundamental things that reduce liability for the state. That's the legislature writ large. There were individual members, but this package didn't move. These issues didn't move. It did result in the change in policy that said that urban areas need to go to 200-year flood standards. And
separate legislation was passed on that.
That legislation was passed, and it did result in Proposition 1E. So we're about $5 billion was allocated for flood management. So we had a lot of things in that white paper, things that we thought the legislature should consider. These were things that the legislature wasn't willing to address, and they were probably written maybe too broadly. So,
Randy.
Beyond the need to have a comprehensive levee maintenance improvement policy, I'm concerned about a gift of public funds, where you have a situation now, the state is providing funding for levee improvement, both for private and project levees. If one of those levees breaks, a la Jones Tract, the state then comes in and pays for the cleanup. At something in that case...
That was not at the recommendation of state agencies. I think the governor decided it.
Well, it suggests that there's a need for policy change. If it happened once, it could happen again.
Right.
And that's my concern, that one, the state is voluntarily providing funding to help levees. I don't have a problem with that. But then they ought not to be on the hook to clean things up at greater than the value of the underlying property if there should be a failure. So you've addressed that somewhat with flood insurance. You've addressed that somewhat by talking about the Paterno decision. But I'm not sure that these policies that are stated get to my concern about I call it a gift of public funds.
It's a constitutional doctrine, or prohibition, in fact.
But that's just on that. I mean, it's part of the emergency response. Now, people can you can characterize a lot of things we do. I think in that and I'm not don't have the legal background, but and again, it's a choice where people argue. But in a time of of great need, we respond to lots of different disasters and help people clean up communities, and whether it's mudslides or earthquake damage, and certainly people, if they have a level of insurance that covers some of that. But I mean, in the Delta, obviously, going in if there's an island flooded and spending $100 million or $50 million, whatever it is, that's a lot of money, and it's public dollars. Again, I'm not going to argue with Mr. Fiorina about whether it's a gift of public funds or not, because I wouldn't be on very good legal grounds if there was a legal argument behind that. But again, it goes back to what Joe said, and said a couple different times, is that we do some preparation for emergencies, and then when they occur, rather than having done other things that may have prevented those outcomes, is that we go in and respond and help folks. I mean, that's the human reaction, and in our public dollars. But we make choices, I guess.
I think the legislature actually did a reasonably good job on this section, because they told us to reduce risks, and this is the direct quote from the statute, to people, property, and state interests in the Delta. And reducing risk to people and property, you see it in legislative resolutions every fourth sentence in flood control or in statutes and so on. But you rarely see a recognition of a unique area with a blend of local interest and state interests simultaneously, and that's both an opportunity and a subject of great tension. And Don's comments pointed it out. The interest in maintaining the status quo, but changing it by local interest if they wish to. Can or should it be done in recognition of state interest in the Delta? Because Randy's point, it is inevitable. Everybody looks at the state to pay a good share of the cost. That's a pithy, that's a wicked question. But I actually think that a lot of state agencies and maybe even some local agencies would be grateful to have a modicum of clarity in this area, as opposed to the kind of, oops, disaster, let's go, everything's out. You restore the status quo that nobody liked before that, and then you complain that miracles haven't happened. I don't know, Felicia, you've done this stuff before.
Yeah, I mean, more in the response side, I have to admit, in the prep for an emergency than in the actual physical. It's hard to change LA. I did berms. I did some berm. We called them berms around our treatment plants and the whole Sepulveda flood control basin. And I did go through floods and all the embarrassment of gates we forgot to close. But my question is more. It gets to this point, and it gets more to conceptual options in how we deal with this. And maybe, and I don't know exactly what I think, but I think I was expecting. And maybe this comes through and I'm just not seeing it, that we would do something when you talk about state interest, for example. There's obviously the infrastructure that crosses the Delta you need to protect, but we spent a lot of time thinking about the state interest in protecting the water supply going south. And I guess I was expecting something specific about a state interest or the imperative of armoring, protecting the key islands that could cascade and cause all the salinity to go in. So I don't see that. Maybe it's somewhere else.
That one's on the next page.
How come I've read the next page a couple times and I don't really see it in there? So maybe
maybe
it's
we've
too
just
oblique
poorly
for
written
me.
it.
I know you say the state water project, but I was expecting to see names, maps, places.
Well,
And also an issue of I hate the word triage, or the do not resuscitate list I know around. I don't quite understand how those work. So I thought we might, and maybe we won't, have an option of tiptoeing into that dangerous,
Government
dangerous
agencies
space.
don't do not resuscitate well, which is why I think only the Public Policy Institute of California in recent years has made a proposed Delta-wide suggestion of land. So in the last publication, one of their maps, it's basically the subsided islands, but I think not exclusively, Don. I don't remember. But that has been requested of state agencies before, usually, I think, budget control language, if memory serves, but everybody shies away from it.
Well, are we going to shy away from it?
I don't know.
I don't know either.
Joe?
Those are both questions.
I think we will shy away from a list about this island we shouldn't resuscitate or that island we shouldn't resuscitate. One on my list of things that weren't included is a policy that talks about how we address levee failure in the Delta. Right now, DWR has a policy, although I'm not sure that it's actually a written policy, that when a levee fails, they will go in and try and stop it from getting worse and then do an evaluation about whether the levee should be repaired and the island pumped out. That's a highly controversial policy, but I think it's probably good policy, and my sense is that's something that I think we should put in this and at least have the discussion about as a council about whether we shouldn't establish that as a policy for people moving forward, and then it would apply to DWR and other state agencies, and they would have to think about it.
Mr. Grindstaff, I appreciate that you might not recommend to us do not resuscitate or other list. I predict with an absolute assuredness that the subject will come up at the next couple of meetings, even if we don't know quite what to do. And maybe a brief background on it, the reference to the prior directions to try to determine it, the problems,
and even
the
some of the issues of what it is that determines what level of investment the state should make. Because maybe what really happens is the state comes in and says, well, it's not worth $50 million for us to repair this levee and pump this island out. But it is worth $20 million to the state, and the other landowners then step up and say, well, we'll pay the remaining $30 million, or maybe the federal government, other parties step in, and it could happen. So I think one of the, I can think of lots of reasons and things that need to be discussed when we do it, and I will make sure that we have something in writing that kind of lays that out for you for the next version of the Delta plan. And I sympathize with Supervisor Natoli here, because this will be very uncomfortable for him.
He is not surprised by that, and still not pleased, but nonetheless not pleased. Okay, we have a recommendation on suggesting flood control agencies, local, be exempt from the two-thirds voting requirement of Prop 282 and 226. Rather than spend time discussing it, let's just register that and pass on if you don't mind. R4 was
It's really
setback levies, and it amplifies what you had previously.
And I've got the numbers messed up, I know that.
Okay, and this
I've
is
got
going to be
2
rewritten
R3s.
then?
Yes,
Okay,
but I do
yes.
have the numbers messed up.
All right.
And so R5 was basically to provide set-aside space on the land side of the current levees in case there was sort of a protection until it was determined the need for setback levies.
No, R4.
Oh, R4. On line 16, page 43.
Yes.
Yes.
I'll do that.
Okay.
On line 1643, that recommendation was basically to protect those areas until it was determined whether it was feasible to look at setback levies and all. And then basically it goes back to the policy suggestions that we've had before about setback levies. And so this is sort of a crosswalk there. The 100 feet, I think we've already had a lot of comments on this, and I have to agree with basically every one of them. It really depends on the location.
You're likely to rewrite it, deleting.
It could be 50, it could be 500. It really will write something that is consistent with engineering, da-da-da-da-da. So.
Okay.
The next one on line 1, page 44.
This is R5.
This is R5. This was an attempt, and maybe either too confusing or that to develop an emergency plan to protect the State Water Project. Again, another state agency, not the federal agency of the Central Valley Project, from the consequences of long-term outage. And looking at basically to develop an emergency response program to provide options to protect the State Water Project reliability in the Delta ecosystem, and then draft potential orders requiring emergency water conservation measures and all the others that the State Water Project contractors would then have to, assuming it was an emergency. That is probably, some of that is consistent with ongoing operations concepts, but this would formalize it into one document as an emergency response. And I think we do need to recognize that the response on this emergency plan will change over the years. And currently, with where sea level rise is right now and the current salinity interface in the delta, you would may take X number of months to flush the delta out after you repaired the levees. But if you go through now to 2100, we see more sea level rise, we see a more inland extent of the salinity interface. That time frame could take longer. So this emergency response is not just for protection, but also in a response to that. And that will have to change over time. Not in the first 5 years of the Delta plan, until the first 5-year renewal. But it's something to be acknowledged on the long-term basis.
Yeah, and I see what you're trying to do here. Let me just flag a couple things that we're
Sure,
missing
that's
and why
great.
I didn't think it was what I was talking about that you might want to think about. I know you say include but not limited to, but I think we need to be clearer. I mean, one of the things is total prevention, because there is an option of figuring out which of having the state have an interest in strengthening those levees that are most likely to fail and cause that cascade we talked about. And I don't know if that's actually what happens, but I think we need to also say the state needs an option for actually investing in preventing this catastrophe from happening. in the event of an earthquake so it may be just my lack of engineering knowledge, but from a regular person's perspective, that seems like an obvious thing that was missing, and that was the first thing I was looking for. So that's what I didn't find. Even when it says an emergency plan to protect, it doesn't sound like preventive measures or, I mean, something like that. The other thing is, again, when the whole thing gets put together, we've seen a lot of things it should flow so that there's a narrative that describes the problem, and then this logically fits into it. In isolation, It also lacks something, and I know that's just the fact that you have to write this in pieces. Yeah. And then I just would want to think a little bit more about the other things that might not be in the include but not limited to, that would paint a fuller picture of this one place that you're suggesting it be. I think everything I'm asking is implicit in what you have tried to write, so I'm just giving you the feedback that it's not clear to someone just reading it.
Okay.
So.
Other questions on this? Okay.
Yeah, just one
Randy.
quick one. On line 7, what do you mean by listing of state water system? What's that? State water system?
Should be state water on this project. It should be state water project.
Just a general comment. Throughout the document, oftentimes it's referred to as a state water this or a state water that. If it is the state water project, there needs to be consistency throughout the chapters.
I agree.
Yeah. But there's also an implication that the state water project alone is not going to solve a major problem.
Right.
And it will require
the feds and locals.
It will require a coordinated relief effort in cooperation from other agencies, and that should be included in there.
Right. On the next one, R6, we have already discussed this when it appeared previously, the Delta Flood or Hazard Abatement Management District, and I'd suggested that Joe do 4, 5, 6, 8 bullet points describing in generic terms the elements that might be included, and let us digest those at the next opportunity. Don?
Yeah, I think having some additional explanation behind what the thinking is on this one, and whether it's in bullet form or whatever, because I just said that the idea got presented in very brief summation at last night's Delta Protection Commission meeting, and there was less than a warm reaction, pretty cool reaction, and strong on part of a couple of...
Unless we produce a guaranteed, stable and secure source of funding?
Didn't really get that level, just the whole idea, though, and I think, again, it was just with the general information that was shared. So at any rate, I think having some additional understanding about what's being discussed here, and then we can see what people's reaction is to that. I mean, I don't know it's going to change, but...
Right. Okay. By the way, somewhere I would have noted, out of what Randy and I learned on the early action stuff, Yolo County, I guess, has completed or is close to completing its Delta-specific emergency response plan, but the other counties haven't. Terry, this was weeks ago. San Joaquin, and the others are working on it, but it's usually just a source for money to pay for the additional planning. I think it's reasonably important to suggest that be concluded rapidly. They want to do it. I don't think that's even a question. Okay. The last is R7, subsided lands.
R7, state agent. This was a recommendation to, as it says in the very end of this, to promote and to limit continued land actions on the land that would promote or contribute to subsidence on the leased land, especially if there's other methodologies, like for ag, they're doing some pilot studies of how to do pilot studies that would reverse or at least maintain the current elevations. We've already had some comments received on this about the implementation issues, about who would be measuring the subsidence, all of those types of things.
You've focused this on state-owned land only.
We focused this recommendation on state-owned lands only.
Joe?
I just want to say, sorry, I am losing my voice a little bit here. We tried at least once 5 years ago to change the policy at DWR, because DWR owns a bunch of land that is subsiding, and through the bureaucracy we're unable to get that change made. And I think one of it's really important that state agencies who sometimes tell other people what to do actually walk the walk themselves.
Mm-hmm. Yes, I agree with that. Don?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, if I could, just going back to recommendation number 1, could we have a little more information that has to do on, that was on page 43, on the mandatory flood insurance. There's, I know there's a map of the statutory delta. Do we know the areas that FEMA either currently has requirements for flood insurance and or will be bringing that recommendation on? I know as they release some maps here in the months to come. Get an idea of those who may be currently required to have flood insurance and or show other abilities to mitigate against that. I'm trying to get some sense of who are going to be riding into this requirement.
I don't have that at my fingertips.
No,
I saw one report that said 30%, but that was
Okay.
we looked at this and we looked at this and we inferred 30%.
30% that currently
That was one article that I found,
Okay.
but other than that, I don't know how real that is, and we'll see if we can do any better. But
Again,
I'm not
that
sure.
information would argue necessarily for or against why you would want to or not do this. I'm just trying to get some understanding, though, what it is that if that's what we advocate for, that who do you bring in that currently, because there are costs. I mean, to individual property owners, it negates against obviously some of the liability by having private insurance. But okay, thanks.
Okay. All right, I think we need public comments on this section. I've got a request from Ms. Luddy, American Rivers. Ms. Luddy. Chapter 7. Hi. No, yes, it is on.
It's on.
It's on.
Okay.
We're adjusting the volume back there as you speak.
All right. I'm Jessica Ludi with American Rivers. Thanks for the opportunity to address you. I just have a few things because I know that the meeting is over. So first, with respect to the glossary that was mentioned earlier, I think it would be really important to define flood prone, and particularly is land behind levees considered flood prone. I know with respect to the FEMA National Flood Insurance Program, land behind levees is not considered in the floodplain, so I think it would be great to make that explicit. Additionally, with respect to the potential mandatory flood insurance requirement, American Rivers recommends graduated premiums that would increase with potential depth of inundation.
Now that you mentioned, didn't you do a white paper or position paper or something on that in the last 18 months? Now that you mention it.
Well, actually, what Ms. Marcus was referring to was when I was a starving graduate student at UC Berkeley a couple of years ago, we sent out a number of surveys to residents living in Spanos Park West off of 8 Mile Road behind a FEMA recertified 100-year levee to find out whether residents had flood insurance, whether they were prepared for a flood, whether they knew about the residual risk of larger floods, and they largely did not, and 20% had flood insurance. To answer, a couple of weeks ago, Mr. Nordoff asked if people behind levees in the Delta had boats, and not a single person of 120 responses that we got had boats. And general types of responses we had were, we wouldn't be allowed to live here if it weren't safe, they've just upgraded my levee. We asked people what a 100-year flood meant to them and asked them to define it if they understood it, and pretty much it was the last flood was 1950, so the next one will be in 2050, things like that. So another reason which would bring me to my next recommendation, which is that under our policies, even though this sort of fits under your policy number 2, but to explicitly call out managing residual risk, which I think forces us, and American Rivers is happy to provide you language.
Well, it's
in the next
language
set of
because
comments, but
the term doesn't actually define itself.
Right.
And
So specifically, the chance of flooding from larger floods than what the design was prepared to handle. So if the levee was designed to withstand a 100-year flood, is the chance of a 101-year flood or inundation from a 200 or a 500-year flood.
Language that you think properly expresses that opinion would be appreciated. Also,
Absolutely.
if you think there are clear policies, you're talking really about informing the public of the status.
Additionally.
from, Hank's idea of let's give away rafts to everyone who lives in the Delta and require them to keep it in their house, to my idea, let's paint on all the telephone poles, the water line, so people can understand they actually live below it, which everybody laughs at. I personally think those two actions are more informative
I agree.
than $80 million of public outreach and community meetings, but that's just me. Your ideas would be very much appreciated.
Okay, thanks.
Good. Thank you very
I'm not done.
Yeah, okay.
One more is that under RRP6, the list of lands to not diminish for existing or potential value as floodplains, American Rivers would like to also put on that list lands east of the Sacramento Deepwater Ship Channel.
That was going to be one of my questions.
Lands, okay. Let us think about that. Okay.
About 2,000.
I understand.
Okay.
I understand.
Okay.
Including the rowing club from UC Davis and the Turning Basin?
Potentially.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. I'm really glad you were here because I looked at that list and I was trying to figure out what we were thinking about another list and I was going to ask the question. So I'm really glad you were here and that now I remember the name of the tract.
Me
Thank
too.
you.
Thanks.
Okay. Anyone else on Chapter 8? Chapter 8? Chapter 8? I mean 7, excuse me, I apologize. Let's do this. I want to go through Chapter 8, which is just a very preliminary, I'm sorry, Ms. Marcus. Okay. Leave. I know you have an airplane to catch. Leave when you have to leave. We'll operate as a subcommittee. We're not taking votes anyway. We'll operate as a subcommittee. But I'd like to end it there. And Joe, my instinct is not to do the finance plan because it's not ready to be reviewed. But Felicia, in the case you have to leave, will you mark missing items, gaps of information, things in the plan that you didn't see that you want to see, or have you been adding them in? Could you use the mic, please?
I have been pretty much doing it as I go along, and my stuff on water quality apparently you already know, so I didn't need to say. I have sort of an architecture of stuff I want to see in it. I can put it in an email back to staff, and I did do my integration paragraph that you assigned me yesterday. I don't have it as a paragraph, but I have it as the elements of what I saw missing, and I'm happy to send that in.
That'd be very helpful. Very helpful.
Very good.
Okay, then let's go, Ms. Buchholz, to Chapter 8, which is the second sentence in the co-equal gold language, protect and enhance the unique cultural, recreational, natural resource, and agricultural values of the California Delta as an involving place, the statutory language.
This section,
Mike?
sorry. This section, like water quality, was one that was difficult because there's so much overlap in the other sections for it. And in the first draft, you remember the findings was actually the longest section by far in the first draft because the findings were separated out. But as we went through it and looked for the policies and recommendations, we realized that they were repetitive from other chapters. Now, again, the council can decide on format, and we can include that for the reader so the reader will know that that's there in the future. We basically have 2 policies and 3 recommendations in this chapter. The first policy is situated around, similar to what we had in water resources, to see if this would be we're tying it to the completion of the Economic Sustainability Plan by the Delta Protection Commission and the determination by the Council that the Economic Sustainability Plan is consistent with the co-equal goals. And so that it can, and then there were some recommendations, or including that we had some, not more than recommendations, but identification of items that should be included in the Economic Sustainability Plan.
Let's get Don's report on the meeting last night on the status of the plan before we
Okay,
go into
yeah, well,
discussion.
very quickly, Mr. Chair, we do have a group on board, which includes
consultant group.
A team of consultants, yes, headed up by the University Pacific in conjunction with the University of California, Berkeley, and also receiving input from Department of Parks and Recreation, California departments, and Department of Food and Agriculture. There are certain things we're called out for in the legislation, but we have, I think, a very strong team that's doing the phase 2 of the Economic Sustainability Plan. And I have a brief letter for the chair that just cites what I just said, but we also have a time frame attached to that, and I know that working in concert with council staff and consultants, that we recognize that we've got some actions that are going to be considered by this body in May. So it's the goal of the team that's on the key deliverables on the sustainability plan to have some working papers, and the current goal is to have them available by May 20th, and that's the schedule, and I'll pass this on to you just a moment. And then going forward from there, though, is to do a key stakeholders outreach report in early June, and then public draft economic sustainability plan due out on July 1st, and then going forward with some additional legacy community action plans, general public outreach report, and so forth. Up and through early September is the now contemplated date for a final economic sustainability report.
So final report September sometime.
That's the current goal, yeah. And there's a copy here to be for distribution to the rest of the council. Again, we had a good presentation last evening at the commission, and there were several folks here in today's audience that were there as well. They have gotten a piece of the report, but they're going to go through it in great detail and look at it from a number of different aspects as it relates to sustainability, to some of the historical practices and activities, and the economic contributors both within the primary and secondary zone, a statutory delta, and also I think to look at connectivity to both job, employment, and just the general mix of economic drivers in the delta. And with that, then to come forward with some recommendations for consideration by the Commission, ultimately to be included in a plan that will be presented to this body for consideration in the Delta Plan. And so that's the current schedule. And if you'd like to have a brief presentation, I know we're limited on time, but certainly I think the folks that are performing the work at a very rapid pace would be more than willing to come before this body if you wanted to get an idea of just the kind of breadth and scope of what they're taking a look at.
Okay. And then Gwen, you knew all of that, and the staff knew all of the activity. So these policies are in contemplation of that kind of timeline, right? Is that my understanding?
Yes, the timeline we're aware of. We will be looking forward to if the Delta Protection Commission has any modifications to any of the words to make sure they're consistent with their final scope of work for their consultants.
Okay. Yeah, I would just comment on that first one, Gwen, is that with the economic sustainability plan, it calls for, I think in this language, that no covered action would be consistent until it's actually adopted by the council. Now, we have to submit to the council, and then the council has the ability, this body has the ability to either incorporate, in whole or in part. But is this council also going to be making a determination of consistency with that plan, with the co-equal goals, or with the Delta plan?
Well, if the council desires to incorporate the sustainability plan into the Delta plan, then it inherently needs to be consistent with the co-equal goals. If we chose not to, I mean, if and I not that you would do this, but if the Delta Protection Commission adopted an economic sustainability plan that wasn't consistent with the co-equal goals, then the council couldn't incorporate it into the Delta plan.
Well, but he was also raising the point, by not considering the economic sustainability plan, do we just have no action whatsoever at any time?
That
and Mr.
point,
Stevens
we can't do
wants
that.
to weigh in
No,
on that.
I don't think that's the intent.
Okay,
So
no,
we'll
I
have
didn't,
to-
and I wasn't
Yeah.
saying it was the intent, Chris. But I was trying to get some.
That's
I think
not
some.
my intent.
My hunch is, Don, if you like the idea of referencing the sustainability plan and trying to create a circumstance where the Protection Commission is not disadvantaged by a delay, and you've had all kinds of complications processing through state agencies. This is an approach. I think we need some wordsmithing probably on this, and ask staff to come back to us. And as I understand, the second recommendation is the legacy town, and you indicated in your report that there will be unique characteristics and recommendations in the plan as part of Legacy Town.
Right, and when we put this together, we weren't sure if that was, we understood that the Delta Protection Commission was going to look at it. We weren't sure, we didn't want to invoke the Economic Sustainability Plan if it was a separate document.
Yeah, and I think it's going to be included as a part of this thing. But I certainly feel free. I know you've had some conversations with a consultant team. I trust you have, or somebody has, maybe Terry or somebody. But certainly, if you need to reach out there between now and the issuance of the next draft, please do that, because I think they were very well received at the commission meeting last night with their work product.
And I do recognize the way this is worded now, every single project that came to the council would be found inconsistent with the Delta plan until the Economic Sustainability Plan was adopted, and that's just not viable. So we don't intend that, I think.
Hey, listen, that's what it is. It's the lawsuit that says you can't do BDCP until the Sustainability Plan. Yeah, I think the wordsmithing can solve these problems and resolve it. Okay, that's on the follow. I'm sorry.
Oh, no, that's no problem.
I think go shift down to the recommendations, if you would, please.
That's where I was going. So line 15 on page 46. This is the council would support the providing sufficient reliable funds for the Delta Investment Fund to support the implementation of the Economic Sustainability Plan, again, consistent with the statute. The next one is to support a creation of a system of payment in lieu of taxes to replace reasonable calculation of lost government revenues due to removal of properties from property tax rolls for the ecosystem restoration or water supply. One of the things that happens, and I will, this example has been cited to me, and I think I'll get it right, hopefully I'll get this right, is the fact that there's been a recent ecosystem restoration program that was established in Yolo County associated with Yolo Bypass, and there was supposed to be payment in lieu of taxes that came in with the establishment. However, because of state funding limitations, it continually doesn't get funded, and has not been funded for that process. And that's happened. This isn't something that's unique to the Delta. So this, again, supporting such a creation of a system. And then the final one is, this was our attempt to capture the support for the National Heritage Area designations as goes forward from the federal governments, and also supporting what the State of California Delta Protection Commission, other agencies. But
also merge in the Suisun Marsh
and merge in the Suisun
in consideration.
Marsh.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Maybe this is the point to say, in the recommendations or the policies, there's and there was a lot of mention of this yesterday. There is not a clear discussion of agriculture, eco-friendly agriculture, and the various gradations of that, whether it belongs in this section or other sections. I leave to your judgment. But I thought a couple of people mentioned that, and I think that's a correct suggestion, that we pay some attention. We've got a white paper, but this is the start of the information. Randy?
Well, there's some really good stuff in the finance plan
Yes.
that deals with eco-friendly farming that probably, unless the state is going to do the farming and generate the income, it probably is better to put it here.
Okay, we
I
can
think
do that,
that's
both
right.
here and in ecosystem.
My instinct is that if we developed not a comprehensive plan of what eco-friendly agriculture is, but if there are broad outlines and programs, and maybe the American Farmland Trust has some ideas that are relevant, that is something that could get some legs in the legislature when the opportunities present themselves. And the budget's so bad, I think they will be looking in short order to recover from the whole Williamson Act commotion, and they're going to inevitably wind up looking broader than just a Williamson Act response, and maybe we could be very helpful in that discussion.
Right, and we have some other programs that are out there right now, too, including ones in the Delta. So
okay.
we'll
Just real quickly, as I know the hour's late, but on the Williamson Act, that the counties are struggling with maintaining in keeping that in place, the Sacramento County experience, it's about $500,000 a year that we're going to have to make up elsewhere. But we made a conscious choice, not just because of the Delta, but because of agriculture and farming, ranching, as well as open space values throughout the Sacramento County. And I know other counties, again, have made a choice to, either stick with it and wait and see. But it may be as this evolves, and maybe not, for the purpose of this plan, but that's probably been one of the biggest tools and most effective tools over the course of 50 years almost now to to provide incentives for farmers and ranchers to preserve lands and and agricultural pursuits. And I think with the subsidy being pulled away, and with the chair, I don't know that we're going to see any restoration of those dollars. It's going to become increasingly difficult, I think, for communities to maintain, what their share of that is. And it's, I say in Sacramento County, it's about $500,000, but for all the 5 Delta counties, it's a big contributor. They come out of their general fund or they make up elsewhere because they find that act to be important. And certainly I know in Yolo County, it's a big impact. And San Joaquin County is probably one of the largest with Williamson land, contracted land by acres. And so I don't know again if it's something you mentioned here, but it's an important measure statewide. But I would just say for the Delta, it's been you look at the lands, and you may see those maps in the next presentation. I know we had those when we had the land use presentation. You see the lands that are currently under Williamson land contracts. It's a significant amount of acreage within the statutory Delta.
Yeah, we've put that map together already for the EIR.
Okay.
And it is substantial.
Okay, let's see if there's some public testimony on this. Chapter 8, do we have any? We have no slips. Anybody in the audience like to talk to us on Chapter 8? Okay. Ms. Dorn, are you still here? No, she took off. But I think she covered her point. Okay. Anyone else like to talk to us on any subject not on the agenda we haven't talked about? We have another request, please. Mr. Manley, Northern California Water Association. There you are.
Good
Yes,
afternoon.
Sir. You just snuck in at the end.
This time I didn't have to run through
As
the
you
rain.
ran the rain last
yes,
time.
I'm not nearly as winded. That was a real wake-up call for how out of shape I am. It was kind of embarrassing, in fact. But a really good discussion today, and I was able to catch most of it. I did have to step out and had an appointment to donate blood, so it was something.
Provide the man a chair, please, so he can sit down.
Feeling okay right now. Well, today I just wanted to take a few minutes and just provide some general comments overall on the document. We are working with water users in the Sacramento Valley as well as in other areas of the state and developing comments and suggested changes, and we'll be submitting those. But in the interim, I just wanted to give a couple of general comments and get those here today. First of all, as we've mentioned before, we feel that there's great value in having a Delta plan that concentrates on the Delta and the issues, the problems, the solutions that can be developed in the Delta is something that would provide great value. In addition, my second general comment is when reading through the document, the policies and I believe they're called the recommendations. There is a little bit, at least I was confused a little bit in some of the parts where the way that the policies and recommendations are described, is it referencing a new or an additional requirement as required through SBX 7.1, or is it a requirement that's already in the code and is just being reiterated as part of the plan itself? And I think really clarifying that or highlighting those that are new or additional requirements would be helpful. I think that there's a little confusion on.
There was actually some discussion about the need to do some wordsmithing on that section. Staff's going to have to come up with some suggestions. Let us take that idea into consideration.
Great, thank you very much. And last, I was able to catch part of the discussion this morning on storage and the inclusion of storage into the discussion as part of the document. I think that that's a great idea. I think that there's opportunities when looking at storage to really look at the storage, the potential to contribute to both the co-equal goals as well as the objectives that are included in SBX 7.1. And so looking at it in that concept is, I think, something that would provide, once again, great value to the document itself. So those are our general comments. Like I said, we'll be providing more detailed comments, and thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Okay, Mr. Koutras. Mr. Koutras.
Mr. Chair, I need some clarification to plan with the Delta counties whether or not we are going to have workshop time on April 14.
It is, Mr. Grindstaff, to my knowledge, we wish them to have participate in the meeting on the 14th. Let's make sure we're talking about the same thing. Are you talking about participating on panels we're constructing for the council, or doing a different kind of presentation, or what?
Our request was via email to Joe and Keith Coolidge and I think Mike Hardy?
Probably.
Yeah, was to have the Delta counties, the 5 counties, be able to present to you in a morning session their land use issues, since there's such a discussion of the land use. Your request of us was to bring cities into that, which we've done. We're ready to go.
I understand bringing cities into it's easier to say than to do, but will the cities in all 5 counties agree they've been brought in? Because we can't have a panel of 45 or 25 or whatever.
What we're striving for is 10 folks. So either 5 county are up and then the 5 city come up. We're prepared to orchestrate that with you and work through that, but I need to be able to tell the counties that we're a go.
Mr. Grindstaff.
Yes, that's the plan.
It's a go. Let me do one thing. Because the land use policies are intermixed cities and counties, I'd like to have an occasion to actually be able to talk to city officials and county officials at the same time, particularly on the sphere of influence issues, which are relevant particularly on floodplain in San Joaquin County. And I understand, being a former city official, I understand we don't like to be pushed around by powerful county officials and former county executives from big counties. But I think having at least some way to represent, so we can float back and forth on territories that are adjacent to each other, simply under different jurisdictions, that would help a lot.
Well, we're ready to do that.
Okay,
great. Our counties are working with their city counterparts, and they're preparing to make those presentations, discuss sphere of influence. I mean, we've been listening to you and the issues.
Right.
So we're ready to do that. It's just logistically make room for 10, and we'll do it.
I do have a suggestion, Joe, on this, because a lot of the land use is going to be just getting agreement, or hopefully agreement, on what are the current land uses, what are the proposed land uses, what are the spheres of influence. Is there, if this were a court, Mr. Stevens, as a judge, would order the parties to develop a statement of facts or some equivalent document, agreed upon set of facts, from which we could say, there are so many acres in San Joaquin County. Of those acres, so many are in the statutory delta. Of that acreage, so many are in the primary zone. And what I don't want to do, since so many jurisdictions would be represented, just on the basic factual information, is there any chance, you may be able, that we could get the facts of what's going on? I don't know. Gwen, you've done these kinds of things.
There's always a chance, sir.
What we can do is that we have things that we pulled together for the existing conditions land use. We've had some early versions of this. In fact, I thought we were done until I checked the map and realized the city of Tracy had just changed their sphere. But we can give you that for you guys to modify.
That would be useful, and if we could send it to all the council members, put it on the web before the meeting. So.
Yeah, I do think so. And the names of the city officials, we'll probably, I mean, how many cities are going to be represented, do you think?
Well, we're
5 and 5 or something?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So Supervisor Natoli, this is all worked out. Everyone will be okay, and if they won't be happy, they'll concede that a panel of 75 people is perhaps not truly efficient.
I guess we'll find out in a couple of weeks.
And just, I know that you've already called the items, but on the 2 chapters that I
that I
didn't get up and speak on, silence is not consent, so. Thank you.
Damn, I thought we had you on that one. Thank you, Pete. Okay, anyone else, ladies and gentlemen, like to talk to us? Okay, I don't see anything. Missing items, Mr. Fiorini, you have a couple missing items.
No, I've covered everything as we've gone through, and I just want to say to those of you that are left in the audience, whatever you're getting paid to be here, it's not enough. And God bless you.
Joe, here's my list. Some of them we've talked about. What's missing? There is no discussion in the Delta Plan of water rights. And I am not talking about changing water rights, but I can't imagine how we can do a water policy for California where we do not have a relatively clear quantification of the claims that people allege they have against the water system.
It's on my list, too.
And I understand it's complicated, I understand it's difficult. Whether that is limited to the riparian and pre-1914 rights, I have no idea. It may be wise to ask the Water Board for a status update factually, just factually on the information that's available. Also, the Public Policy Institute of California most recent book, page 322 through 331, discussed some of the same issues of data gaps, information gaps. So I suggest that. Number two, I want to reinforce the need for a systematic view of water transfers. I mean, it's a well-plowed field, but it's worth doing. I also found the PPIC discussion starting at page 331 to be pretty good, not exhaustive, but pretty good, and not a bad starting point. Number three, I think we've agreed we need a definition of reliability for water supply purposes. Can I make a suggestion to you? I think we need also a definition that is a policy declaration as well as simply listing 5 other attempts that have been made by agencies to define reliability. I mean, in some ways, the definition of reliability is a policy declaration. It's not simply a collection of miscellaneous legally enforceable things that are out there. And I think it's going to be very hard to find, but it's useful. Number 4, well, let's see, we talked about it, the local storage stuff and, my argument to you later, the groundwater, and then I did the ag thing, the need for a more elaborate statement on that. That's my list. Don?
Yeah, I don't have a list, but it occurs to me that I know that, again, time is short, but as we're having panels that, hearing from Ocean Reserve earlier today, where the reclamation districts have, begun to certainly weigh in on the plan, we've certainly had a representative, and Mr. Casio has represented as an engineer for the districts and so forth, but I guess I'm interested to know how, some of those parties are going to respond to some of these sections here, and obviously have the ability to comment. But I don't think I do think it'd be useful, again, if we can work it into the schedule to maybe have a panel, and you might be made up of other folks. I think also about the water agencies in particular. You get the North Central and South Delta water agencies, to hear from those folks. Again, they weigh in through their representatives. Mr. Zuckerman was here, and others have weighed in over time. But the reclamation districts, particularly we're talking about these levy policies, and they're not controlling on the land use side of it, but they certainly are the ones that are front and center, working with the state and other entities, and they're they represent the landowners. I mean, they're as close to it as you can get from a local government perspective. And I don't know that it would be a bad idea if maybe a couple of directors from the reclamation districts, let them talk about it. They're the folks that are farming the ground, or live there, and they have to assess themselves. We talk about assessment districts and so forth. So I'm just thinking, before we start putting stamps on all this and call them up for votes in May, it might be useful if we can work it in there and have at least a brief presentation that would give us a little bit of understanding as a council anyway about some of the things that they see from a day-to-day standpoint out there. So just a suggestion for. I know our time is short, but it might be useful.
Okay. Anything else? All right. The meeting is adjourned. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much.